Hey guys, Friday bus tour. We're live. I'm heading out. Team is over at the Dunkin' Donuts near the Bowie Library, and I did get a message from one individual who said that they were driving down from Delaware, and unfortunately, coming down from Delaware, traffic was heavy, so they said they're going to be there about 9:15. So we're going to wait for them. No reason for us to shove off early, but we're going to wait for them and do our thing. So let's head on out, meet up with the rest of the team, and get to crack-a-lacking. If you got any comments, put them in the chat. Put them in the chat. Put them in the chat. All right, good to see everybody's coming in now. Welcome, Shirley. Welcome, Yadi. Let's see, we got somebody who's a guest from East Tulsa congregation. Welcome, East Tulsa. And feel free to unmute yourself and ask questions as we drive along. This is a Friday live stream bus tour. Ask questions as we head on out. Ask questions as we move along. Sorry, guys, I just spilled coffee all over the countertop, and I got to clean that up before my wife gets back. She's going to kill me. And I'll just lock the door. And we're off. So again, if you got questions, fire away. This is the Friday bus tour. What we got in store for you is we have about 3 or 4 properties we're going to visit this morning that are residential. For the most part, they were found using the technique that we described in the 21-day challenge. In other words, hacking the MLS. 1 or 2, I think, may have been, 1 or 2 of the properties we'll see this morning may have been found on here. Sorry. Is there anybody on here who is interested in commercial deals? If you are, raise a hand, unmute yourself, type in the chat, me. Whoops. Type in the chat, me. But if you're interested in commercial deals, that's what we're going to predominantly look at in the afternoon. And the commercial deals were pretty much all found, when I think about it, they were all found using the cruising for cash technique that we teach. So, anyway, we're off. Finally getting going. Turn your camera on. Feel free right now, turn your microphone on. Join us and be a part of the conversation. All right? So, heading on over. Beep, beep, beep. Who's got questions? I'm driving, so you're going to have to unmute yourself and ask questions.
I think the reception is bad. Can you guys hear me? Because I don't hear anything. Is it just me?
Good morning, this is Mickey. I hear you fine.
Thank you.
Where am I?
Is the reception bad on anyone else in or? Oh wait, I see Sherman now.
I need to change. I'm going to need to log off and log back on in a different account. Let's see.
All right. Can you guys hear me better now?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. I apologize. My iPad was set to Wi-Fi, and obviously, I don't have any Wi-Fi while I'm driving. I had to use the phone connection. So, all right. So you guys can hear me okay. So I'm asking, do you guys have any questions? I'm heading over to pick up the rest of the gang. I'll be there with them in probably about less than 3 minutes. While we're driving along, do you guys have any questions? And if you don't have any questions, just tell us who you are.
I don't have any questions, but I'm Shirley Eisen. I'm in New Jersey, and I'm interested in both commercial and residential.
Okay, wonderful. Who wants to go next? Anybody want to go next?
Yes, this is Mickey in Tulsa, Oklahoma. And I'm not new to real estate, but I just have a problem getting back in the saddle again after a long period of sickness. So
okay. Sorry to
I want to see how you can help me get back rolling.
Welcome. Glad you're here with me. Anybody else? I see a couple people on, but you don't have your camera on and you're muted. I'm getting ready to pull up, pick up the rest of the gang. So now's a good time to tell us who you are, where you're from. I see Yachty, East Tulsa Congregation. Is that you, Mickey?
Yeah, that I need to get that off because they'll be using that here in about 30 minutes or so.
Okay.
I don't know how it got there.
Yeah, we're gonna be going all day. So if you want to make that change real quick, I'm pulling in now. I'm pulling now to pick up everybody else. We'll be ready to rock and roll probably in about 5 minutes. So if you want to take time right now to make that change, that would be a good time to do it.
All right, I'm working on it.
Okay.
I do have a question, Sherman.
Yes,
in
ma'am.
commercial real estate, it was shared with me through an agent that it's not a good time to buy in the commercial sector. Is that still true? They were saying just because, when COVID happened, no one is going back to the offices and things of that nature. So just wanted to get your take on that thought.
So is this real estate agent your spouse?
No. This person sold me my home. No.
I would start off by saying that person doesn't have a freaking clue what they're talking about.
Okay.
Let's start with that. Okay. And they probably should not have given you any advice because one of the code of conduct of real estate agents is you're not supposed to advise people on stuff you don't know what you're talking about. And anybody who tells you that, quote unquote, now is not a good time to buy real estate, whether it's commercial, residential, whatever, generally speaking, is somebody who really doesn't have much of a clue about what they're talking about. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So I'm going to show you, we're going to do a property tour today. I'm going to show you, I think 4 or 5 residential deals, 4 or 5 commercial deals. I'll talk a little bit about them today, but for the most part, I'm going to talk at greater depth over the weekend. And I think by the time this 3 days is over, you will know that you should stop getting advice on commercial real estate from this individual you're talking to. And in fact, I think it's safe to say that by the time this 3 days is over, you will probably know more about commercial real estate than she does. Okay.
Okay.
Is that okay? Are you going to be here all 3 days?
I sure am. I started
right, so promise.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, my promise and my commitment to you is that if you're here for all 3 days, I will teach you everything I know, as much as I know, answer every question you have. And by the time this 3 days is over, you'll be educating her on what the right way is to approach commercial real estate.
Sounds
Okay.
good.
All right, let me get everybody in here. You guys stay online. Mickey, if you got to make your change, got to make your adjustment, please go ahead and do so. Let me see what else we got. We got one question in the chat. Okay, Shirley said me. All right, cool. Let me get everybody on board, and we'll be right back. Okay, so you guys stay tuned. Morning, sir. How you doing? Hey, good morning. Good to see you. All right, guys. Thank you. Hey. Mr. Vaj. So I think it's just the 5 of us this morning. Have you seen anybody else, Vaj? Okay, we got 5 people online. So this is the vehicle for today. Feel free to grab coffee, donuts, whatever you want. I normally don't leave by eating my car, but this is not my car, so eat away. Freak away, enjoy yourself. And we'll leave out of here like maybe 5 minutes. Is that okay? Yes. Okay. All right, so do whatever you guys need to do. I think there's some bathrooms in there. I know they got coffee and donuts in there, so all right. So guys, the gang is we're outside of Dunkin' Donuts here in Bowie, Maryland. So they're grabbing last minute donuts, coffee. As I said to them, I normally don't let anybody eat or drink in my car, but this is not my car, so they can eat and drink away today. I was in a car accident about 6 weeks ago, and the body shop is still working on the repairs to my car, so I'm driving a rental. Normally, like I said, I don't let anybody eat or drink, but we're gonna let them eat and drink. Now, did you guys get a hold of the property tour schedule?
Yes.
Okay. So first thing we're gonna do is just sort of drive through a neighborhood, let you guys get the feel for neighborhoods. We're gonna rate the neighborhoods. I'm curious, how many of you guys in here have gone through the 21-day course, 21 Days of Real Estate Riches? Let me see a show of hands.
I'm still going through it, but I'm on day 8.
Fine. Okay, that's fine. That's
Last
perfect.
week.
In that course, I talk about rating neighborhoods. I think that's day 5 or 6. I talk about rating neighborhoods. I talk about the rating scale, A, B, C, D, E. So first thing we're going to do is just sort of drive through a neighborhood. I'm going to ask you guys. I'm going to have my camera guy operate the camera. I'm going to ask you guys to grade the neighborhood. Then we're going to actually pay a visit to 3 residential properties, and we will get out and tour those residential properties. So we're going to tour Pacific Avenue, Alpine Street, and White House Road. Then we're going to drive by another residential property. Then we're going to drive by a commercial property. Then we're going to visit a commercial property. We're going to grab lunch. You guys can grab lunch with us. We'll keep on rolling. We're not going to stop today. And then we're going to head on up to Baltimore. And on our way to Baltimore, I'm going to point out a couple more commercial properties. And then we're going to visit 2 apartment buildings that I've done, or one I've done and one I'm in the process of doing. And then we should probably wrap things up, I think, probably around 3:30, 4 o'clock. I think we're going to be maybe a little early in terms of wrapping things up. So again, feel free to grab your coffee, grab your breakfast, come along with us. You can keep your microphone open and ask questions as we go along. You can ask questions in the chat as we go along. We are live streaming to YouTube, and you guys will find me on my YouTube channel. I normally live stream, to Facebook, but for some reason I was having some difficulty connecting the iPad today to the Facebook group. So we'll be live streaming on YouTube all day long. But for the most part, stick with the Zoom link. There is a possibility that it might freeze on my end, but it's probably my end, not your end, because I'm live streaming from a iPad up into the cloud, and sometimes it gets a little sticky. But
are you going to unblur your background so that we can see?
Yes, I'll definitely unblur my background. That's a great suggestion because I want you to see. So let's see here. Background and effects. None. Is that better?
Yes.
Okay. And then it looks like we got a couple people looking to get in, so let me let them in. All right, so we got Alan, Alan should be ashamed of himself. I tell you, this guy, Alan Overton, I don't know about him. Alan, is that you? Alan? Unmute yourself, Alan. Yadi, unmute yourself too. We want you to be a part of this conversation.
Yes, it is. I'm at work.
Why are you on the live stream? You live in DC. You live 15 minutes away from where we are. Why aren't you in the car with us?
Because I'm in Gaithersburg.
Oh, okay, fair enough. I thought you were in Bowie. I'm sorry.
No.
So you live in Gaithersburg.
I work here at Department of Commerce.
Enough said. Enough said. Well, I'm glad you're here. Wherever you're coming from, I'm glad you're here. So enough said. So we're over here at the Dunkin' Donuts next to the South Bowie Library, and we're just waiting for the folks who are inside to grab their food and come on out. So we're just answering questions. So I've asked everybody to turn the cameras on, be a part of the conversation, get to know each other. Now's a good time to be networking, sharing. Shirley's telling us that she's coming from New Jersey. Mickey was here from Tulsa, but I think he had to switch login, so hopefully he'll be back. And Yadi, are you in Florida? Remind me again where you're from.
No, I'm in Jersey.
Oh, there we go, Shirley. Meet Yadi. Yadi meet Shirley.
Good morning,
I'm in Central
Shirley.
Jersey, Yadi.
Oh, I'm in Exit 5, West Hampton.
Okay. I'm exit 8, but
Jersey in the house.
I
What's
know
that
West
make you guys
Hampton very
is that about an
well.
hour? Is that about an hour apart? Exit 5, exit 8,
It's
or 2
about
hours?
40 minutes. It's not.
Oh,
Yeah, it's not that serious.
cool. Cool beans.
I have better contracts folded. I would prefer.
So if you guys have your schedule, let me tell you about the properties before we get going. We're going to leave here and we're going to drive through a couple of neighborhoods. I'm just going to point a couple things out. We won't get out of the car. And then our first destination is 1503 Pacific Avenue. That is a house that I bought. It's in the 21-day course. I bought it using the technique that we described in the 21-day course called Hacking the MLS. And I bought it probably 23 years ago, 24 years ago. And bought it, held on to it for a few years, sold it. I bought it for $24,000. It's worth about $300,000 today. And I wish I could have held every one of my pieces of property, but there's reasons why I have sold different pieces of property over the years. In that particular case, it was becoming too much of a management headache. And in many cases, reasons for selling, quite frankly, is because I couldn't get a good property manager. It was just easier to sell it cash out and sell it for a good price. Nonetheless, the true road to wealth in real estate is buy hold, not buy flip. Although I have flipped lots of property, commercial property, residential property, and you'll see pretty much most of it, if not all of it, today. After we go by Pacific, we're going to go by a property called Alpine Street, which is a property I'm joint venturing, and you'll hear me talk a lot about joint ventures as a way to do deals without using any of your own money. Is there anybody here who's interested in learning how to do deals without any of your own money? Let me see a show of hands real quick. Or give me a thumbs up if you want to use an emoji. All right. So we're going to talk about how to do nothing down deals. We're going to talk about how to finance deals. We're going to talk about how to find deals, obviously starting first with finding deals. And then we're going to go by a couple commercial properties close by, take you by my office building, which I own, talk about how we were able to buy our own office building. Then show you a couple pieces of land deals. At least one. I'll show you at least one land deal that I did. We'll go by neighborhood shopping center deal that we're working on. And then we're going to head up north to Baltimore, and I'm going to take you by a couple apartments and some info housing stuff that I did up in the city of Baltimore a few years back. So it's today's really just sort of like, get your coffee, relax, ask questions as we go along, because the whole idea is that today we go buy the properties, but tomorrow we really roll up our sleeves and talk about how to make something happen, how to make something fast, Mickey. If it is like, your intention, like get back in the game in the next 21 days, how to make stuff happen quickly, and get yourself on the path to producing wealth through the ownership of real estate. So if that's what you want to learn about, then you're in the right place today. Okay. So today is just a tour. tomorrow I'm talking about residential deals, including one of the deals all the deals we'll talk about tomorrow are deals that we're going to showcase today. So the reason why we do this is so that people can see the property, see the neighborhood, and get the more complete story versus what you oftentimes get in like YouTube videos or reading a book or something like that, where you only get half the story. So my goal is to give you the whole story, the backstory, the epilogue, the whole 9 yards, so you really can learn from this experience. So tomorrow is all about residential. Sunday is all about commercial. Just out of curiosity, how many of you guys are interested in commercial deals? Let me just see a show of hands. Apartment houses, commercial office buildings, hotels, anything like that? Can't see a show of hands? All right, so nobody's really interested in commercial. Okay, then maybe what we'll do is probably either skip Sunday or make Sunday a short session, just like do a review and get out of here, because it is my intention to show you how to do residential deals tomorrow and then show you how to do commercial deals on Sunday. So if you're really not interested in commercial deals or there's not a lot of interest, then we'll probably skip Sunday
Then
altogether.
I will be the only one, Sherman. So
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. That's right, Shirley. You said you're interested. Okay, not a problem. Then we will definitely cover it. All right.
Sit up front, Sherman.
Yes, please.
Okay.
You are riding shotgun. You are my right hand.
What dreams are made of.
So I'm gonna get you to take the iPad, if you don't mind,
I want one.
and I'll move this out of your way
that
so you
okay?
can have it. Absolutely. All right, so we're just introducing ourselves. We've got Shirley from Exit 8, New Jersey. We got Yadi from Exit 5, New Jersey. We got Alan, who's from Bowie, but he's hiding out in Gaithersburg right now. And we got Mickey, who's from Tulsa. You know that because it says East Tulsa Congregation. So,
Got Lynn who's trying to get her feet done.
sorry about that. So you guys want to introduce yourselves?
And I'm Val. I'm from Delaware.
I'm Jamal from Delaware as well. Great.
And I'm Navaj. I'm here from Maryland.
All right. So our folks from Delaware drove all the way down this morning. So what time did you guys get up?
Got up at 5:30.
Oh, okay. All right. First things first. Let us pray.
That's right.
Dear Lord, we thank you so much for your wonderful hand upon us, getting us here safely, keeping us safe. We just ask that you have your hands on everybody who's on the road today. Let them be wise. Let us be wise. Most importantly, Lord, we just ask for your hand of protection, your hand of wisdom, and be in the middle of what we're doing today. And let us edify you and all that we do in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
All right. So does everybody have the property tour schedule? All right. That. And you guys also got it as a PDF. So that you can have it later on for reference. And also if you want to do some and the most important thing is we need to talk about, they don't need to talk about, we need to talk about lunch. Are you guys okay with Chick-fil-A?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So what I'm going to do is probably at one or two of our coffee stops, we'll actually put the order in, and then I'll have my assistant go pick it up so that when we come back to the office, it'll be waiting here for us. Okay.
Great.
All right. So first thing I want to point out is that this is kind of a neighborhood shopping center. We're going to go by another neighborhood shopping center, which is a deal that we're working on right now. This one's a little bit different in that it's you got a credit union, and it's a pretty good size because it's their headquarters. You got your typical Dunkin' Donuts, and you got a library. And what makes this project a little different is the fact that you have sort of two major anchors for such a small center. You got the library that serves as an anchor on this end, and you got the bank that serves as an anchor on this end. And in the world of commercial real estate, when we talk about retail, you'll hear people talk about what's called inline stores. And what you'll typically see in most shopping centers, the anchor is usually like a 7-Eleven or something like that. In this case, we got the library as an anchor, we got the bank as an anchor, and then each one of these inline stores, and typically what happens is most developers will cut a sweetheart deal with the anchors just to get some activity going, and then they'll make most of their money off of the rents that they charge these guys in here. And retail is probably the most challenging aspect of real estate as there is, because in many cases the tenants have the power. The tenants know where they want to be. They've done extensive market research studies. They know where they're going to be able to drive traffic and get people to come into their store. And so as a landlord, you're just kind of at the whims of the tenant. Having said that, one way that you sort of get the balance of power is if you're willing to take a chance on somebody who's a startup. And so oftentimes you'll see in a situation like that a lot of startup operations. But this is just sort of a convenient meeting place. We're going to go by another neighborhood shopping center that's really a true neighborhood shopping center. And when we get there, I'll point all those things out. I'm going to go ahead and put the windows up. We'll get the air conditioning on. And my apology right up front, because like I said, this is not my car. I do not eat, I do not drink, and I do not smoke in my car, but somebody was doing all of the above in this one. I don't know if you sort of smell that.
It's a nice car.
Oh, it's a very nice car. No doubt about that. It's not as nice as a Lincoln, but it is a nice car. But I can smell a little bit of that tobacco smell. Somebody was smoking in this car. Just a faint hint that probably a couple of renters will go. But this is the one they gave me. All right, so first thing I want to point out, and Navash, what I want you to do, if you don't mind, is switch the camera, because I think it's going to be easier if...
Switch it around?
Yeah, it's right there.
Gotcha. So,
Yeah.
gotcha.
Okay.
All right.
All right, so we're going to turn down into this neighborhood. We are approximately 15 miles from the Capitol. We're about 9 miles from the DC Prince George's line, 15 miles from the Capitol, and probably about 20 minutes from the White House. All right, that's just sort of getting your bearing points. So now my first question to you guys is, as we drive through this neighborhood using what we teach in the 21-day course, how would you rate this neighborhood based on what's in the 21-day course? And obviously ignore the trash cans because it's trash day. So trash cans don't count. So what do you guys think? As it just driving along, what do you see? What do you think? First of all, do you guys remember my rating scale in the 21-day course?
Yes, it's an A-class neighborhood.
Okay.
Stay out of there.
All right. So in the 21-day course, I talk about rating neighborhoods A, B, C, D, E, right? And we generally don't go into the E neighborhoods because the E neighborhoods are true war zones where like half the block is demolished, like looks like Beirut. If you want, we can drive by that later on this afternoon up in Baltimore, but there really aren't in the DC area. There really aren't too many E neighborhoods. There's a couple neighborhoods I might rate as a D in the DC area, but there really aren't any E neighborhoods anymore. So based on what you're seeing on a scale of A to D, what is this?
This would be a neighborhood.
Okay. Anybody else got any other opinions on that?
I'll consider it B.
B? All right. Anybody else got any opinions on that? Okay. What else do you notice as we're just sort of driving through? What do you notice about the houses?
They're similar.
They're not only similar, in many cases, they're the same.
Mm-hmm.
This house right here is the same as that house right there. It's a 5-bedroom colonial. What are the differences? Well, this one over here has the garage on the left. This one over here has the garage on the right. Okay.
Did you move
But
the
notice-
camera to see the houses?
Yeah, that's those right there.
Yeah. So let me see if we can.
Just want you to zoom in.
Oh,
Yeah.
I tried to zoom in. I couldn't.
It wouldn't let you zoom in.
Tapped it.
Yeah, it's not letting us zoom in. So
It's okay.
basically, I'll tell you what. I'll drive up a little closer.
Mhm.
Is that a little better? What I was saying is
Yes.
that the house on the right is identical to the house on the left. It's the same house. If you actually were to see the floor plans, the exact same house. House on the right has a garage on the left. House on the left has a garage on the right. Now, the house on the left, they probably paid extra money when the house was being built to get that little sunroom as an additional option
Off to the left.
off to the left. But otherwise, these two houses are identical. In fact, they're also the same as this house right here. It's the same house. So what's different? Architecturally, you got some different embellishments, right? But for the most part, they're the same house. Now, this one, these two are exactly identical because they have this, see the big window in the middle?
Yeah.
Right? That means that they have this expansive foyer, whereas this one has probably a bedroom, or maybe that might even be also the foyer. But these two houses are definitely identical. All right, let's keep going. And the thing that we need to realize, and I talked about this in the 21-day course, is that after 1930, I think it's 1934 or so, there was a very famous Supreme Court case called Ambler versus Euclid Realty, which established zoning regulations in the United States of America. And ever since the 1930s, any kind of development that's built that's residential typically follows some kind of residential guidelines, follows zoning guidelines. And what happens is a builder will come in and he or she will buy 300, 400, 500 acres, and they will go into the county and say, hey, I want to subdivide this 500-acre lot into multiple housing units. Okay. And the county will basically approve it. But typically what you're seeing is 2 or 3, sometimes 4 different models that the builder will offer, and then variations of those models. And so that's why I say in the 21-day course that 80% of the value of any single family house comes from the neighborhood where it's located. Because fundamentally, all these houses are the same. Wow. Okay. Now, will you see some houses that are a little bigger? Yes. Will you see some houses that are a little smaller? Yes. There's one right there. But those are the exceptions, not the rule. Okay. Okay. And so one of the first things we got to establish, I'm going to pick up the pace a little bit. One of the first things we got to establish is, okay, where should we be looking as new investors if we want to make something happen quickly? Mickey, you still with us? So Mickey was saying, as I was heading over here, that he has got some experience in the real estate business, but he had been out of the business for a while because he got sick, and he wants to get back into the game, and he needs something to happen quickly. And one of the big frustrations that I see with investors when they first get started is they're looking everywhere and anywhere and getting nowhere. You ever feel like that?
Yeah.
Looking everywhere and anywhere and getting nowhere? Yes? No?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the reason why is because you're probably looking in the wrong place. You're looking in the wrong place. And so the first thing we got to establish is, okay, if we're looking in the wrong place, what the heck is the right place? All right. So this neighborhood here, about half of you said A, about half of you said B. At one point in time, this was an A neighborhood, but I would not rate it. I personally would not rate it A today for a couple reasons.
Really?
Yeah. Number one reason I would not rate it A is because of the age. This neighborhood got started in the late 70s. For the most part, was built out during the 80s and was finished in the 1990s. So it's about 30 years for the whole thing to be said and done. So the lots themselves were probably laid out by the civil engineer, because that's typically the way that you do it. The lots themselves were probably laid out, the amenities like the tennis court, the swimming pool, all that stuff was probably laid out in the late 70s, early 80s. But the actual construction of the houses didn't start till about the mid 80s. Okay. Then you throw in a couple of recessions here and there. One builder finishes, sells off the remaining lots to another builder. And so it took about 30 years to get this whole development built out. Nonetheless, the last house that's in here was probably built in the 1990s, where here we are, 2023. 1993 was what, 30 years ago?
Yeah.
So that's why I say that it's probably a B neighborhood, not an A neighborhood, just because of the age. The youngest house in this development is probably about 25, 30 years old.
Now it changes when you come over here, it looks like.
Yes. Now notice how things are starting to change. Are you seeing any differences in this neighborhood?
Wow, look at that.
That's a four-car garage.
You seeing any differences, guys?
Yes.
Mhm.
Okay. How would you rate this neighborhood? Don't give him whiplash about it.
Wow, this is nice. I would give this an A. I don't know if you guys can see this online like we can in person, but this is
By the way, this house right here sold for $2.5 million last year. Okay. So
Look
how
at
would
that.
how would you rate this neighborhood? Oh,
I
this
would
is an
rate it
A
an
for
A.
sure. Okay.
Shirley said an A.
Okay.
Sure, man.
And I would tend to agree with you. I would tend to agree
Plus
with you.
neighborhood.
The houses in this neighborhood started in 2001 or 2, and the last house in here that was built probably about 2012. No, sorry, 2018. All right, so this is a much younger neighborhood.
Wow.
The houses are much bigger. The lots are much bigger. And this is, yes, I would definitely describe this as a neighborhood. Now, these are the neighborhoods where you probably want to live, right?
Yeah.
But this is not where you get started, okay? Trust me on that one. A house in this neighborhood, like I said, the last house to sell was about 2.5 million. That was one of the larger. There are 3 large houses. That house, the one that sold, and this house are all the same size, and then all the other houses are a little bit smaller. So even a smaller house, this house, which is my neighbor's house, got hit by lightning last year, and they're just finally, the insurance company's just finally getting around to fixing it. So they're taking off the old roof. You can see where it's all charred, and there's parts of it that's missing. It's not missing because they took it down. It's missing because that's where the lightning bolt hit. It had a big old hole in the roof. So the insurance company delivered the wood, and the contractors got started this week. They'll probably get it all framed up. They'll probably get the roof all framed up this week, and then start to get the roof on top, new roof on top. They'll start rebuilding the house. It was total loss. What happened was neighbors were out of town, sprinkler system, all these houses have sprinkler system. Sprinkler system went off, but there was nobody there to shut it off. And the house empty for about mold took a hold and got into everything. Wow. So all the personal belongings are gone, yada, yada, yada. Okay, so these houses here, the cheapest house here is probably about $1.2 million, and the average price is probably about $1.5 million to $1.8 million. So you think about that, you buy $1 million house, your mortgage payment is probably going to be $8 to $10 a month. And you're going to be giving everybody whiplash.
Okay.
Your mortgage payment is probably going to be about 10 grand, and you'd be lucky to rent it out for 6 or 7. So you're looking at a $3,000 a month negative every single month, unless you do what? You could flip it. What else could you do? If you wanted to buy hold, a house like this and not necessarily live in it, but make it an investment property, what could you do with it?
Airbnb.
Airbnb's hard. You could occasionally get some people, but are you really going to get enough people in here to cover a $10,000 a month mortgage on an Airbnb?
But if you did it like a group home or assisted living,
Is exactly what you could do, because most of these houses are 6 to 7 bedrooms, and if you could add 1 or 2 more bedrooms, but let's just say you're 7 bedrooms. If you're 7 bedrooms, the assisted living operator is going to charge roughly about $5,000 per bed, or about $10,000 per bedroom. So they can generate about $70,000 a month.
Wow.
Income. Now, for them, that's an operating business. They're not going to be able to pay you but a fraction of that. But so what? A fraction of it could easily be like $10,000, could be $10,000. Again, if you can squeeze in a couple more bedrooms. Sorry.
I'm sorry. Would they be able to do that with HOA in this neighborhood?
Assisted living is not restricted by HOA. Group home, on the other hand, if you did a halfway house, yes, they could restrict you. But in Maryland, it is difficult to try to regulate or try to prevent an assisted living. So that's one thing you could do. Some people in the neighborhood have attempted to, but it is, again, it also depends on your HOA documents. There's one person at the end of the street has a party house, and they're doing parties all the time, but I think they're in the verge of getting shut down. Airbnb is difficult for 2 reasons. One, more and more places are regulating Airbnb and regulating Airbnb out of neighborhoods, especially neighborhoods like this.
Really?
Yeah, but You could do Airbnb if you were in a location that was more centralized, more desirable, a location such as Washington, D.C. So, any place that has a lot of hotels is a good place for Airbnb. Any place that doesn't have a lot of hotels is probably not a good place for Airbnb. Because if you stop and think about it, who's really doing Airbnb? Somebody who wants an alternative, maybe they want more space, maybe want a house, right? But they're going to the location for reason. They're not going to property, they're going to the location. I'm going to DC because I'm been detailed and I'm going to be working in DC for a month or two. I'm going to the beach because I'm taking a vacation. I'm going to London because I'm going to visit family or I'm going there for some event. But generally speaking, Airbnb in the suburbs is not necessarily a great idea. Okay, so now we're going to jump on Central Avenue. Central Avenue divides Prince George's County between north and south. So everything on this side of Central Avenue is South County. Everything on that side of Central Avenue is North County. And we're going to traverse Central Avenue from the middle of Prince George's County into Washington, D.C., right up to the D.C. line, but we're not going to actually go into D.C.
Sherman, the camera is extremely blurry. So
It is.
Yes, it's very difficult to see any of the homes or the neighborhood. I don't know if it's zoomed all the way in. You might want to zoom it out just a little bit to have more focus, if that's the case.
You know what? I think what it probably is it maybe a lag.
Okay.
Simply because we're using the cell phone built into the iPad. But I don't believe it is the camera itself because we're looking at the picture and the picture is actually pretty clear. So it might just be the lag. One of the things that we could do is we could switch iPads at the next destination and see if that works a little bit better.
Can I just put it on this screen and take all the participants out? So that way I can zoom in.
You could. I just don't know how.
All right.
You made a comment with the neighborhood.
Sorry, say that again.
You made a comment, I thought.
Yeah.
You said your neighbor.
Yes,
That's your neighborhood.
correct. And I was living in the other neighborhood. We actually drove by the house that my wife was living in when we got married 25 years ago. And when we bought our new house, we turned the other house into a rental. And it's been a very good rental. Right now, it throws off about $2,500 a month. Yeah, the interesting thing about real estate is actually designed to make you rich if you buy and hold it. So going along, over on our right side is Six Flags. And so I know you got a Six Flags up in Jersey. I know we got a Six Flags down in Georgia. This is Six Flags America. But your typical theme, roller coaster rides, etc. And then over here on the left side is an adults restricted age community. So it's 55 and over, correct. It's called Cameron Grove. My mom actually lives over there. And what's interesting is you can own property in there, but if you're not 55 or older, you can't live there. And so somebody was asking the other day during the gimmick workshop about going after a property that was located inside of an age-restricted community. We talked a little bit about sort of the pluses and minuses of doing something like that. You guys okay back there? Yes. All right, questions as we're going along. All right, so as we drive from east to west, we're actually driving towards the older neighborhoods in Prince George's County. And so, as you can probably see, it's a little bit harder because the trees are in bloom. Starting to get a little bit smaller. The houses are getting a little bit closer together. And that's kind of fairly typical of what you will see in the suburbs. Every suburban project or suburban subdivision or suburban neighborhood is typically built during a certain period of time. And it's during that period of time that the properties are sort of a reflection of what the economy is like at the time. So as I turn down here, many of these houses that we're going to go by as we turn down were built in the early to mid 70s. Does anybody here remember what was going on in the U.S. economy in the mid to early 70s? It was called recession. It was called inflation. It's called price of gas. Oh my goodness, $2 a gallon in gas shortages. But as a direct result of that, builders don't stop building; they just build smaller product. Having said that, there's lots of good opportunities in these neighborhoods that we're going through right now to find houses that are 40, 50 years old that are now starting in need of what I would call TLC. They're need of repair. They're need of rehab. And this is generally speaking where you're going to start to find deals. They're not necessarily going to be your best deals, but you'll find way more deals in neighborhoods like these than the neighborhoods we just came out of. Okay, you see how the houses are smaller, the lots are smaller, the houses are older. That's the key. The houses are older. They tend to need a little more repair, and you're going to find better opportunities as an investor when you start coming into neighborhoods like this. Now, how would you rate this neighborhood?
I knew you was going to ask that question. I knew you was going to ask that question.
I mean, I would give it a C.
Yeah.
Okay.
Generally speaking, a D rating is cars on blocks. Do we see any cars on blocks?
No.
Do we see siding falling off the houses?
Yes.
Really?
There was one.
No, siding falling off the houses. Yeah. Not one person who's having some problems, but like the whole neighborhood's having some problems.
Okay, that'll be a D neighborhood.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So I would probably rate the C. I would say maybe C minus.
Okay.
But I think D might be a little harsh, given the fact that it looks like every house is lived in. I don't see any abandoned houses. I don't see any houses that look like they need a lot of repair. And one or two houses that need some repair over here, the guys are working on it and repairing it. No, I'd say it's an older neighborhood, but it's not a destitute.
And it would be considered B class.
No, I wouldn't consider a B. And again, all of these ratings, let me just say this, all these ratings are relative. If we were to pick up and go 45 miles to the west and go into Northern Virginia, you'd raise prices probably, in some cases you get add another zero, right? So a rating scale, or my rating scale, is relative to what is in your backyard, okay? So in some places, this might be a B neighborhood or a D neighborhood, but for the most part, for Prince George's County, where we are, this is probably a C, maybe a C minus neighborhood, okay?
Okay. Got some thumbs up.
So any questions as we're going along? The main thing is, notice how we've gone from one neighborhood where literally put three houses on one lot to a neighborhood where everybody's sort of close up next to each other. The houses are older, the houses are smaller. And again, most of these houses in this neighborhood that we're going through right now were probably built in the 1970s. Just as a reference point.
So,
Yeah, those are
Chairman,
my church. One question. So those houses to the left,
Yes.
their average for us.
What about them?
Oh.
What about them?
Those houses to the left, are they in the range of 295, 300? And
I don't know. Who's got your app? Anybody got their app? Somebody get out the app.
you guys got it?
Okay. That's why we bring our app with us.
Yep.
And that's why we make sure the app is working before you get out in the street. You can either ask Sherman his opinion, or you can actually look at the facts. Which would you rather have?
And what church is that?
That's Glen Arden Baptist. That's probably one of the largest. Prince George's County has got lots of mega churches.
I know.
No. There's another mega church on the way out.
Does that improve real estate equity?
Church usual to see large tracts of land divided into suburbs. Here's one called Perrywood. Perrywood. All right. So how would you rate this neighborhood?
It looks like a big rating.
Yeah, this one's not too much different than the Collington Station where we drove and I pointed out the two houses. The main difference, though, however, is these houses are much closer together. And the reason why these houses are much closer together is because this is a newer subdivision than Collington Station, and as a result, the developer wanted to maximize profit, so he put the same size of houses on smaller lots. Now, again, based on what you learned in the 21-day course, what's the first step towards determining value?
Running the comps.
And how do you run comps? What's the first thing you got to figure out?
You got to look at the surrounding value of the properties.
Properties that have been sold in the last 6 months.
The first thing you got to figure out is where does the neighborhood start and where does the neighborhood end? Because the single biggest mistake you can make is picking houses in one neighborhood and comparing it to houses in another neighborhood. Would you say that this neighborhood is different than the neighborhood we just came out of?
Absolutely.
And if you don't know any different, you may be tempted to say, well, I got houses over in the other neighborhood. They're only 0.2 of a mile apart. Why can't I pick houses over here and comp and produce prices for my houses over here? And the answer is it don't work that way. Okay? You got to compare apples to apples, not apples to kumquats. Make sense?
Makes sense.
What if the neighborhood
So
shares
knowing what
zip code?
I'm sorry, say that again.
What if it's two different neighborhoods, but they share the same zip code?
And you're probably going to make a mistake that's going to cost you a lot.
Okay.
You can't compare the houses in one neighborhood to houses in another neighborhood. You compare apples to apples. And by the way, a zip code could be, I believe, about 3,000 or 4,000 houses, whereas the neighborhood tends to be about 200 to 600 houses.
I see.
Okay. Got to compare apples to apples. So knowing where one neighborhood begins and another neighborhood ends is critical to your success as an investor. And in fact, we're going to jump back on 214. I just sort of did a little detour. We're going to jump back on 214, and I'm going to take you to the house that was the very first house I ever did. And we're going to go about 0.2 of a mile, and I will clearly demonstrate to you that houses on one side of the street are worth $100,000 more than houses on the other side of the street.
Wow.
Okay. Other questions as we're driving along? Anybody having any aha moments yet?
I am.
All right, good. That's the purpose of this. This is why we do the property tours, to help people understand, okay, how do I even begin to start eating this elephant? And the answer is always one bite at a time. And the first key to being successful in real estate is to understand value. And it doesn't matter where we're talking about residential property or commercial property, we have to understand value. And the first step towards determining value when it comes to residential property is determining the neighborhood. Because again, 80% of the value of the house comes from the neighborhood. And if you get the neighborhood wrong, you can get everything else right. But if you get the neighborhood wrong, you're screwed. Got it?
Got it. Wow, that's an interesting perspective.
Right.
It took me 20 years and an hour and a half to figure that out.
I just wrote that down.
20 years of trying to figure this out on my own. An hour and a half of sitting in a car with a guy named Steve who let me look over his shoulder for $500. And in the process of the first hour and a half, go, oh, I get it now. I see what I'm doing wrong.
So Sherman, question.
Yeah.
Do you push blue buttons? Do you do the blue button in A and B's property? Do you look them up in any cases, or you just?
I generally, I'll be very honest with you guys. 90% of my deal flow comes from hacking the MLS, in which case I'm not driving anywhere. And then the other 20% of 20% comes from people bringing me stuff. So nice. I do very little cruising for cash today. But in my heyday, 10, 15 years ago, and what I'm teaching my youngest son, who's doing the business full time now since graduating college, cruising for cash is a really important part of what you're doing, especially when you get out there and wholesale deals. But today, where I am as an investor, I know exactly what I want, and I tend to know how to go find it without driving around. But if somebody else is driving around and they see something and they want to bring it to me, I'm like, okay, let's take a look at it, as long as it fits my mind box. If that makes sense.
Totally.
But if I'm out there hustling, like my 23-year-old son is doing, oh yeah, you got to have that app with you to be doing quickly. And I say, have the mobile app and your iPad, and every once in a while pull over and double check what you see on the iPad and take extra notes. Nice. All right, so we are on Route 202, which is one of those roads in Prince George's County that runs north-south. And we're going to pick back up on 214. This is the community college, Prince George's County Community College. Very, very important in terms of getting people ready for jobs and career development. This is definitely a quote-unquote anchoring institution, but I'll be truthful. Universities that are four-year universities that have dormitories are better anchoring institutions. Somebody was asking, does a church add value to detract value? Universities can add value. Any kind of major employer can typically add value because they create jobs, and creating jobs creates value. Nice. Community colleges, quite frankly, tend to be very commuter oriented. They don't tend to have dormitories. Having said that, there are opportunities, if you want to take advantage of them, of buying residential small apartment buildings, duplexes, et cetera, close to community college, and providing housing for the people who are going to the community college full time, because community colleges don't tend to have a lot of on-campus housing like a four-year university. Questions as we're driving along?
If you bought a home in a 55 plus community and you can't live there, can you rent it out to an, do someone else have to buy it, or can you rent it? Can it be a rental?
Yes, the age restricted communities, 55 plus, is the only community in America that you can legally discriminate based on age. In almost every other situation, you may not discriminate against somebody based on their age. But in an age restricted, where the covenants, what's known as CC&Rs, covenants, codes, covenants, restrictions, are built into the HOA documents that restrict the age. In other words, 55 or older, it is legal to discriminate based on age. In fact, you must discriminate based on age, because again, nobody under 55 can live in that community. Now, if you're under 55, you can visit, but the length of time you can visit a relative is usually restricted to like 15 to 30 days out of a calendar year. So if grandma is looking out for the teenage kids because mom and dad are on a trip and they need mom and they need grandma to watch the kids can stay there for like 15 to 30 days of a calendar year, but they can't live there. So if you were to own a property in an age restricted community, you could in fact own it, but you may not live in it. unless of course you're 55 or older. Okay, we're back on Central Avenue. We are heading westward towards Washington, D.C. Again, Prince George's County is the county directly to the east of Washington and contiguous or right up against Washington. And we are now heading towards D.C. As we drive along, you will see that the properties get more dense. We're getting ready to go underneath the Beltway. Property values on inside the Beltway tend to be lower than property values outside the Beltway. In one regard, that makes Prince George's County a little unique because in most jurisdictions, typically the property values inside the Beltway, the denser properties tend to be higher in value, where that's not the case in Prince George's County. The more valuable properties tend to be outside the Beltway of Prince George's County. So we've now crossed underneath the Beltway. This part of the county is generally referred to as Capitol Heights, even though it's not necessarily quote unquote Capitol Heights proper. And I'll point that out as we get a little bit closer along. You do have a fair amount of commercial stuff happening along Central Avenue. We got a carpet place, we got McDonald's and a small office building over here. We got a Wendy's on the other side of the street. Krispy Kreme unfortunately just went dark. That's hard, you know, when Krispy Kreme can't make it. You know it's a tough neighborhood.
Yeah. Even your football team stadium's here, right, Sherman?
Yeah. Well, not my football team, but a football team stadium. The Washington Commodores, Commanders, C-Suite, whatever they call themselves this month. But the soon to be former FedEx Field, because I think FedEx said they weren't going to renew their naming rights deal, so who knows what they'll call the stadium, is generally over in that direction. And unfortunately, that's where the Krispy Kreme was. Long live Krispy Kreme, just not here.
Krispy Kreme.
But you can tell, I mean, you don't usually see U-Haul storage, the McDonald's fast food. And again, most of the houses along here are sort of in the process of being converted. This guy did something interesting here. He took an old house and he converted it into multiple salon suites for barbers and beauty and beauticians.
Interesting.
Yeah. My barber used to be there. But again, this is kind of unusual for most jurisdictions. Most jurisdictions, when you go inside the Beltway, the properties tend to start to get more valuable. The densities tend to get higher. That is not true of Prince George's County, just a reflection of how Prince George's County developed. That's Garrett Morgan Boulevard. At the top of the hill is, of course, currently FedEx Field, where the Washington Commanders play. Commodores. Although I think Magic Johnson's going to get in there and kick some butt. So they may have a better season than last season. They've already fired their head coach. They're in the market for a new quarterback. So we'll see. We'll see what happens.
They signed a lot of free agents.
They signed a lot of free agents. I mean, there's a lot of people on 2-year deals. So, but at some point, you got to build a real team. You got to build a core team. So it'll be interesting to see how that unfolds. They just had so many missteps. And the amount of money these guys paid just for the team, I mean, that's crazy. You still got to go out and hire. You still got to go out and hire players.
As soon as we went past that bridge,
Yep. Feel the difference?
life just the oxygen just got tighter.
Yeah. But generally speaking, this is where you're going to find your best opportunities in neighborhoods inside the Beltway. Why? Because values are lower. And this is the place where typically first-time home buyers are competing head-to-head with investors who want to buy whole properties and rent them out to Section 8 tenants. Positive cash flow. So this is these neighborhoods become your best neighborhoods, quite frankly, for doing for first-time new investors, because this is the place where you can come in and very quickly, very easily find a property and wholesale it to somebody else. Wholesale it to another investor who's a buy-hold investor that's building a portfolio. Wholesale it to an investor who wants to fix it up and rent and do a buy, fix, flip, or rehabber who wants to sell it to a first-time home buyer. And if you guys have been participating in the conversations on Wednesdays and Fridays, you know that rehabbers tend to like rehabbing houses to sell to first-time home buyers because that's a very deep market, and they're less likely to get stuck with a property if the market changes. If you're selling "quote unquote" affordable housing to first-time home buyers.
Wow.
So even though this area we're kind of driving along is called Capitol Heights, the true Capitol Heights is just coming up ahead. And we'll go into Capitol Heights proper, and I'll take you guys past the very first house I ever did. We'll get out, stretch your legs a little bit, talk around it. Any questions online? Any questions in the car?
No, I'm good so far. I like what I'm seeing
Okay.
and hearing.
Same.
Wonderful.
Y'all are in my
Good to hear.
territory, so
You may notice that ever since crossing underneath that bridge, we've gone by about 4 or 5 liquor stores. The liquor stores tend to pop up like mushrooms in the lower income neighborhoods. I wonder why that is. I think it's because they can get away with it, whereas they can't tend to get away with it in the $1 million neighborhood.
A's and B's.
A's and B's don't go to liquor stores; they go to the wine dispensary.
so what's also popping up, and sometimes 2 in one block. These
What's that?
24/7 smoke shops where you can buy potato chips, juice, anything smoke, and pipes. And what is? I'm thinking that this is drug dealers laundering money.
No, drug dealers don't launder money like that. Those are just guys out there hustling. Drug dealers buy things like car washes and laundromats and apartment buildings.
Okay.
One question, Mr. Sherman.
Because
Yes,
that's the new thing besides the liquor store.
I'm sorry, what?
This seems to be the new thing in this neighborhood where you're at now.
Yeah.
Of these 24/7 smoke shop. There's just as many liquor stores to match them, or they trying to match the liquor store.
Yeah, but drug dealers don't buy liquor stores because liquor stores are too heavily regulated. They don't want to buy anything that's heavily regulated, like gun stores, liquor stores. You know what I mean? It's a whole lot easier to go put together a no-tell motel. It's a whole lot easier to go get a laundromat, cash and carry.
Got you.
If that's your nefarious intent. Okay, so we're now going to turn down Old Central Avenue and go right up the heart of Capitol Heights proper. We'll actually go right past Capitol Heights City Hall. And this neighborhood in particular that we're about to turn into is sort of the bread and butter neighborhood for most investors who are just getting started, and has been, quite frankly, for decades. When I first got started 23 years ago, this is the neighborhood that was pay dirt for me. Okay?
Okay, back to what I was going to ask you, Mr. Sherman.
Yes, ma'am.
What would be the best way to search for first-time home buyers?
The best way to search for first-time home buyers?
Yes. Or
You
like
don't.
villas.
You don't,
So,
because you're not selling to a first-time home buyer. You're selling to a rehabber who's going to sell to a first-time home buyer. So the best way to quote unquote search for rehabbers is to have a deal. They'll come find you. The second best way to look for rehabbers is to use some of the tools we give you, and actually go into the Real Investor Tools. Come to the sessions where Jenna will show you how to use it. But use the Real Investor Tools and start looking for LLCs, looking for people who have multiple properties. But most rehabbers operate through LLCs, so you're going to search for an LLC. All right, how would you rate this neighborhood? You got your liquor store right up next to your car repair place. Huh?
C-.
Generous. This is the town of Capitol Heights. So even though the region is called Capitol Heights, there actually is a town of Capitol Heights, and this is the town of Capitol Heights. Okay? This is the main street. Old Central Avenue is the main street to Capitol Heights. Anybody recognize that? Old Safeway store? That's the way they used to build Safeway stores in the 70s. All right? So I got my hair salon right there. Right here is the actual city hall for Capitol Heights. Got it?
Yep.
I got my laundromat up here. Got something going on over here. It's probably commercial. Looks like somebody's putting up a new foundation, which means they're going to be putting up a new building.
So it seems like all the properties here are so close. They're almost on top of each other.
Yep.
And it's a lot of, like, the sides of the houses are falling.
Mm-hmm. It's way more, I would call it eclectic, you know, hit or miss. You got some houses that are really, really nice. You got some houses like, wow, why hasn't somebody done anything with that? Like this one. And this one. Okay, we are getting ready to turn down Southern Avenue. Southern Avenue is the road that separates Washington, D.C. from Prince George's County. And the city that is adjacent to Washington, Prince George's County is Capitol Heights. So as I drive along Southern Avenue, everything on the right-hand side of the car is Washington, D.C. Everything on the left-hand side of the car is Capitol Heights. And I wish this was a joke, but it is not. The houses on this side of the street, the single family and the townhouses, tend to sell for $50,000 to $100,000 more than the properties on this side of the street. That's DC. That's Maryland. Okay.
Mm.
This is Maryland.
That's Maryland. That's DC. Those houses over there, like this brand new one right here, that's easily $400,000. This house over here, $300,000 on a good day.
Wow.
But penny for penny, pound for pound, square foot for square foot, if they are comparably sized houses, comparably aged houses, the houses over here are going to sell for $100,000 more simply because it's DC. Got it?
Got it.
And if you don't know that difference, you're going to make at least $100,000 mistake when you start pulling your comps. Understanding that 80% of the value of any single family house comes from the neighborhood. And understanding where one neighborhood begins and another neighborhood ends is the difference between making money in this business and not making money in this business. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to swing down here and then we're going to go back onto the Prince George's County side, turn up Capitol Heights. I want to drive up Capitol Heights a little bit because, again, the Capitol Heights for us in the DC area is the neighborhood where every investor gets started. It's your bread and butter. If you really want to make quick cash, if you really want something to happen very, very quickly, find a house in Capitol Heights, put under contract. There's going to be 3 or 4 people lining up around the block to get it from you. It is the place where first-time home buyers are really going to buy. However, first-time home buyers are not going to want to buy a house in district. So you sell that house to a rehabber who then sells it to a first-time home buyer.
Got it.
And it's the exact same neighborhood where guys like me 20 years ago get started with your rental properties because, again, they'll cash flow all day long. Okay? So, again, DC over there, Capitol Heights, Maryland over here. I think we're going by like a cemetery or something like that. But Capitol Heights on this side, Washington, DC on that side. If you have a comparably sized house, it'll be $100,000 more on that side than on the other side.
Hey, Sherman, isn't it true that you don't own the land in DC versus Maryland? Or
I have no idea where that came from.
it was something that I heard a long time ago.
Gotcha.
Belay my last.
There was a time, long time ago in Baltimore where, and you'll still see some houses here and there in Baltimore that have what's called ground rent. And in Baltimore, it is typically true that you don't necessarily own the property if it's a ground rent situation. But when Martin O'Malley was governor, he changed that and allowed a lot of people who had houses that were sitting on ground rent to redeem the ground rent and combine the two things together. But that was never really the case in Washington, D.C. And then the other parts of the country, like Hershey, Pennsylvania, nobody in Hershey, Pennsylvania owns the land in their house. It's all on a ground rent situation. All right, I'm going to go ahead and cut back towards the west. I'm sorry, towards the east. Again, if we were just to stay on this street all the way down, everything on that side's D.C., everything on this side is Maryland. I'm going to go ahead and turn back this way, and let's get back into Maryland.
Sherman, is there a reason why you buy boxes Maryland versus DC?
Yes. The main things that I'm buying right now are properties that are way undervalued because they're in Maryland. Right now, Prince George's County is the number one. Now, notice this. They got rid of all the tenants, and now they're specifically marketing to medical marijuana. Notice that says medical. What they're really saying is dispensary, although they don't want to use the word dispensary. So, yeah, yesterday Maryland awarded like another. Oh my God, that's new. The McDonald's is brand new. That was not new. It's new. So what's happening in Prince George's County is that Prince George's County is being very aggressive with their economic development. And they've doing things like brought the FBI here. They're bringing more and more businesses here. National Harbor, the MGM Hotel is here. And as a result, Prince George's County overall is being upgraded. You start to see evidence of it like the CBS, right? But Prince George's County is still out versus the rest of the region. So I either want, and since my mode right now is buy hold, I either want sort of additional bread and butter, 3-bedroom, 2-bath houses that I can hang on to for the next 20 years and just watch them double in value. Or I want houses that I can specifically convert into assisted living and then rent them out to assisted living operators. And that's a very sort of unique kind of house that we're looking for, but we'll look one of those today. But those are the kinds of properties that I'm, okay? And as a result, I get my best values in Prince George's County in like this. In areas like this. Does that help?
Yes.
Yeah. Other questions? That's right along.
Sure. And you mentioned buying housing and renting them out to assisted living.
Correct.
What kind of rents are you able to get when you do that?
Typically, when you do that, if you're renting to an assisted living operator, you can typically get about double what you would normally get if you're renting it out to a somebody like in the Section 8 program.
Right. Okay.
So this is Pacific Avenue. This is called Capitol Heights, but it's not Capitol Heights proper. It's probably the next neighborhood over Capitol Heights. And but a lot of people refer to it as Capitol Heights, and it's probably one step above Capitol Heights proper. Only because the houses here tend to be a little bit newer and the lots tend to be a little bit larger. All right. Are you guys seeing sort of the differences here? I'm gonna pull over. What time is it? You know what? We're not gonna get out of the car. But can you get the camera on that house right there?
All right.
You guys need to get out and stretch the legs? No, good. Okay. So that was the very first house I ever bought, 1503 Pacific Avenue. It's in the 21-day course. And I just want to point it out to you. I bought that house 23 years ago for $24,000. And the house was $280,000. It would have been smart of me to figure out how to hang on to it, but I was kind of burned out as a landlord. And I'll tell you guys more of the story when we get together. But that was my very, very, very first house. $24,000, put about $7,000 into it. I could not sell it And the reason why I could not sell it is because the house next door at the time was completely falling down. And the guy who owned it rented it to somebody who'd been evicted from Washington, D.C. And by the time I finished rehabbing my house and putting on the market, a family moved in. They had clothes all strewn all over the place. And they had a dog that they, a flea-bitten Rottweiler that they kept chained to the fence right outside the front door. And every time somebody come over to take a look at the house, there was this flea-bitten Rottweiler that was barking and carrying on. So what I did was I approached them and I said, hey, you know, I really, really, really like dogs. Can I buy you a dog house for your dog? It looks like you could use one. And they said yes. And I wound up bringing them the dog house. And I said, well, let me set it up for you. And I set it up on the other side of the yard. And that's how we moved the dog to the side of the yard. Notice, however, look what's happening in this neighborhood now. For the longest time, nothing was going on in terms of new housing. Look at this brand new house right here, 1517, right? And this is what makes these neighborhoods so exciting, is because everything's so eclectic. Wow. Look at this house right here, 1519. Look at this house over here on the other side of the street, Nevada. Okay. Right.
Back door.
All right. So what's happening is, because values have been rising, it now makes sense to start building new houses on empty lots. The other reason why I got out of this neighborhood, I was only in this neighborhood for about 4 years. I bought it, I fixed it, I rented it, held on to it for a couple of years, sold it. But the other reason why I got out of this neighborhood was, at the time, there was an apartment complex right here. It's gone now. The county sued the developer, and I don't know if the county bought it or not, but there was all kinds of drug activity all up and down the street. And as soon as they tore down this low-income housing project, the neighborhood changed overnight, literally overnight. But that was about 2 years after I had sold my property. So the one thing about housing, one thing about real estate that you can't change is the neighborhood. And neighborhoods are never standing still. They're either going up or they're going down. And at the time that I sold, the neighborhood was going down. The time that I bought and the time that I sold, the neighborhood was going down. Nonetheless, I still made 80 grand off that deal. And I'll talk tomorrow about, like, some people say, well, the house I bought, that Pacific Avenue house, was listed for $80,000, for $24,000. Think about that for a second. Wow. All right, let's head on over to Alpine Street, just close by, and then we'll head on over to White House. Since I'm not quite sure where I am, I'll get something else up. Driving directions.
Sherman, are you near Marlboro Pike?
Driving directions to 6121 Alpine Street.
Yeah, this Marlboro Pike.
Yeah, we're on Marlboro Pike.
Are y'all close to 7400? I wanted your interpretation of that.
Say that again.
I wanted your interpretation of that corner. And
6121 Alpine Street.
Here it is on the map.
I'm sorry, say it again.
To 6121 Alpine Street.
Alan, say it again.
Oh,
Then turn right onto Marlboro Pike.
Can you hear him?
7400 Marlboro Pike. How far are we
What
from?
is going on there in reference to what you were just speaking about, new properties in old places? They took the backyard from one property.
In 1.3 miles, turn left onto Bellwood Street.
Not sure how far 7400 is from where we are.
What about 7400?
Is that a property that you're inquiring about, Alan? We could barely hear you.
Yeah. Hold on one sec. Yes, there's two on the corner, abandoned. One of them, they sold the backyard, and a developer came in and built, or an LLC came in and built a brand new property there.
Red light camera ahead.
Gotcha.
All right, notice the quality of the
In
shopping.
1 mile, turn left onto Bellwood Street.
The quality of the shopping always is an indication of the income levels of the neighborhood. Okay.
Okay.
if you were to monitor this neighborhood over the years, you would see the quality of the neighborhood changing and the quality of the property changing. Example, the introduction of a CVS, the introduction of a McDonald's into the mix. Those are
In
indications that the
3/4
neighborhood
of
is
a
changing.
mile, turn right onto Scottview Drive.
Now, notice as we drove a little further east, the lots get a little bit bigger. Okay. Not as eclectic as the neighborhood we came out of. Most of these houses were built around the same time, but there are still these little pockets here and there. Those really are your opportunities, especially if you're out there cruising for cash. If I was out here cruising today, every time I see something looks interesting, I'd be like, boom, follow, 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 follow.
Mm.
Yeah, let's just run the red light.
Right. We got it on record.
You'll see it all. Back over there at Rollins Avenue, my wife did a house on Rollins Avenue about 4 years ago. She made about $125,000, $130,000 on it. That was kind of interesting. It was a 2-bedroom house, really had a lot of issues. The guys had been using it as a dump. They had tires all over the place. And Jesse got real creative. He actually found out that there's a program in the county that clean up yards for
Turn
free
right onto
that have
Scottview
issues
Drive.
and stuff like stuff that used as a dump. And so he was able to get the county to come clean up the property.
In half a mile, make a sharp right turn onto Alpine Street.
Get the county to clean up the property, and then Santos, our contractor, was able to reconfigure the house. And like I said, she wound up selling the house for $100,000 more. For 50 grand more than she thought she was going to sell it for. It made about $130,000 over the deal.
Wow.
But her story is in the 21-day course. So, and that was one that was brought to her by a wholesaler. Crossing the street.
This is Silver Hill Road.
Yeah, it's pretty busy streets. I looked at a property over here in Silver Hill, about 3-4 months ago, and I turned it down because it's just too busy. It's just too much stuff going on. Okay. And that was one where the house was right on Silver Hill, and like you're coming in and out. Okay, so this is actually called District Heights, near Capitol Heights, a little bit younger, right?
Make a sharp right turn onto Alpine Street. Then the destination is on your left.
See anything interesting, guys?
Yeah, all the houses look different.
There's at least 3 houses we passed by just turning down this block that I would be putting follow.
Correct. Yeah, this is a gold mine area.
Absolutely. Now, this house here, I found hacking the MLS. And I'm going to drive all the way down and come back. All right. Tell me what you see as we're driving along the street here. See anything?
Not that's jumping out at me.
Nothing jumping out at you. And you need to work on training your eye to see what investors should see. Nothing jumping out at you, huh?
No sidewalk.
Look like there's a neighborhood has a lot going on.
I know those 2 bits. I know
A lot of vacant houses. I can't really tell if they're vacant or not, but look like a lot of properties that could use some TLC.
That's important, but what's even more important is a lot of properties that have had TLC.
That a what?
And there's a lot of properties on this one street that have already been fixed up. If you're not paying attention to stuff like that, you're missing out. You're not even in the game. we've passed by at least 5 properties that have been rehabbed. Did you guys not see that?
No, I didn't.
Huh?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, where all the cars were, yeah, we would assume that those are
What?
people's.
1, 2, 3, 4.
You're looking at the windows.
5. How could you not see that house right there?
I got you.
And every one of the ones that's been rehabbed is sold for $399,000 to $425,000
This neighborhood.
in this neighborhood. 6, including the one right next door. So this is one of the things that you see when you actually get out there and ride around with an experienced investor. Because if you were to drive through this neighborhood on your own, you probably go, I don't know about this neighborhood. I don't know if I'd want to live here. I don't know if I can make any money here. But to a trained investor, you're like, wait a minute, on this one street, 15, 20 houses, I got 5 or 6 that have been rehabbed recently. If nothing else, I would just go ahead and click follow on the rehab ones and see what they sold for. And if they sold in the last 6 months to a year, I'd be like, okay, what are the resale values? And you would see that the resale values in this neighborhood, where the houses that have been fixed up, is about $400,000. And if you were to see that, you would automatically say to yourself, when a house that comes across your desk that you can buy for $225,000, you probably go, I think I can probably make some money off this deal. Would you not? Let's jump on out. Okay.
You know what the sad thing is, Sherman? I am in there every single day and didn't notice.
Say again, Alan.
I am in that block and a couple of blocks over every single day and did not notice.
Yeah, this is why you got to look over somebody else's shoulder. Because if you're not looking over somebody else's shoulder, you're going to miss a lot of stuff. And by the way, those of you guys who are out of town, number one, turn your camera on. Number one, turn your camera on. And those of you guys who are out of town sitting there going, well, Sherman, how does this do me any good? I don't live in Washington, D.C. I don't live near Capitol Heights. Are you telling me that since we got started about an hour and 40 minutes ago, you haven't seen anything that I'm talking about that looks similar to what's in your backyard? Like,
I've seen a lot. I've seen a lot, and I've already taken notes on these areas so I can possibly invest in them.
If you're in New Jersey, you got neighborhoods that look like this and the other neighborhoods we've driven through. If you are in Tulsa, Oklahoma, you got neighborhoods that look like this and the neighborhoods we've driven through. Now, how many of you guys with me right here now have your app on your phone?
I do.
Have you flagged that house right there?
I have.
Why not? Does it have the characteristics of a house that might be something that might be worth investigating?
Yes.
You got the gutter falling off. Look at the window right over here. These little things are what makes a difference between somebody like a Howard Johnson who routinely gets $100,000 checks and people who drive around going, there's nothing in my neighborhood, there's nothing available. If you aren't looking for these little subtle things here and there, look at this house, look at the house next door. What can you tell me about the house next door? Anybody?
Yeah.
This house right here, are you guys seeing the predominant style house in this neighborhood? It's this sort of A-frame house like this one. This one right here. You see this A-frame house? Yes?
Yes.
All right, now, look at this house. What do you see? They took the backside of the house and raised it up.
Wow.
And by simply taking the backside of the house and raising it up, now they have 2 full-size bedrooms and a bathroom on the second floor. What happens when you go from a 2-bedroom, 1-bath house to a 4-bedroom, 2-bath house? Does that increase the value?
Yes.
Yes.
By at least 50, 60,000.
Wow.
Okay.
Yes.
And that's why we're going to do exactly what they did over here. But I want everybody to understand, when the original builder built most of these houses in the 1940s, like 49, 50, 51, all of the houses originally looked like that.
Gotcha.
Got it?
Yes.
And over time, investors have come into this neighborhood and taken these houses and turned them into this house. Taken this house, and turned it into that house. Taking this house, turned it into that house. You see how it's bumped out 9 ways to Sunday?
Yeah.
On the side and the back?
Mhm.
And by doing those kinds of things, you take a house that's worth $200,000 and make it worth $400,000. This is where the money gets made, guys. And as you're driving along, you go, something different about this neighborhood. Not even the whole neighborhood, something different about the street. The street. On a street that maybe has 20 houses, I'm pointing out at least 6, if not 7 properties that have been fixed up within the past couple of years. Those are the little subtle things you got to pay attention to. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And sometimes you don't see this except for driving around, cruising for cash. Some things you're going to see on the computer. Some things you're only going to see by getting in the car and driving around and paying attention. And the key is we got to pay attention. Pay attention to what's happening, but more importantly, pay attention to the opportunities. I saw 3 opportunities on this street. I'm not even going to chase after them. I'm leaving you guys. There's one right there. As soon as I turn down this street, there's another one right over here. Okay? Repeat after me, guys. You ready?
Ready.
Little
Yeah.
engine.
Little engine.
Doors. Little hinges.
Little hinges.
Little
Little
Swing big
engines.
doors. Little hinges. Swing big doors.
Little
Oftentimes,
hinges.
oftentimes it's the little things. The rot underneath the windowsill, the gutter falling off, and most importantly, the hole in the roof. Even if I've never met this neighbor, this guy's coming out. Andrews, I guess, got 3 of them. Even if I've never met this neighbor, what do I know about him?
Yeah, he's probably a renter.
Huh?
He's probably a renter.
No, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that at all.
Not taking care of his property.
Oh, it's
Huh?
probably distressed. It's probably a distressed property. Maybe
Would you-
someone's
would-
not living
guys,
there.
Look at that window. Look at the bottom of the window. Look at the bottom of that window. Look at the bottom of that window.
Mhm.
Underneath each one of those windows, the windowsills are rotting.
Correct.
That means every time it rains, water gets inside the house.
Mm.
Who lets that happen to their house?
Distressed owners.
Somebody who can't afford the house. And sooner or later, you're going to be able to make them an offer that they can't refuse. Got it?
Got it.
Mhm.
But if you never get in the car and drive around and see those things, like some of you guys, by the time you get a chance to like make an offer in the house, some real estate agents already put it out on the marketplace and you're competing with everybody. But if you're just driving the neighborhood and you're paying attention and you're just simply taking that phone and putting follow, when you get back home, you can start a conversation with that guy and just keep on following up with him. Now, that's what I see about the neighbor. What do I see about the house? Quiet for a second. What do I see about the house? Are you seeing any other houses in this neighborhood that got that much land?
Wow.
That's an interesting point. Does that land count as theirs? Was that
More than likely, the lot ends at the fence, but then I got all that additional land too. I might even be able to put a second house on that lot.
Mm.
Does that create value?
yeah?
Yes.
If not for you, for somebody, a builder. Oh, let's go inside real quick. We're not going to be here too long. No trespass.
Front yard guide. Give you
Wow.
360. Yeah. Okay.
Leon.
Should I close the door, Sherman, or leave it open? Okay.
So this is a 2-bedroom, 1-bath house. And when we bought the house, there was a fireplace right here. And this staircase right here did not exist. This is where the staircase was. You can see where the cutout is for the staircase. And the stairs literally came down almost like a ship's ladder, like this. I'm like almost straight up and down and ended right about where Navage is putting. No handrail, nothing legal about it. So we look at this house. This house is going to need to work. If nothing else, we're going to have to reorient the stairs. It's going to need to work. Found this house, and again, I'll go through the details on how we found the house. Basically, what's in the 21-day course, I talk about hacking the MLS, that's how we found the house. We're putting out offers, sight unseen, and want to put the house in the contract for $225. When I came out here with my son, who's also my banker, and you'll get a chance to meet him tomorrow. He and I, and he's not just my banker, we have several houses himself. We both kind of agreed that this house is going to need about $30,000-$46,000 work just to try to make it work. And again, my favorite kind of house is a house where it's 3 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, like bedrooms for a very little amount of money, and I'm not spending more than $30,000. We came up with that.
Sherman, we can barely hear you online. It sounds very muffled. I don't know if the speaker is being covered, but can't make out.
Is that better?
Much better.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, your finger's on the speaker. So what I was saying was I found that I'll go through the full details tomorrow, but I found this house by hacking the MLS, just like I teach you guys how to do in the 21-day course. And when I came out here, determined this house was going to need more than about $30,000 worth of work. So therefore, I decided this was not a good house for me. Everybody see that? But I had the house under contract for $225. What did I say the ARVs were?
400,
390 to 400. If you got a house under contract for $225 and the house in the neighborhood is selling for almost $400,000, what does that tell you?
got a good deal.
It probably makes sense to put under contract and wholesale it to somebody else.
Yeah.
So that's exactly what we did. I put under contract. The first group of people I came back to is what's called my VIP group. I have a group of people called VIPs. Devise is a VIP. That's my inner circle. Val, you're a VIP, right? So I go back to my VIPs first. I said, is there anybody in the VIP group who'd be interested in this property? Bob Rippian, who actually is a contractor and has construction experience, said, yeah, I'd be interested in this house. Okay. So he bought the house. I sold it to him for $245. That's a $20,000 wholesale fee for me. Not a bad day's work, right?
Yeah.
Okay. By the way, in the process of getting the hard money loan for this property, we had the property appraised. What the property appraised for in its current as is state, $285. Now, trust me, I'm not looking at my wounds. But wait a minute, I sold him the house for $225. All I did was, like I said, Bob, I told you I'm giving you a good deal.
Yeah.
If Bob had said no, and there was nobody else in my VIP group, I'm sure I could have wholesaled that deal to somebody else for $250, $255, and made $30,000 with it. Now, in the process of getting the loan, Bob went to a lender. I've introduced him a couple lenders. One of the lenders said that he would make him a loan at this rate based on his experience level, which at that time was 0. But he said, if you are able to bring a more experienced investor with you, I'll make you the loan at better terms. Bob comes back to me and says, hey, Sherman, are you willing to stay in the deal? Because by staying in the deal, he got better loan terms. I said, sure. I said, what do you need me to do? He said, just stay in the deal so I can get better loan terms. I said, okay, I'll stay in the deal for better loan terms for X%. And along the way, Bob comes back and says, well, the rehab budget might be a little bit more. Can you also help us raise money? I said, well, that's a different percent. I said, I'll stay in the deal, but it's a 10%. Right? So at the end of the day, I agreed to stay in the deal so he could get better loan terms, and I agreed to help him raise money by identifying some other investors who might want to come in. And I agreed to basically work with him to help him create his own coaching training look over my shoulder so he could make money off of this deal even before he sold the house. So what did Bob do? He paid me $20,000 wholesale fee up front, and he's going to give me 30% on the back end. You guys remember what I said the back end profit's going to look like? 100 grand.
At minimum.
So what does that look like for Sherman? 20,000 up front for wholesaling, 30,000 on the back end for staying in, $50,000 for just basically putting the property in. Is that a good day for me?
That's a great day.
Okay, that's what I mean by wholesaling and joint venturing. All right, so as we go along this weekend, and you hear me talking about my 5-step process for creating a 7-figure income, and I talk about joint ventures, this is exactly what I'm talking about. This is a joint venture for me. I'm staying in this deal to help Bob get through the deal, but I am not on the loan. I am not responsible for the contractor. I'm not responsible for anything other than providing help and advice to make sure he gets this done successfully. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So the deal is, contractor, I recommended to him, drew up some plans. Basically, we're going to do exactly what they did across the street. We're going to raise half the roof. In this particular case, we're going to raise the half the roof on the front side, which will allow more light to come into the property. And we're going to add 2 new bedrooms and a new bathroom. Now this 2-bedroom, 1-bath house becomes a 4-bedroom, 2-bath house. Okay? And right now, 4-bedroom, 2-bath houses are selling for about 435, 435. So by the time we get all said and done, he ought to get a 445 off this house. His rehab budget's $100,000. His purchase price for me is 245.
245. Okay.
So he's all into this for 345. You see how the numbers work?
Wow.
All right, so we'll take a quick look around. I don't recommend going upstairs because it's still got that hole.
Okay.
You just want to go like halfway up the stairs and just sort of poke your head out.
Yes, sir.
But don't go all the way up the stairs because you still got that little staircase.
Okay.
So don't anybody falling through that hole.
What happened here, Sherm?
What's that?
On the floor.
Oh, he just cut out a little test to see what was going on underneath the floor.
Gotcha.
And determined that it's weird. There's a floor, and then they built this thing up to have sort of like a raised floor, but the raised floor is only like 4 inches. Okay. So at the end of the day, he's going to take out all of this stuff so the floor is in. Because if you notice, he comes to the bedroom.
I do see it. Yeah.
The bedrooms and the bathroom, they're down by about 2-3 inches.
Yes, sir.
But if he takes out this whole subfloor, it's all the same. So he's gonna take out this whole.
So this whole floor comes up.
Yeah, the whole floor. There's no reason for it. There really is no reason for it. So it all comes up.
You guys can see that online?
Yes.
Yeah.
It just wasn't solid at the time.
All right, I'm gonna take you guys up. Looks like he's putting.
So I have a question, Sherman. The money for rehab.
You have a question?
Contractor gave him that quote.
Say that again.
The 100 for rehab. The contractor gave him that quote.
Correct.
Okay.
What about it?
Nope, just checking.
Okay.
Take you guys up.
So we'll be here for like another 2 minutes, and then we'll go on to the next property. In the meantime, you guys, let's go ahead and put our order in.
Okay.
At Chick-fil-A.
This is how it looks up top, guys. You guys can see that clear?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna show you right up top so you can see that.
Wow.
Going into the roof. Okay. I'm going back down. All right. Home safe. And here's the kitchen. If that prevents the wall from. I got the washer and dryer next to the refrigerator. Interesting. Okay.
It's gonna be interesting how he finishes this property.
Correct. Wow.
Yeah, that's obviously the kitchen needs a lot of work. Opening up. Yeah.
What do you guys think he's gonna do with the kitchen?
Make it bigger.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would need to push out some walls,
Mhm.
remove. It's kind of hard to tell, but it's got
Because the stairs here
yeah,
and
on the other side.
Yeah, what's on the other side?
here.
Yeah, roughly about maybe 4, maybe 5.
Go
Yeah.
here.
Yeah, that's fine. Go ahead.
Elijah, do you know what you want from Chick-fil-A?
Just a do a kids meal.
Chicken strips?
Yes, sir.
3 or 4.
4. That'd be good.
What kind of sauce?
Chick-fil-A sauce is fine. Thank you.
And what kind of drink?
Half and half.
Same drink.
Yeah. There you go. There you go. Here's the back room. So if it were to, because you guys see that?
Mm-hmm.
How the wall from the kitchen. So you'll probably have to open it up here.
When they got their property, they came with the appliances in the kitchen. Yeah. Wash, dry.
It's pretty much as you see it.
Wow, 100,000. It's just so interesting how the washer and dryer is right beside the refrigerator.
Yeah, so we're gonna move that. With that. So when they open up upstairs, we can either put the washer and dryer underneath the stairs, which is one option, or move the washer dryer and the water heater upstairs. So we haven't quite figured out what it's going to be just yet. But that's going to definitely get moved out of the kitchen. We're going to open up the kitchen a little bit. So again, we can talk more about that tomorrow when we actually go through it. I want you guys to sort of see what we're doing. And just sort of have a feel for it. So when we start talking about it tomorrow, you sort of know what we're talking about. Okay? All right, let's head on out.
It's not what it looks like, it's what you can do with it.
Absolutely.
Because if I could look at something like this,
Now, I don't generally recommend for first-time investors taking on something. However, as a wholesaler, you've got to kind of know what it is that the customer wants. And that's what I was saying to you in the car. Your customer is not the first-time home buyer, right? Your customer is the rehabber who's going to get this house ready for the first-time home buyer. So you really got to know what they need, what they're interested in. Again, for them, quite frankly, it's just about the Benjamins. Okay?
Can you guys hear good?
Yes.
Yep. Okay.
Yes.
Yep.
Did you show them the map?
Okay.
Yeah, so this one also has an exercise yard. We'll talk more about this. And there's an alleyway that runs all along the back. There's an alleyway all along the back, so it's fairly easy to get in and out.
Wow.
Okay. All right, let's head on over to the next house.
Okay. I hope you guys are getting a good view.
Yes, it's great.
Okay, great. I'm working on my camera skills, so
Just don't whiplash, that's all.
and give me a good review on Google.
Slow that roll.
You'll make a good cinematographer.
All right, let's go ahead.
Hang on. Okay. All right. See.
Thank you, Sherman, for getting such a comfortable vehicle for us.
Oh, Don't thank me. Thank USAA Insurance. Find 10810 White House Road.
Here it is on the map.
You missed your Lincoln, Sherman?
Well, I was hoping to have it back yesterday, so this is not a bad car.
Starting route to 10 White House Road.
It's just not my car.
Then turn left onto County Road.
Okay, so anybody have any aha moments so far today?
Absolutely.
Y'all know what I mean when I say aha moment?
Yep.
Yes.
An aha moment is either something that you'd heard a dozen times but didn't know what it meant, or something new that you've learned. That's what I mean when I say aha moment. So anybody having any aha moments?
Turn left.
I've had quite a few. Yeah.
Okay. Good. I'm doing my job.
I did too.
Yeah, the single most important skill set that you can develop as a new investor is understanding how to percent of the ballgame. And if you can figure out when your property is in one neighborhood or a different neighborhood, you got 50% of that job solved. Okay. And quite frankly, the way you learn this stuff is by getting out of your house and driving around. If you're going through the 21-day course, you want to get to the point where you're getting highest and best. And as you go look at properties for your highest and best, don't just look at the house, look at the neighborhood. Begin to look and see where one neighborhood ends, another neighborhood begins. After you finish the 21-day course, go through Cruising for Cash. Cruising for Cash, I talk about this stuff, and I give you videos and show you how to do this stuff. This is where the learning process really begins, when you're actually out in the street looking at stuff.
Turn right onto Walker Mill Road.
Questions, comments, thoughts, ideas. This is your rolling university. Take advantage.
Keep right onto Walker Mill Road.
So, I have a question, and this might be very green, but I'm very new to the investing world of real estate. How does your network, does the Real Investors have investors within like every major city that we can introduce properties to, or is there another place to identify these investors that may want these rehab investors?
So the answer is yes, yes, and yes. One of the things that we have for our members is we have something called Real Investor Tools.
At the roundabout, take the second exit onto Ritchie Marlborough Road towards Upper Marlborough.
Real Investor Tools is a platform that was developed by a company called RealFlow. They have something like 285,000 investors as a part of that platform. So at any given time, if you need to expand your network of investors, you can just simply go into RealFlow, into Real Investor Tools, and you have access to 285,000 investors. Got it?
Got it.
But above and beyond that, when you come out and participate in our live training sessions on Tuesday, Wednesdays, Fridays, and today, you get a chance to meet people who are in your own backyard, right?
Okay.
Would you even know that we had a Jersey convention if you didn't?
You know what? It's cutting out. So I didn't make out anything you just said. It cut out a lot.
Yes. We may wind up switching iPads because I think the other iPad's got a better connectivity.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
So yes, to answer your question, yes, there's lots of ways that we will connect you with other investors from your own backyard.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Yep. Now, do I
Other
need to
questions?
email someone on your team to get on the email list for the Friday, the Tuesday and the Friday? Because I've only received one email for the Wednesday live, but I haven't been introduced to another live session. Or is that something that I have to sign up for?
Yeah, it's kind of member restricted. So we have a level of membership called Gold membership. And
Okay.
So the live mentoring sessions are really for our Gold members and above. So if you're a Gold member, a VIP member, or Partners Program member, and there's different levels of benefits with each one of them. But for the most part, Gold membership is what unlocks the live weekly coaching. There's 3 live weekly coaching sessions. There's a Tuesday night at 7 p.m., there's a Wednesday at 5 p.m., and there's a Friday at noon. And all of them are recorded and made available the same day as the recordings.
Okay. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Thanks for asking. Other questions? Anybody else have any aha? Anybody here have aha?
So I've been looking. Oh, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just going to share. I just think my aha moment was actually riding with you guys and being able to see how the value on one side of the street and the other side is so impactful. You know, concerning neighborhoods.
Yeah, I'm hoping that one of the big aha moments that you guys have, I know it was a big aha moment for me, is that some of the stuff in this real estate business you can do from a desktop, and some of the stuff in this real estate business you can only do out in the street. Yeah. And when you're able to do both well is when you are on the path towards making money.
Well said.
If I'm driving around, I can see stuff here and there, but I can't really tell what's on the market, what's not on the market, right? I got to go into MLS for that.
Correct.
Okay. I can't really pull comps for the most part out in the street unless, of course, I've got my app, right? But then there's other things that I don't see on the computer, like the fact that the house next door has rotting paint, has a hole in the ceiling, right? So it's that combination of both that puts you on the path towards becoming a real investor. And it's also one of the reasons why one of the most important things is just focus on 1 or 2 neighborhoods to start off with. Don't try to be all over the city, all over the county, all over the country. Just focus on, hey, what's out there in my own backyard? What neighborhoods, what parts of town are the investors going, and really get to know those parts of towns to begin with. Okay. Then a lot of the stuff that you learn by just focusing on what's happening in your own part of town, you can then translate to online, because there'll be stuff that you'll start to look for when you start seeing photos and stuff online. But start off by just focusing on, okay, what's within like a 45-minute ride from me where investors are. And if there's no investors doing anything of significance 45 minutes, go out an hour, right? But try to like really master this by focusing on a couple of neighborhoods where you know investors are active, and then get to know those neighborhoods because you're going to visit those neighborhoods more frequently than other people are. Does that help?
Yes.
Yes.
The guy who taught me this business sitting in a car driving around Baltimore. And at the time I swore I would never do anything in Baltimore. I was going to stay in Prince George's. So even though he was showing me stuff, teaching me stuff 60 miles away, I was able to apply it in my own backyard. So those of you who are like, I'm never going to go to Prince George's County, that's fine. I'm sure you're going to find neighborhoods and situations just like we're driving around and seeing right now today.
The second exit onto Ritchie Marlborough Road towards Upper Marlborough.
Another important point that you made too is to know where the neighborhood starts and where it finishes.
Absolutely. And that's relatively easy to do out in the suburbs, because in the suburbs, the subdivision, right, is the neighborhood. But when you start getting closer into the city, like where we just came out of Capitol Heights, how would you know what's Capitol Heights, District Heights, Seat Pleasant, right? You tend to only know that when you drive around. Now, there's certain telltale signs like major roads, water, right? Political divisions like, okay, that's DC, that's Maryland, right?
At the roundabout,
but typically, unless you get out and make a regular habit of driving and looking, it is very difficult to know where one neighborhood ends and another neighborhood begins. And sometimes it's not relatively obvious when you're looking at something on a desktop piece of software. And that's unfortunately, again, where a lot of investors make mistakes is because they can't tell the difference between this part, you know, this is the $300,000 neighborhood and this is the 450 neighborhood.
Right. And it's right across the street.
And they're right across the street, right up next to each other.
Wow. So Sherman, I mean, it's pretty much impossible unless you're doing both to be effective.
It is very difficult unless you're doing both to be effective. And if you say, okay, where should I start? My thing is start with a 21-day course. Start by putting offers out in the street because that's the thing you can put on autopilot, and then go through the cruising for cash, where I'm showing you literally how to find things that are completely off market. But I suggest you start with the 21-day course and then move over to the cruising for cash course. In either case, you can learn both in 30 days. If you're actually getting out there doing it, you can learn both in a month or less. So it's not like you got to do one thing for a year and then go do something else for another year. It's like, no, you can learn all this stuff in 30 days if you really want to.
Now that's life changing.
Thank you. I got to keep up the reputation of the event, right?
So, what's the difference between the cruising for cash and rehabbing? Are they the same or similar?
Well, we have two entry-level points for our education. 21 Days to Real Estate Riches, which gives you the lingo, helps you understand the business, right? That is a 21-day every day for 21 days for 2 hours a day. Go through and do the material. And then we have something called Cruising for Cash, which is designed to teach you how to get started going after off-market deals in 4 days. The Cruising for Cash is the 4-day thing. Both of those together gives you 100% of what you need to know to be able to get out in the street and go find deals.
So would you suggest to do both?
Yes, absolutely.
Now, is it better to sign up for the membership opportunity, one of the membership opportunities after I complete the 21-day challenge?
And it's just a matter of which one to like first. But do
Did
whatever
you guys
you're most
hear
comfortable
me?
with.
I didn't hear. Oh, I didn't hear you.
Yeah, you
Say it
broke
again.
up. You went out, Sherman. You went out.
Yeah, we're in a very bad cell zone area.
Bad zone. Can you hear us now?
Yes.
Okay.
I said you don't have to wait till you finish the 21-day challenge to start thinking about opportunities for coaching mentoring. You don't have to.
Okay.
Left, 10 White House Road. Arrived.
All right. So this is a property that Navaj is intimately familiar with.
Yes,
So
Are
am
you
I.
checking the mailbox? I'm checking the mailbox.
So am
All
I.
right.
Yes, sir.
Step one out.
Check the mailbox.
Okay, I got you. I had to secure it yesterday, sir, because I had to move the vehicle.
So this is a property that Navaj and I are doing together. Notice the style of house. It's all on one level, no basement, and this style of house is what's known as a rancher. This is an unusually large rancher, but nonetheless, it's still a rancher. And I've got a 2-car garage over here. I got the central part of the house here, kitchen on that side. And then we have 4 bedrooms. And we're going to take this 4-bedroom, 3-bath house and turn it into a 7-bedroom, 5-bath, 7-bedroom, 4-bath, but enhance the bedroom, enhance the bathroom, excuse me, and convert this into a residential assisted living property. One of the things that would normally concern me is the level of traffic happening on the street. You can see it's pretty heavily, and you can hear the cars kind of whizzing by. However, when you're talking about residential assisted living, what you're talking about is basically most of the stuff happening inside the property, not outside the property. So therefore, I'm not overly concerned at all about what's happening outside. Let's head on in. We're gonna do a real quick tour of this, and then we're gonna head on back towards the academy.
Sherman, do you have to have some sort of certification or anything to turn a property into an assisted living property?
I will get into more details on that tomorrow and Sunday.
Okay.
Because residential assisted living is sort of a quasi pseudo commercial use. And I'm also thinking about it. And I'm going to also talk about the reason why I chose not to be a residential assisted living operator. Now, one of the things that I'll talk about tomorrow, one thing that's really, really important, is that when you're talking about residential assisted living in Maryland, and I can only speak to Maryland, I can't speak to New Jersey, I can't speak to Oklahoma, but in Maryland, which is very pro-residential assisted living, the operator has to have a minimum of 2 staff, and most operators only want to have 2 staff members. So what's really important when you're talking about residential assisted living is the ability to get everybody in a central location throughout the course of the day. So one of the appealing features of this house is sort of this big central area, but we can improve it, we can make it better. One of the ways that we can improve it and make it better is to take out any kind of walls that are unnecessary. So this wall right here is completely unnecessary. It is not load bearing. It doesn't do anything other than sort of like during the period of time this house was originally built, which was a period of time where you had a lot of stuff sort of chopped up. But by taking out that wall, it makes it easier for the owner of the business to have 2 people on staff, and they can keep eyes on everybody at the same time. Okay. Other thing that has to come out is this sunken area has to come out because that's no value whatsoever. So we have to raise the floor. And in raising the floor to make it the same level as this floor, we would also need to raise the hood over the fireplace because that's going to be really, really low. So we'll have to cut that and raise that up. But otherwise, the house is in pretty decent shape. Let me sort of give you guys a walkthrough. Nice big dining area, so fairly easy to put, 10 people around a dining table. Kitchen is in really, really good shape. The last owner of the property did a good job fixing up the kitchen. Don't need to do anything really, really, really special. Okay. Got a nice pantry area. So again, when you got all kinds of food stuff, the ability to have, your food under lock and key. Now the bathroom is a little undersized. So the bathroom, as you can see, basically is just what you call a powder room. And one of the things that we're going to do, because you don't need 2 front doors. So I got a front door over here. This is where we came in. And then I got a second front door right here. You don't really need two front doors. So what we would do is take this right here, blow this wall out, and move it over to here, right? And then what we'll do is put a window in here and be able to have an expanded bathroom that now has a tub in it, okay? All right. So then the other thing that we want to do is take this room here, convert this into another bedroom. So we get 2 occupants in here. And then over here, keep the laundry room where it is. Take the garage and level up the floor in the garage and convert this garage into 2 bedrooms. So a bedroom over here, get rid of the garage doors. And then right here, put a corridor that will go through and punch out that way and come out in the hallway. Now I've got another corridor. I got 2 more extra bedrooms. 4 bedrooms equals 4 more beds. And assisted living operators make their money off of how many occupants, how many beds they have. Okay. Again, this is just sort of a tour. We'll get into the details as to how all this stuff is going to come together either tomorrow or Sunday, depending on how much time we have. So I want to do the basic residential stuff first, and then we'll get into the more advanced stuff like taking a house and turn it into assisted living. All right. Then we got, again, bathroom here. We've got sort of a nothing room here. Hello, good morning. We got bedroom here. We got another bedroom here. Master bedroom here. Master bathroom here. Okay. Nice, wide, ADA compliant. Okay. And this other room, which is nothing but just a room, convert this into another bedroom, right? By just simply putting a wall in here. And one of the things that we're going to talk about at great length tomorrow is how do you increase the value of a house, especially if you want to do buy, fix, hold. Anybody here want to do buy, fix, hold? Let me see, show of hands.
Yes.
All right, how do you increase the value of a house and maybe be able to outbid your competition? And one of the ways that you can outbid your competition is if you're able to take a 3-bedroom house, make it a 4-bedroom house, take a 2-bedroom house, make it a 3-bedroom house, but not incur a lot of expense. So whether you're talking about assisted living or not assisted living, anytime you see a situation like this where you have a room that is at least 9 by 9, so it has to be at least 9 by 9 for a bedroom, ideally bigger than 9 by 9. I don't know if you guys know what the size of this room is, but it's much bigger than 9 by 9. By the way, if you've not done so, can you hold this for me a second now? Get in the habit of figuring out what your paces are. This for me is about 3 feet. So if I just want to do my normal pace, I know this is 3 feet. So I could literally come into a house like this and say, okay, that's 3, 6, sorry. My shoe size is 11.5, all right? So it's about a foot, right? So let's do it this way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So it's roughly about 9 feet this way. And I can tell that this is, so it's probably about 9 by 12 maybe, right? So 9 by 12 is easily a legitimate bedroom. If I'm less than 9 by 9, I probably can't make a legitimate bedroom, right? So to make this into a legitimate bedroom, I only got to do one thing. Get rid of these double doors, thank you. Get rid of these double doors and put it on a wall, right? Which is a whole lot cheaper than lifting up or standing out. So this is like a no-brainer. Now, again, you got to know what the numbers look like in your preferred neighborhoods. But as a buy-hold investor, I know for a fact that if I can add another bedroom in the mix, I can generate another $500 per month in income.
The system living, you just need a queen-size bed.
You need more than that. We'll talk about that on Saturday or Sunday. It's deeper than that. It's way deeper than that. And not everybody is necessarily going to be supportive of assisted living. So, okay. In Maryland as a state is very supportive of residential assisted living. Virginia so-so. DC doesn't like it. So what I do here in Maryland, I probably couldn't do in DC. Okay. More importantly, I have to know not about assisted living. I have to know enough to know about what my customer wants. My customer is not the occupant. My customer is the operator. My operator would love to have a house like this in this zip code. They would not want this house 2 miles down the street. Here, they can probably get $4,500 per bed. Down the street, $3,000, $500 per bed. If I just simply went back up underneath the beltway. Therefore, my assistant operator would probably not be interested in a house in Capitol Heights, even though I could probably find a house. I might be able to find a house like this. Ideally, my operator, and I have several operators, but my operator wouldn't necessarily even make this their first choice. Their first choice would be another zip code, even though in the next zip code over, the houses are smaller. But in the next zip code over, she can get $6,000 per bed. Okay? That's the level of detail you need to know as an investor if you don't make money buy, fix, and renting out to assisted living operators. And one of the things that I determined very, very quickly, and we talk about this more tomorrow and Sunday, I did not want to be an assisted living operator. I do not want to look after somebody's mama. Got it? Yeah. People think assisted living is active adult. It's not. The real label, if you were really honest, is end of life care. Yeah. People come in assisted living and they don't move out. People will die here in this house. Right. It's not a question of if it might happen, it's a question of when it happens. And you have to have a really strong constitution to know that probably 1 out of every 10 of your occupants is never going to get out of that bed again. That's not me. But there's a lot of people who I know who are in that space, are comfortable with that space, but they know nothing about real estate. And that's where partnerships happen. When you have a skill set that they don't have. They got a skill set that you don't have. And you're helping them to solve problems and provide value, because I can find houses like this. I wouldn't say necessarily all day long, but at least a couple times a year buy them, fix them, rent them to somebody who can't find houses like this, but needs houses like this to do the business operate. Okay?
You said rent them or sell them?
Rent. Yeah, I'm not interested in selling. I'm interested in renting. So, yeah. We can talk more about that when we get into the details about how rents work. Questions? But as a general rule of thumb, whether it's assisted living or not, right? Doesn't matter whether it's assisted living or not. Anytime you can come into a house and see a situation where, like, man, I can turn this into a bedroom for less than $500. That's how you add value. On that other house, in order to add 2 more bedrooms, I had to do what? Raise the roof.
Yeah.
$100,000 exercise. Raise the roof, put in an extra. Now, in my calculation, I was not putting another bathroom upstairs, but it does make sense. You can't go from 2 bedrooms to 4 bedrooms to another bathroom, then, right?
Yeah, that'd be a hurt piece.
Right, but that house is way more expensive to turn it into a rental because you're gonna have to raise the roof. Here, and again, it doesn't matter whether it's assisted living or not. If I'm looking at houses and I'm getting out looking at houses, looking at opportunities, this is the kind of stuff I'm looking for. Because this is the kind of thing that I can add. It cost me $500, but I add $500 more income every single month.
Wow.
It cost me $500, but I'm adding $6,000. See how it works?
Wow.
Those are the kinds of things, the little things you will be looking for as you're out there looking for houses, looking for opportunities. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Questions online? Any? No? All right. That's pretty much it. Let's head on to the next one. All right? Do you need for me to pick that up?
Yes, sir. I'm gonna lock up. Thank you.
What did neighbors say?
Just
say hi.
want to say hi to you.
Okay.
Hi to him again.
Cool. You didn't say assisted living, did you?
No.
Good. We don't need anybody blocking us before we get started. Oh, yeah. It's Sunstart, yeah. Yeah. Oh, the reason I'm gonna talk to him right now is because last time Christian was out here, he's like, "Oh, well, can you fix this?" No, this is not an open check, bro. Yeah. I mean, I'll be the bearer of bad news, but I'm like, dude, this is I would have told Christian. He's like, oh, he wants me to plant some more bushes. I'm like, no, we're not more bushes. We trimmed the one that was damaged, and we put some dirt down to cover up the divot. This is not some never-ending work project. Okay, guys, jump on in. So he never did do what he promised to do, which was clean up that stuff on the side of the yard. He told the previous owner when we were going to closing, he told the previous owner he was going to take care of it. He told me the same thing. First time I came out here. Yeah. So, I mean, no, I'm not going to we'll take care of it. Right. Yeah, I did not want to engage some of that conversation. Thank you.
See you the one birthday.
All right, any questions as we're riding along? Was that helpful looking at that property?
Yes, very.
Okay, good. That's my goal. Is to give you guys some thoughts, some ideas.
Yeah. But as a new investor, if I was to look for an assisted living,
yes.
If you didn't explain it, I would think that I would have to look for something with parking.
So we're going to add parking, but what we're going to do, since we're turning this into 2 new bedrooms, right? So from the exterior, it will still look like garage door. We'll just close them up, seal it up, put an interior wall in there, do all the kinds of waterproofing you need to make sure no water gets in. Raise the floor because all garages have slanted floors, right? So we got to raise the floor. Then what we'll do is pave over. So take out that tree stump, pave over here, and the staff will park over here. Okay. And that way the driveway is available for guests. And then the other main thing that the operator wanted us to do, you have to put in a sprinkler system. Sprinkler systems are very expensive. It's going to cost about $35,000 to put in a sprinkler system. Wow. And then the other thing that she wants us to do is put in a fence, so that when the occupants go out the back of the house, there's no way they can potentially wander into the street.
No.
So,
Sherman, when you say sprinkler system, we talking inside, right? Safety.
Correct. Yeah. Sprinkler for fire. That's a fire safety, life safety issue. Not a sprinkler for the lawn. Yeah.
And it's gonna cost you that much to put a sprinkler system in? 35,000, you say?
It can be anywhere from about.
You're breaking up. We're losing you now, so didn't hear that. I guess we lost him. He froze up.
This is why you want to be in the car with me. All right. So
we heard that.
So how would you guys rate this neighborhood just real quick as we're driving back?
B+.
I might rank this one a little bit higher than that Collington Station neighborhood, but probably about the same age, probably about the same. B minus. I'd go for a C+, but I think it's a pretty solid neighborhood, right? And again, it's all relative, right? We know this is definitely not an A. We know this is definitely not a D, right? Anything else in between is up for conversation. Now, I turned down this street. And we're gonna go under high power lines. Now, normally, if I see things like curb cuts, I'm salivating, because what that normally means is, hey, they had a lot, and there was either a house here that burned down, or they just never got around to building the house. But if you actually look up, what you see is the power lines, which means that nobody's ever going to build anything underneath the power line. This is sort of right of way. And so when the developer was putting the curb and the streets and everything in, he probably just went ahead and put the curb cuts in, and either the power lines came along at the same time, or he just put them in just by mistake. But if I didn't see the power lines, I would definitely be marking that. Okay. Now, tell me what you see over here on the right. And every time I drive up the street, it only gets worse.
Wow.
Is that one that you should definitely be marking on your app?
Yeah.
Is that one worth having a conversation about?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, wow. I see the video. And this is the kind of stuff you see by driving around. And sometimes you only see by driving around. Now, is this neighborhood different than the one we just came out of?
Right.
Yeah. So when you run your numbers, don't run the numbers on that dilapidated house based on the neighborhood we came out of. Run your numbers based on this neighborhood. Make sense? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I was telling Navaj, I don't really want to talk to the neighbor.
I heard you say you didn't want to disclose the system.
Well, not only that. Well, I mean, at some point we will, but I don't want him going around the neighborhood, get petition signed before we even get started, right? But not only that, but there was a 40-foot pine tree, maybe 50-foot, that fell down in a windstorm and hit his house. It didn't hit it straight on. We were very, very glad because it could have gone 2 feet more to one side. It would have taken it would have taken about 2 feet more. The other side, it would have taken a shop and damaged his house. And I sent my contractor out. He's like, well, can you do this? Can you do that? So no. This is what we agreed to. Because the first I said to him is, do you want to do an insurance claim? And he's like, no, I don't want to do an insurance claim. So I'm like, okay, then we'll just do it out of our own pocket. But we agreed to what we were going to do. And then he kept on asking the contractor to do more and more and more. Now, interesting enough, this is another house that we found by driving around. In fact, if you go through my Cruising for Cash training, one of the videos I showed, 35-minute video, I showed this house.
It is?
Yep, this is the vacant house. This is the vacant house we pointed out. And we did not jump all over it right away. And what happened was the lender foreclosed and put it in the hands of a realtor. We've been in it a couple of times since it went on the market, and it's not going anywhere fast. The house is nasty. It really went downhill. It smells like the guy had a whole circus in there. It smells like cat piss. It smells like dog hair. And I don't think it's going anywhere quick. And so when I say to you things, Valerie, like, you are not going to be selling houses to a first-time home buyer, and we're not going to go in. It's pretty nasty. No first-time home buyer is going to buy this house. An investor's got to come in, straighten things out, clean things up, and then they'll make money. So we're still tracking it. We probably could have got a better deal if I moved a little faster. We knew about it about 6 months before it was placed in the hands of the realtor, but we didn't move fast enough, and as a result, we're now having to get it out of the MLS. But as you can see, the houses in this neighborhood, and there's some ranchers. There's a rancher, not as nice as the one we came out of, right? But it's still a candidate for assisted living. And quite frankly, I would buy anything in this neighborhood if the numbers made sense, including 3-bedroom, 2-bath that are not ranchers that I could rent out for. And my goal is to make $1,000 a month. So if I come in here and I see a 3-bedroom house that I could easily turn one of the rooms into a 4-bedroom house and generate an extra $500 a month, I'd go for that all day long. Okay. Questions as they're driving along? All right. So I got bad news from my housekeeper. She says that Christian, who's also one of my contractors, injured his foot. And so she's not going to be able to go by and pick up food. So we may just want to just go into Chick-fil-A and have a lunch at Chick-fil-A. You guys have any problems having Chick-fil-A? No. Okay. Since she can't pick it up, so I'll go ahead and place the order.
It's so interesting. Look what we pulled right by.
There you go.
It looks just like it.
And by the way, if you are working this neighborhood, driving the neighborhood, every time you see a house like that, you should be flagging it. Because I have no problem whatsoever putting in place a marketing campaign to go after these houses before they hit the market.
Security just pulled up.
Yeah.
The little dog.
Boy, he's handsome. He's a handsome little dude.
He's like, hey, look.
What you gonna park in front of my house?
Mm-hmm. It looks exactly like it, in fact. So, Chairman, a home like this, it's not for sale. You don't have those signs up, and it's not.
Yeah, there's no signs of stress. But you know, the thing about these kinds of houses, ranch style houses, they don't increase in value like this one over here, right?
Okay.
So I got my ranch style house over here. Again, its current state is 4-bedroom, 2-car garage, 4-bedroom, 3-bath, 2-car garage.
So that's just.
And then I got this house over here, which is probably a 5-bedroom colonial. That 5-bedroom colonial is going to sell for $75,000 more than that house all day long.
Wow.
Why? People's dream home is a 5-bedroom colonial. It is not a ranch style with all the bedrooms on one floor. Okay. On top of which, that house has a basement. This house does not.
Okay.
So livable space. I got more space in that house than I got in this house. Okay. Way more square. I got way more square footage in that house than I got this house. When you stop and think about it, this house in its current state, 1/3 of the house is eaten up by the garage, right? Mm-hmm. Or 1/4 maybe, right? And so the flow of the house is great for a senior citizen. The flow of the house is great for assisted living, but the flow of the house is not necessarily great for a family that's got 3 kids going off to high school. So that's a more desirable house, and that house is going to sell for, it's more square footage, it's more desirable. Now, granted, on the lot size, it's eating up about the same amount of space on the lot. However, unless you are a senior that just wants everything on one level, and typically, if you're a senior that wants everything on one level and you're buying your own home, you ain't buying it in Maryland. You're buying it in Florida or Texas or someplace warm. You with me?
Right.
So these houses tend to plateau in terms of their values. The value will rise, right? Well, people be like, well, wait a minute, Sherman, there's houses for $500,000. Therefore, this house is worth $500,000. Well, no, it's not the same square footage. This is a colonial. That's a rancher. That one's 500. That one's 450 on a good day.
Okay.
They're never going to be seen and valued the same. Appraisers are not going to see and value them the same. However, for me in the Vaj, out here looking for places to do more residential assisted living, to provide more residential assisted living for our customers, which are the operators, I'll take that all day long over that, because that one's a headache. That's got that. Like, how do I get mom upstairs? Right? What happens in the basement? What happens if somebody leaves the basement door open? Is, you know, everybody's in the house walking around on walkers. Does that mean somebody could possibly fall down the stairs? Right. So this, to me, to us, is more valuable than this. But to the average home buyer, that's what they want, which creates a little bit of an opportunity for us. And so when we get out here and we start marketing to these folks, particularly ones who don't have ones for sale, they're going to wind up getting stuff from us probably for a year or two. And then finally, when they're ready to sell, they're going to talk to a real estate agent. Real estate agent's going to sit down and explain to them, like, yeah, your next door neighbor did in fact sell their house for 500, but you ain't getting 500. And they're like, well, hell, let me just go ahead and call Vaj and Sherman. They've been sending me stuff for a year now, right? So you got to be willing to play the long game. But if you're willing to play the long game, again, as a buy hold investor, I think we did a catalog. I think there's something like 20 of these houses in this neighborhood. If all I did was residential assisted living conversions, I could probably just stay right in this one neighborhood for the rest of my life. Because if I picked up 2 or 3 of these a year and converted them, I'd be fine. Now, every investor, and this is the key for you guys who are just getting started, you guys are just getting started, you're probably going to be wholesaling a lot of stuff, right?
Yes.
And as a wholesaler, you're being opportunistic. You're going everywhere there's an opportunity. Don't just look at stuff like this, but when you see stuff like this, you should be saying, okay, I got Sherman on speed dial. This is a Sherman property, right?
Right.
Whereas this might be a Jesse or a Stephanie or somebody else who does large scale rehabs, or a Paul Georgie, right? Or a house down here that's a smaller house. It's a real quick in and out fix flip, right? So you want to get to know, as wholesalers, who your real buyers are, and you want to get those buyers on your speed dial. So as you're going around, you see opportunities, you automatically have an idea as to who you're going to wholesale it to. Now, when you first get started, you're like, anybody who shows me a check, I'll take. But as time goes on, you want to start to develop relationships with about a small handful, 3 to 5. If you get 3 to 5 real buyers on your buyers list, 3 to 5 real buyers who are doing like 2 or 3 deals a year with you each, that's just $200,000 business. Wholesaler.
Mm.
If you know that every time you find one of these and I close on it, I won't pay you $30,000. You do 2 of these, with me in a year, that's $60,000. That's what I'm worth to you.
Not bad.
Right? Now, here's the problem. I only want these, right? So like, okay, what about the other 6 dozen things you find that, like, okay, you have 2 or 3 other buyers that, okay, this is his deal, this is his deal, this is her deal, this is her deal, right? And you just begin to start thinking about like a traffic cop. This one goes there. Like, it's like, you guys are too young to remember I Love Lucy. But there was a very famous I Love Lucy where the chocolates coming off the conveyor belt, right? You can figure out which one of these buckets you're gonna put them chocolates in. You're gonna make a lot of money in this business, way more so than the person who's just running around with their hair on fire trying to do everything for everybody. Okay? As a wholesaler, your money comes from rehabbers, folks like me. I'm your customer, right? So kind of like what you were asking me about with the assisted living. My customer is not the person who's going to live in the assisted living. My customer is the person who's going to operate the assisted living. Well, the number one thing for them is zip code. Zip code determines how much money they make per person per bed. So there are certain neighborhoods I don't even look at because that's not where my customer wants to be. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And as you're out here as a wholesaler, sort of getting your legs underneath you, learning your chops, at some point you want to start establishing deep relationships with those people who are going to come back and buy from you, not one and done, but one a month, one every other month, 2 times a year, 3 times a year. But you got to get to know what they want. And as you're out here looking, okay, this one's for him, this one's for her, this one's for her, this one I don't know. Okay, this one I'll market to everybody. Mm-hmm. And maybe I'll add another buyer to my buyers list because I'm just going to market it to the world and see who shows up.
Wow.
Got it?
Got it.
Okay. All right, let me go ahead and order off.
That's an aha moment.
I try. I'm trying not to overwhelm you guys. All right, what are we showing up? We're gonna show up in an SUV that's black. We got an SUV that's black. Nope, we got a new SUV that's black. SUV black. Make this is a Wagoneer. Yes, Wagoneer. I think that's a Jeep. Jeep. Back up, this is a Jeep.
That was the neighbor called me. He said, look, I want to speak to your boss, man. He probably saw this vehicle ride up in there. He's like, oh, that's money riding. Get me some dandelion vines in my yard.
You didn't see a tree down in his yard, did you?
No.
Okay, good. As long as no tree fell on his house, we're good.
But ever since that tree fell,
I'm telling you,
you got very suicide.
Well, when we had that windstorm,
yes, sir.
When we had that windstorm, okay. When we had that last windstorm, I was really, really nervous. I'm like, oh my, he's gonna call me tomorrow talking about the tree fell in the middle of his house. So, all right, has this been helpful at all to you guys?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's a little ratty around. I definitely keep an eye on that one. But it's not as far in disrepair as like some of the stuff we saw. You know it now. That's the most important thing. What you gonna do with it? There's another wrench.
Here's another one.
No, I'm telling you, I
I'm about to come back.
That one that kind of looks a little yeah.
Here's another one.
That dude's self-sufficient, man. He got so many solar panels, he can power the whole neighborhood.
But you can definitely tell the difference once we came into this neighborhood from the other one.
Yeah. Oh shoot! I forgot something. I think I'm gonna have to go home. All right. Because I suddenly realized I don't have the plans for the apartment building up in Baltimore. I'm going to need that. So I'm going to skip, guys. I'm going to skip one of the properties on the list. Actually, two of them. I was going to take you by our office building, but we can skip that today because we're gonna go have lunch anyway. This house here has been looking like that for over
I was just
6-7 months.
2 days ago.
Yeah, they finally got the dumpster out of the front, but that's another one that's worth following up on.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So you're already on it.
Well, I said it's worth following up. I didn't say I'm following up.
Oh, I'm doing it. I'm already on it. I'm skipping Tracy.
Listen, if I took everything I saw, y'all be mad at me like, Sherman, you didn't leave anything for the rest of us. So sometimes I just point stuff out and go, okay, whoever wants it.
Yeah, sure enough, I got it. I followed it.
Yeah, for me as an investor today, I really, really, really want those ranch style houses.
Right.
So those I'm on top of, and I still do what's in the 21-day course. Although now it's on autopilot, so I have an assistant who's putting out about 5 to 6 offers a day, which is resulting in about 1 or 2 highest and best a week. And as for everything else out there, I'm more than happy to help other people get those deals and make money off of them. Questions?
I heard you
Carmen,
mention.
do you only go ahead?
No, you go ahead.
Do you only want ranch homes in your area, or are you open to other states?
I only want ranch homes to turn them into assisted living homes. Most ranch style homes, you're going to pay top dollar for, and as a result, they don't tend to have as strong a cash flow as some other kind of houses. And I said that wrong. Let me say it a little bit different, a little bit better. When I go out looking for ranch style homes, I'm not buying for me. I'm buying for my assisted living operators. Okay. And so because they're looking for certain houses and certain zip codes, because how much they are able to command is based on the zip code. I tend to only look for ranch style houses in certain very specific zip codes, which tend to be outside the Beltway. 20772, 20774, 20716, and all of the zip codes in Bowie. So 20716, 20717, 20718, and 20721. Bowie, Mitchellville, Glenarden, and Upper Marlboro. And that's because that's where my operators want to be. As for anything else, again, I'm playing the long game, so I want to buy, hold, and I'm playing the long game on overall appreciation.
You know what? You cut out. You cut out.
Yeah. I just have to put it in. I'll get it.
I can't hear anything.
He's gone temporarily, so.
Right. Yeah.
He's back.
He said, ask the question to.
You get down there.
We're driving through the woods.
Yeah. So there's Garden Baptist Church. I mean, it's huge. This property is freaking huge. Can you hear me now?
You're very, very muffled, so can't make out what you're saying.
See, this is why you want to be in the car. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. So this next development over here is what's called Oak Creek. And it's one of two gated communities in Prince George's County. Average price of the houses here is about $700,000 to $1.2 million. But they're all on like a postage stamp size lot. And the reason for that is because the community has a golf course in the middle of it. So what happens is when a developer puts a golf course in the middle of your community, everybody else has to suffer by having a smaller size lot for your house. But you can brag to all your friends that you live in a gated community with a golf course. That's your trade-off.
That's the.
But they're gorgeous. We'll go by the sort of whole park real quick. I don't know why I didn't grab these this morning on the way out the house. So.
Testing. Can you guys hear?
Yes, we can hear.
Okay. Right. Okay. So the question that was being asked is, am I only looking for ranchers in Prince? Model homes that they set up. The thing about housing, which is really interesting, and you guys may want to pay attention to. Most home buyers really cannot visualize a house until it's done. And so this whole idea of I'm going to like rehab a house and I'm going to start selling it before the rehab is finished, they can't see it. And that's why home builders build model homes. So this was the model home park before any of these rest of these houses were built. And this is where people would come to see and put their contracts on the house in this model home. And they really did a nice job. And I kind of like the fact they have sold this like Millionaires Row. All those houses are probably worth $1.5 million plus. But most of the houses inside of this community look like that. That was how they sold them off the model homes. So this is called Oak Creek. It is a gated community with an 18-hole golf course in the middle of it. The only downside again about having a golf course is, golf course is 200 plus acres. So what the developer did was basically everybody gets a smaller lot size for their house to be able to have all the land necessary to put in the golf course. And that's fairly typical. So people who come in here, gated community, $1 million house, but their house is the size of a postage stamp. And hopefully nobody's hitting golf balls against the side of your house every day. But it does happen. Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, we hear you.
So what I would suggest to you is that some of you guys have these questions that are going to take more than 30 seconds. Ask them tomorrow when we have a better connection, if that's okay. Just write them down and remember to ask them tomorrow, okay?
Copy that.
Did you get that? Did you hear?
Yes.
I will answer every question that you guys have over the weekend. I just might not answer it in the car. Okay.
Okay.
All right. I gotta run back to my house because I forgot something for the guys in the car. It's sitting right on the counter, so I gotta run in the house real quick and grab it. So we're gonna take a slight detour, and then we're gonna have lunch and invite you guys to have lunch with us.
That's where I'm going right now to go get my lunch.
All right, but do keep your connection open because we want to have a conversation, and I don't want you guys to potentially log off and then have troubles logging back in. And by the way, you guys can ask questions in the chat as we drive along. So don't feel pressed like, well, I got to ask questions at a certain point in time. Ask the questions in the chat as we drive along, okay? All right. I'm just gonna run in here real quick. It won't take me a minute. It's awake in the house because I don't have. That's a nice house right there. It's actually owned by was owned I think by governor of Nigeria. Oh, nice. Yeah. Nigerians are always looking for ways to get cash out of the country, and they love to park it in real estate. Oh man, they got the whole roof off today. They were going fast. They just started 2 days ago. Really? Mm-hmm. Wow. I thought they were going to bring in a crane, but they're going to have to bring in a crane to put the trusses up. There's no way that they're going to be able to do that without a crane. So my son was asking me, why did they put plywood over the drive? They got a really nice driveway. And I'm like, they put the plywood there so that when they bring the crane in, it doesn't mess up the asphalt. All right, let's take a quick hot second. I'll leave the engine running, leave you guys in here because I should be in there real quick. Sure.
You guys enjoying it so far?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. All's good.
I'm really enjoying it. I'm learning a lot.
I wish I could stay connected or stay in the meeting participant, but I'm at work, so I got meetings going on, so I just have to unplug my earpiece. So I'm missing out on some, but everything that I'm getting is working. When the aha moment, like I was stating, I drive through that neighborhood in District Heights on a regular, every day, at least twice during the day. And I'm actually going through there looking for the MLS listing, not realizing until today that I'm looking for the wrong thing. I should have been looking at the properties, windows, and what the stuff Sherman was pointing out. And then I don't have the app yet. I'll have it at the end of the month. But, you know, the team that I'm on, I could give it to Larry and say, look, follow this. You know, so Sherman showed us 4 that I missed. And I know in the neighborhood, it's probably at least another 30 that I missed.
Yeah. Alan. Alan. Don't worry about those addresses, Alan. Don't worry about that. I'll take care of that. I'll put them in my app and look them up. Don't worry. I got you.
Oh, we're going to hit District Heights and Capitol Heights so hard this weekend. Larry's going to be like, Alan, what was you doing? Hey, I was in Friday's meeting. We looking at the wrong thing, y'all.
Alan, be good. The dean is back. The dean is back.
Hey, guys, just remember, all right, there's plenty out here for everybody. No reason to be doing knockdown, drag out. We don't need a cage match.
Yo. All right, I'm going.
I know as I was gone, y'all had.
Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I said I know you guys had some questions, so come on now. What you got?
Okay. One of my questions is: there's a property that I've been looking at, and I told you about this early on. Probably for the last 2 years, they keep breaking into it, tearing it up some more, and then the bank boards it up and everything. But it had a big backyard. And 2 months ago, I believe they sold the backyard to a builder, and they went in and built a brand new house like you were showing us on that other block.
Yeah.
And they won 400 and something for it. It does look good.
Yep.
What is the law on, say, if your house is on 2 acres?
Yeah.
And you take or sell an acre and a half and build a house on it? How do you split the property up to do that?
Ask me that question on Sunday, because that's what we're going to cover on Sunday.
Okay.
On Sunday, we'll cover land development and infill lots and how to make money off of land and infill lots.
Because now neither one of the properties have a big backyard. They like townhouse backyards now.
Yeah, but I'm sure the people who sold the house for $400,000 don't care.
You got a point there.
I'm sure the person who bought the house for $400,000.
Okay, but
I'll be totally honest with you. One of the current trends, and as somebody who has a large yard, trust me, the older I get, when we bought that house back in 2008, I had a landscape architect come in and design all this stuff. I look at that plan, I'm like, what the hell was I thinking? A, it's going to cost me an arm and a leg to do it. And B, it's going to cost me an arm and a leg to maintain it.
Okay.
So every year I threaten to buy one of them riding mowers. I'm sitting here going, okay, for what I pay for these guys to cut my grass right now, I could basically buy one of these things after about a month or two. So trust me, big yards are only a blessing if you can subdivide them and put another house to sell it.
Well, that's what these people did. Now, with that being said, the new property that they built, it looks gorgeous. There's no other property in that neighborhood that looks like that. So is that the change that you're talking about? That once they do that, the whole neighborhood is going to start to?
No, that's not how that works. In fact, sometimes that's the most
you're breaking up
thing you can do. The value of that. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I got a whole module on land development on Sunday. We'll go through it on Sunday.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna go get my Chipotle. I'll be right back.
All right. But for you guys in the car, what you don't want to do is over improve the lot. If you over improve the lot, you're not going to necessarily get any more money. If every house in the neighborhood's selling for 400,000, you're like, well, I'll just add a big house and get 600. No, you're not. That's not how it works.
Wow. Yeah, because you see it happen all the time. Like, why did they do that?
Yeah. Now, what you can do is if you have a lot of activity like you see in Northern Virginia, where there's a lot of what they call tear downs,
yes, sir.
where the neighborhood overall has become so bad because it's got close proximity to like Amazon or whatever.
Yeah,
now you come back in and tear down.
Called at 11:45. The doctor called me. So I got a lot of time now.
But you
I don't even be
putting
on.
a bigger house on one lot in a neighborhood of maybe 10, 15, 20, 30 houses, you're not going to make a dent. You will not make that neighborhood more valuable from your
That'd be good. I don't know.
what you potentially could do is develop to a point that the neighborhood can't justify that price point. Wow. Many years ago, I'm talking like 15 years ago, we had a guy in our group named Gary Sagamoni. And Gary was from just outside Philadelphia, up in the Philadelphia suburbs. And Gary was so committed, so dedicated. I did something with Gary that I'd never done before. I literally went to Philadelphia to spend a day with him to help him sort of get things acclimated and help him meet some Pennsylvania investors. And he took us by this house, this guy that he knew, all kinds of weird backstory. But this house was a 20,000 square foot house that the guy was trying to get like $6 million for it. But the problem was all the houses around him were like townhouses and stuff. Wow. And the only other neighborhood that had houses like his was like 4 or 5 miles away. Okay. And in that neighborhood 4 or 5 miles away, there was like 20 of these $6 million houses. This guy put his, I guess because he could get the land, and he couldn't get his numbers. Ultimately, what I found out was that the house went in foreclosure, the guy committed suicide, and I think the house sold for $1 million. Oh, man.
No.
All right, I'm just going to just take you guys by here real quick in case anybody needs a bathroom break, a little bio break. But one of the things I promised to show you was like how to do commercial real estate. And one of our folks online was asking about doing commercial real estate. So this is a commercial office park, a traditional commercial office park built in the 1970s, 1980s. Not a lot of residential here in this development. It's almost all office, and there's a lot of empty office buildings, a lot of them. Why? Because of the pandemic, a lot of people have not gone back to work. In fact, that building right there, my wife leased space on that end, and she had 60 employees. All 60 of her employees now work from home. And wow. So when her lease came up, she just simply didn't renew the lease. This development we're moving in, driving into here, this is a slightly different story. This is another office park within the office park, and all the buildings in here are office condos. They're all 5,000 square foot office condos. In some cases, some people have combined them to make it 10,000 square foot. And the Real Investors Academy used to be in this one right here, Suite 104, which was a 5,000 square foot office condo that we were renting from the condo association. They foreclosed on the previous owner because the previous owner refused to pay his HOA fee. He bought it. The condo association foreclosed on it, and we rented it from them for about, oh my gosh, 2008 to 2020. So what's that, 12 years? Yeah. We rented from 12 years, and that was where the Real Investors Academy really got started. This one over here, Suite 105, is one that we bought. So you've heard Suite 105, right? Right. That's one that we bought in 2005, and then we started renting this one in 2008, and they're right next door to each other. Wow. This one right here we bought from a company that was doing engineering, and it was fully built out. We paid, I think we paid $500,000 for it, and I had an offer for $875 last year that I turned down. because I'm not ready to shut down my operations to go completely virtual. I said my wife got out of that space and everybody's virtual, but she actually does rent 2 offices from me. So she actually, somewhere they had to keep the files, right? And so we run now the academy, which is almost 100% online. We run it out of here. And I would take you in, except for the fact there's nobody here today. Lisa's cousin, mother, or something like that got sick, so she's out of town. Oh. And Natalia, who was supposed to be here, had to take Christian to the doctor because I think he sprained his foot. And I suddenly realized my keys are at home because this is not my car. But I tell you what, let's just poke our heads out. And if there is anybody here,
Okay.
you saw somebody at the door? Okay, then let's go ahead. And okay, we'll go in real quick, and then you guys can use the bathroom. There's 2 bathrooms in there. One's marked male, one's marked female. It doesn't really matter. Okay. Ooh.
No, I would have been my phone to say.
Well, I want to see. Well, they doing something else. See what's on. He was going.
You weren't able to get the lunch, were you? Yeah,
They going to lunch.
That is a facility.
Something's been happening just today. We realized how.
This is a 5,000 square foot office condo. It's 50 feet across the front, 100 feet deep. When we originally purchased it, it was an office about half, and then warehouse the other half, and then we went ahead and converted the back half into training space. So come on with me real quick. A what? Yeah. So what happened was.
Because the president also said that he knows that sentiments that the leadership was
So even though we don't have lunches, we do have goodie bags. Everybody grab a goodie bag.
Okay. Hi.
Just a few seconds ago, to make sure that more humanitarian assistance can get in and that we can do better to alleviate the suffering of the Gaza people. We know that Israel has a right to defend themselves, and we're going to continue to help them do that.
To do this from my home office because my own home office is literally right off the bedroom, and I use a green screen job, which you guys have all seen. But every once in a while, I will come in here, and every once in a while, we'll do a small training in here. But most of our training today is online. So we literally went from the building next door is also 100 feet deep. It's not built out anywhere like this. It's built. We turned that into an event space where we could have 80 people do our events next door back before. And then once COVID hit, I've been trying to buy the building next door from those guys for almost 10 years. They just kept on putting up COVID hit. I'm like, you know what? I don't need this.
To reduce the number of civilian casualties. I mean, my goodness, these are 2 guys that have no problem being honest with one another. And I can assure you, the president has the
Leads and stuff. It's just short-term rental, or short-term tenants in there, and then we use it for our space, basically do our training, and then the office. So this is the Real Investors Academy. So there is no place. We've got 12 parking spaces. So, any questions online?
Any questions online?
We've been honest, Andrew, that there have been times, not too distant past year.
Somebody's got something going on in the background. They need to mute.
As much as they can do and should do to increase the level of trucks getting into Gaza, that there have been some obstacles to move.
There you go. All right, any questions online? Oh, we got a whole bunch of people joining. Hey, Maggie. Hey, Shirley. Hey, Pam.
Hi, Carmen.
Good to see everybody. So I was just showing everybody our office space. We'll talk more about commercial office, but there is a real live Real Investors Academy. It does really exist, besides just the virtual space. And I'll talk about how we turn this into a studio. I'm playing around with ideas. There's a lot of people like content creators on like TikTok, YouTube that are always looking for space to do their content creation. So we're thinking about maybe turning this into content creator space and renting it out. But again, that generally means more management headaches. I'm trying to do a streamlined business, not a complicated business. But I just want to show you guys, if I need to use the facilities before we get out of here. If not, we'll just head on up the road and go get lunch. Okay. So you guys got any questions online? I'll give you the golden tour. So this is also in a little studio space where we've actually done some YouTube videos and stuff. This furniture actually belongs to my son. He's renting it to us. It's owned, technically it's owned by his retirement account. And then this over here is sort of our production area. So this is where we put together the quick start packages. This is a conference room that's currently being rented out to my wife's company or office. That's another conference room over there. This is what we used to call the war room. Reason why we call it the war room is because the walls were all painted white. And back during the time pre-COVID, pre-online stuff, we'd come in here and sort of do all our strategic planning and map stuff out. For the most part, it's just sort of storage area right now. And then we've got another office over here, another office over here. Our accounting office is right here. So we just hired a new bookkeeper. She starts on Monday. And then Lisa's office is right here. But Lisa had a family emergency, so she's out today. And then we got another conference room here for doing like closings and stuff. And then our reception area, but our receptionist is virtual now. So don't really have too many people come to see us. So I think somebody was asking the question earlier about, maybe it was Shirley talking about, she had a friend who is a real estate agent, a residential real estate agent, who said that you shouldn't invest in commercial because people aren't using offices. There's a hint of truth to that because people are not using offices the way that they used to. Having said that, commercial is a lot more than just office space. And at one point, I don't know if you guys heard me say this in the car, but I bought this office suite. It's 5,000 square feet. I bought it back in 2005 for about $500,000. And I had somebody offer me $875,000 and I declined it. You're like, Sherman, why would you turn down free money? Yes, I would have made a nice chunk of change selling this space. However, when I look at what it would have cost us to go rent space, I don't think I could have rented 2,000 square feet for what my mortgage payment is. My mortgage payment on this space right now is about $2,000 a month. And I'm renting out 2 offices for $2,000 a month. So the space basically cost me nothing. So I'm not rushing to try to do something different. And I'm not rushing to sell it because the value just keeps on going up and up and up and up. And my mortgage keeps on staying flat. So we'll talk more about that on Sunday when we get into the conversation about commercial space. But the same is true for residential space, which is your real opportunity to make money in this business is to buy and hold it. If you can buy it, hold it, it produces cash flow and minimal headaches, minimal aches and pains. That is the true way to get rich in this business. Now, if you need quick cash, we'll talk about quick cash tomorrow. If you're interested in just sort of like buying properties, nothing down, we'll talk about that tomorrow. This was almost a nothing down. We were able to buy this property with what's called an SBA 504 loan. And an SBA 504 loan is where the SBA gives you money to buy real estate for your business. And they only require 10% down. So my down payment on this property was $50,000 back in 2005, which I basically refied my house. I basically put a HELOC on my house, borrowed the equity in my house to buy this property. So I basically got this property nothing down. Wow. So we'll talk more. Again, we'll talk more about that on Sunday. While you guys are doing whatever you need to do, I'm going to hit the bathroom real quick and then we'll get on out of here. All right. And you guys.
Mr. Sherman,
yes, ma'am.
do you have any Real Investors t-shirt for sale?
I have Real Investor t-shirts I can give you. Hang on 1 second.
Can I have one, please?
Yeah. Wow, you guys getting a chance to see this?
Yeah. Got a nice space there. And it makes sense what he's saying, just to keep it, man. The value's going up like that. Why not, But I haven't heard anybody say anything about Airbnb. That's kind of where my interest is right now. I don't necessarily want to New rules of the game. But is anybody doing any Airbnb with their properties?
Well, we spoke on Airbnb earlier. He had shared about his opinion on Airbnb as I brought it up.
Yes.
Come take a look. Tell me what you want.
He was sharing that Airbnb is one of his favorite choices because it's seasonal and there are times that it's not being utilized.
If I have, there's only a couple.
So, but I was with you until he shared that with me because I was like, wow, man, because I hear so many stories of individuals making a lot with Airbnb. So
location. Yeah.
Yeah, I have one right now. And
okay. How about you, sir?
I launched this in September of last year.
Okay.
And it is state booked.
You have it.
I got an XL.
That's the XL.
Well, that's a muscle shirt, for you.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
Let me see if I got a 2X and something else.
If you got a polo, that'd be better. If it's 2X or 1X. No.
Well, it's a woman's cut.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a woman's.
That's a woman's cut. And that's a large. And then I can't give you the other one because they're staff.
That's staff. Well, I could be staff. I don't.
We can work through that.
I don't mind.
How about this, Navaj? You want a baseball cap, Navaj?
That'll work.
Okay.
That'll work.
Large.
Yep, that'll work.
Beans.
Thank you.
And what would Des like?
She can do a medium.
A medium. Okay. We had
She would love that.
That's an XL. That's
oh, this baseball cap fits just right. What do you guys think online? Oh, I got two.
Would she be mad if you brought her a large?
No, she wouldn't be mad.
Okay.
She'd be mad at you.
I brought my wife a large t-shirt one time. She's like, "What are you thinking?" I said, "I'm thinking it's free." There you go. Thank you, sir.
Hey, he didn't put no t-shirts or no cap in this little package I got here the other day.
All kinds of women hang out with me. All right.
All right. We're going to grab lunch. It's a beautiful day out here.
So again, on this topic of commercial real estate, there's more than just office buildings and commercial real estate. There's hotels, there's shopping centers. And the one thing I've noticed about this particular office park within the park is these smaller size units never go empty. And in fact, after the pandemic, one of the outcomes of the pandemic is that during the pandemic, a lot of people got really nervous about office buildings with elevators. And so one of the preferred ways to office space today, post-pandemic, is office spaces that have parking, like this surface parking, where you can just go straight into the building and not have to get in an elevator. And even today, with the pandemic sort of in the rearview mirror, you know, anybody here gone to an office building, you had to get in an elevator, somebody started coughing? Oh, right. You're like, no, I'll take the next one, right? So people really do like this style of office space where this is what you call flex space. I don't know if you can see this or not. Now, in this particular case, you see those two windows right there?
Yes, sir.
Those two windows were loading bays. And so they converted the whole thing into office space. But you notice the next one down, you actually have trucks loading up. So this is what's called flex space. What I mean by that, on the front side of the building, you have just sort of walk-in, but the back side of the building is always lower, 4.5 feet or so lower, so you can pull a truck right up. And the reason why they call it flex space is because typically the way the space is built out, it's big open space with a bathroom in it, and then you can decide how much of it is office and how much of it is warehouse. And so it is, as an example, we didn't go in there, but the building next door to us, Suite 104, which we used for our training academy up until the time the pandemic started, it's exactly the same outer dimension, 50 feet by 100 feet, but interior wise, it was all wide open, like a warehouse. So we basically fit that out like a ballroom. Whereas the other space on the other side was more chopped up, more like a traditional office space. And that's what they mean by flex space. You can flex in terms of how much is office and how much, and you can always sort of come back later on and tear out walls, put in walls, that kind of stuff. So that style of office space has become incredibly popular post-pandemic. Retail is still very, very popular. And again, retailers who provide services that Amazon can't kill, right? So Amazon's going to bring you your rollers, your iron, but Amazon's not going to bring you your quarter milk and loaf of bread, right? And as hard as they try, Amazon bought Whole Foods. They're going to bring you a quarter milk and a dozen eggs and a loaf of bread, but they're going to bring it to you at Whole Food prices, not Amazon prices. So things like restaurants, Amazon can't compete with. Things like, the necessities of like when the weather gets bad, we're running to the store, get eggs, milk, and butter. Amazon can't compete with. Certain kinds of service companies, gyms, Amazon's ever going to be able to compete with. So those kinds of retail establishments that Amazon can't compete with are still growing, are still providing services, because for the most part, most people don't want to go more than a mile or two to go find a restaurant. They don't want to go more than a mile or two if they go to a gym outside their own home.
Someone was speaking about Airbnb, and it's all about location. So I guess.
Yeah, I think the two main things about Airbnb, we can talk about that on Sunday, is number one, the rules are changing all the time. And there are people who have set up Airbnbs only to find out later on that the rules changed and they can't run an Airbnb anymore. So you have to be really careful of that. But the other thing is that it has to be a desirable location. Don't even think about an Airbnb if you don't already have a bazillion hotels, right? So like Washington, D.C. is perfect for Airbnb. Okay. Bowie, Maryland is not.
Gotcha.
Like why in the world would somebody choose? People pick Airbnb over hotel rooms. They don't just pick Airbnb.
Gotcha.
Other questions as we're riding along here in our magic chariot?
I know Mickey got a question.
No, it's you mentioned skip tracing earlier. So
yes,
how
sir.
do you kind of roadmap your process of getting a property? While you just kind of tell us how you go about doing that, finding.
Well,
know how
as,
you find.
as I said, as we're driving along, I know you guys, we were having bad intermittent connection. 80 to 90% of the properties that I buy today, I buy using what I teach in the 21 Days to Real Estate Riches program. I literally have a virtual assistant who puts out somewhere around 5 to 6 offers a day. That results in about one highest and best every week. And I'm typically wholesaling or giving to my students 80% of what comes across my desk, and buying 10 or 20% of what I see from that. The other 20%, more or less, comes from students who bring me deals. That's it.
All right, so they're putting out these offers, but finding a deal, for instance, if you go out there and you see this house, are you using skip tracing, and how effective is that? How are you finding the owners to make the offer?
So as I refine my buying model and really ramp up, and I'll talk more about this on Saturday or Sunday, as I refine my buying model and really go after more of a specific kind of property like these ranch style houses, I probably will get more aggressive in my direct marketing campaigns, including doing skip tracing. And for the most part, it's my intent to really focus on using the tools that are in Real Investor Tools. Are you familiar with the Real Investor Tools? Real Flow, Lead Flow?
No. No, I'm not.
Okay, so that is what we use. That is what we teach in the Cruising for Cash 4-day challenge, and it's a set of tools that we give to people who are in the partners program. It's a set of tools we give to people who are VIP, and a set of tools that's included in gold membership. But we teach you how to use them during the 4-day Cruising for Cash. So remind me this weekend to get you some more information on how to go through the Cruising for Cash 4-day challenge. Okay.
All right.
And I will, and if you remind me tomorrow, I will demo the tools so you can actually see how we use them. Okay.
Okay.
But for the most part, 80 to 90% of my deals come from the technique I teach in the 21-day challenge. Going into the MLS, hacking the MLS, paying a virtual assistant in the Philippines to basically do 90% of the work. That's how I do what I do. 90% of my deals. The 3 deals we saw this morning, right? Pacific Avenue, Alpine Street, White House Road, all came out of the MLS. There was no skip tracing. There was no marketing campaign. There was no direct letters, none of that stuff. Tomorrow and Sunday, I'll talk about what I'm doing now as sort of to be instructive. But the main thing that I'm doing now is as we formulate a plan and have been formulating a plan for the past couple of years to specifically go after ranch style houses and convert them into residential assisted living, I'm actually putting together a fund so that I have at any given point in time $500,000 cash to just go out and buy a house cash. And Navaj and I are working on a deal right now where we have a third person, a partner, and it has been a little problematic trying to get our partner to be responsive for a number of reasons, which I will not go into. And I'm not in any way saying anything pejorative. But if I were to do it all over again, I would have just gotten out my checkbook and written a check for $500,000 to that buyer, to that home seller, and be done with it. And so what I'm doing now is taking the same things that I teach you guys, which is, okay, I got a plan. I know where to identify these properties. I know how to find these homeowners, right? And all that stuff is inside of the 21-day challenge and the Cruising for Cash. And the missing element is having a $500,000 war chest so I can just basically just write a check and just completely skip over any kind of fancy deal structure, lease option sub to just say, hey, I'm ready to go. I can go to settlement in 3 days to 3 weeks. As long as the title work is ready, you tell me what you need. I'll just write you a check, be done with it. And so the best way to do that is to create a fund that specifically is designed to go buy houses that we're going to convert into assisted living. So I'm creating a fund. It's called Loving Care Homes. And what Loving Care Homes is going to do is be a $1 million to $2 million fund so that at any given time I can write a check for $500,000, buy the property, fix the property, and then refinance to get the cash back out and pay off my investors. But if I had at least a $500,000 and ideally $2 or $3 million war chest, then every time one of these houses comes up and the seller's ready to sell, boom, here's your money. Let's go to settlement. And I'll talk more about how that works and how I'm setting that up on Sunday. Because that Sunday we get into syndications and raising money, because that's more sort of a more advanced kind of a commercial property kind of thing. But we'll definitely talk about it, go into details on Sunday. Okay.
Unfortunately, I won't be here on Sunday. I have a meeting that I have to attend that was already pre-arranged.
I completely understand, and I feel sorry that you won't be able to be there. We will record. That doesn't mean that you're going to have access to the recordings right away, but be there for as much as you can be and get as much as what you can get tomorrow and today. Okay?
Absolutely.
Cool beans. Other questions? It looks like they're working on the road up ahead, so it's sort of narrowing down. So we're sort of in this creepy crawly thing, but it's only going to be for probably another 5 or 10 minutes, hopefully. I can actually see the truck up ahead in front of the bridge. Other questions? Other questions? You guys? So let me ask you this. Anybody have any aha moments today?
Absolutely.
I already.
All right. You feel like sharing what your aha moments have been so far? Anybody learn something that they didn't know before today? Day's only half over, by the way. It's only 12:40.
Well, one of the things that I appreciate was, if I may, is
Yes,
the
sir.
virtual assistant, not virtual assistant, but assistant living.
Ah,
You know,
okay.
that's something that I had thought about in the past, but never pursued.
Okay.
And you know, me personally, I just a little bit about myself. I've been in real estate for quite a while, but I liquidated back in 2000 because I got sick, and
Sorry to
so
hear
I
that.
haven't been active for quite a while. But I don't want to go down the road that I went before because I did it all wrong.
Right, right.
14
I understand.
I had 14 properties and rentals basically, and I rented primarily Section 8. I did do some flip and fix, but if I had to do it over again,
yes, sir,
I would definitely. I like the assisted living aspect of it. If I want to create that residual, that income monthly, I do own another property that I Airbnb, which has turned out very well. So right now, I'm interested not in being a landlord, but creating either carrying the note, turning around and selling the property and carrying it, being the mortgage, being the banker.
Yep.
Or the assisted living. I like to look at the numbers on that because I think if you're going to be a landlord, that would be the way to go.
Right.
You know.
So let me ask you this: on your Airbnb, where's the property that's doing pretty well for you? Where's it located, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, I'm in Tulsa, and it's right around the corner from me. This house that I'm in now, I bought it to flip it, and my wife came up with the idea of moving into it, fixing it up, which I'm in the process of doing. But I converted my home that I've been in for the last 28 years into an Airbnb.
Okay.
So the neighborhood is centrally located, is quick to get to downtown anywhere you want.
Okay.
And it is stayed booked, actually. It is.
And what's the nature of the folks who stay there? Do they tend to stay there for a week, a month, just a few days?
Well, I've had them to stay from 2 days to 30 days. So we have a lot of Tulsa is really growing. It's a growing market, and it's attracting people. You know, we have American Airlines here, so I have people may come in and stay because they're here doing a contract job for American. I've had families to come in for the BMX races, wrestling. We have RU here, Rhema Bible School here, so people will come in for those events. So that's pretty much, you know.
So would you say that the predominant kind of person who stays in your area is somebody who would normally look to stay at a hotel, but you're offering something that hotels can't offer?
Absolutely. This is a 4-bedroom, 2-bath, you know, nice neighborhood, nice backyard, patio, you know, and I branded this Airbnb home away from home.
Nice.
So when they come, it's just like walking into, obviously, you know, your home for the next week or 2 weeks or even the next couple of days. I got someone coming in today, and they'll be here for 2 days. I don't know the reason why, but
now you've been in Tulsa for at least 30 years. Did I hear that correct?
That is true. I've been here since 1980.
Okay. Would you say that one of the challenges for Tulsa right now is there's not enough hotel rooms?
Not now.
Because if it's growing pretty quick.
Not now. It used to be that used to be the case, but today There are plenty of hotels. You know, there used to be a time when you didn't want to plan a big event in Tulsa because there was a lack of accommodations, you know, hotel accommodation. But that's not the case any longer.
Got it. Now, was that about the same time you started Airbnb, or did you start after the hotel started coming online?
I just started Airbnb last September. I launched this property. So, and
You're up, Mickey, but I want to point out now. Let me point this out to you guys. You see this land development here? We are currently in conversations with the owner. It's called Mill Branch Crossing. They're going to put up a whole bunch of townhouses and stuff. But along this front footage right here is going to be shopping center. And the guy who's developing, his name is Bill Chesley. Interesting enough, he owned this land. We'll talk more about this on Sunday. He's owned this land for 30 years. And he was trying to put a super Walmart here, and they kept on blocking. So finally, he's like, you know what? I'll just create something else. But right behind this area right here, they're going to put a gas station, and there's a hotel on the property. So just wanted to point that out real quick. Sorry, Mickey. Go ahead.
That's okay.
By the way, do you guys want to get it to go, or you want to sit out my car? Your choice.
I forgot what your question was.
We'll keep our rolling. Well, I was asking about hotel space, and you were saying that at one point there was a shortage of hotels, but that's no longer the case. But you were also sort of validating something I said earlier, which is that most of the people who are staying at your property are staying there as an alternative to staying at a hotel.
Exactly, and who wouldn't? You know, and you can see the logic behind staying in an Airbnb. That's why it's become so popular. You know, you come in with, 6 people and they got their own room, they got their own space, and they got their own, they can cook, they can grill, they can do all these things you can't do in a hotel. That would be my preference as well. So, in our market right now, there's probably 1,000 Airbnbs. Mine is a 4-bedroom, so I may be competing with, I don't know what the numbers were, maybe 60 or 70 4-bedrooms that are on the market right now. I don't know, maybe more, but
okay.
So, and it's a lot about pricing too. I don't want to be the cheapest, and I don't want to be the highest.
So So generally speaking, what are you renting your space for?
I like to try to average $200 a night.
Okay.
Granted, that's what I like to average over the 6 months to a year period. So there may be some times when it's less, and there may be some times, depending on what's going on, that is, it's 300, 3+ a night. But I'm really going to try. I'm changing right now to another hosting company, but I'm going to try to keep it consistent $200 a night if I can, unless it just doesn't make sense with my market.
So what actually hits the bottom line for you? How much of that 200 do you really keep?
I'm sorry, repeat that.
How much of that 200 do you actually get to keep? I mean, you got to pay a hosting company. Can you pass that charge back off to the occupant?
Well, the hosting company, they're going to take 10% of whatever the booking is.
Okay. So you're getting 180 of the 200.
Yes, and plus,
and then you got to clean the place.
That's a $200 fee that the customer pays, which I'm doing my own cleaning right now. I probably won't too much longer, but that's $200 that I pay myself, my wife and I. And
so it probably doesn't make sense to. Is it $200 per stay or $200 per night?
You broke up. I
Or
didn't hear
$200
that.
per night?
Say that again.
Is it $200 per stay or $200 per night?
Oh, $200
Is it
per night.
$200 the cleaning fee? So you're really $400 a night.
Well, no, it's $200 to clean the property every time it's come vacant. So if they stay there for 30 days, which I have had them to stay for 30 days, I'm just going to clean the property one time, at the end of the 30-day period. So
it's $200 per stay. $200 per stay.
That was a $6,000 booking for 30 days.
Okay.
And I didn't have to do anything. So
okay.
I like that. And right now I'm going to try to cater to more the traveling nurses and more the professional people that will tend to stay longer and and minimize my turnaround. And so I like to give me a couple more Airbnbs here in the area, a couple more homes, and Airbnb them. That's kind of what my goal is. And I do like the assisted living. I like that idea as well. But finding properties is a challenge.
Yeah, but to sort of like work through the numbers. You are charging $200 per night.
On average.
Is that in the back somewhere? That was for Natalia, but Natalia didn't show up. $200 per night, and we're getting lunch here. Did you guys see salt in that other bag? In this one you hated, right? Mm-hmm. Is salt in it? All right. Maybe I don't need salt. Who knows? All right. So what I was trying to do is compare your Airbnb number of $200 per night versus if you just did a straight rental, and you've already sort of given us the numbers. If you were just to straight rent your house, how much would you get per month? Just a straight rental, like a Section 8 or something.
Let's just do market rent, say for that same house. I would say I could get $1,600, maybe more. Let's say if you do executive rent, maybe I can get closer to $2,000, $1,800 a month, maybe. I don't know. I've been out of the rental market for a long time, but let's say I rent that place for $1,800 a month.
But Airbnb, you're getting $6,000.
Right.
So you're making 3 times as much money by doing Airbnb.
Exactly. Now
that's for the months. That's for the months that you're fully leased. What happens when you're not fully leased? What's that really look like? So instead of somebody renting the house for,
I haven't had one of those months yet. I have not had one of those months yet. Thank goodness.
So you're saying.
But then I'm looking at an $800 payment, because it's going to be sitting vacant, So, but if I rented it half of the month.
I don't think I understand.
Yeah, if I rented half of the month.
You mean your mortgage payment is $800?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. But if I can keep it rented 50% of the time, the projection on this property, 50% of the time is around $57,000 a year. That's if I can keep it rented 50% of the time. Right. So, and that's why I decided to do it. So if I can get me a couple more of those, then I think my wife and I, we can kind of cruise a little bit. You know, I don't really want to be out here working every day. I do home remodels and things like that myself right now. So, and I like real estate, and that's where I need to get back. I want to get back to acquiring a couple of properties so that I can do those things with. You know, not to say if it doesn't make sense to flip it, you know, somebody come along that wants, you can make the right deal, that'll be the thing to do. But I need the residual income, you know?
Well,
and funding. That'll be the next
one. I would say that the first thing you need to do is really turn it into true passive income. You don't have passive income right now. Right?
Well, when you say I don't have passive income, that's money that's going to come in every month, whether I hit a lick or not. I guess you can say you're right. I don't. You know?
I think you're the one that said that right now you're doing the cleaning, right?
Yeah.
And how do you rent these units up? Do you do the marketing, or does the management company do your marketing for you?
No, they do all the marketing. I don't do anything but clean the property. They host the property. If you go to you go on the internet right now, you can pull up Results Unlimited Hosting, and you'll see my property. That's, and I like to add more to that. I just launched this website last month, but and I'm in the process of changing hosting companies now. But the property is there. But
why do you have a website for your property?
Oh, that's an interesting question, because it's all about creating that business image. I need to have a business, which is Results Unlimited Hosting, to be able to go out and raise funds and, you know, get business funding.
So you don't have a website to market the property. You have a website to market you.
Exactly.
Okay. But Airbnb and your management company are taking care of the marketing of the property.
Exactly. Okay. Which is this particular company is called Evolve, which they're going to be the one that puts it on all these other platforms. They're going to optimize, you know, my, you know, the engine optimization, putting it where it needs to be. They're the ones doing all. And they're the ones collecting all the money. All they're doing is sending. Pardon?
They're the ones doing what?
They're the ones collecting the money. They just deposit it in my account, you know, when it's time to do that.
When
so
the tenant shows, when the renter, the occupant shows up, if they have a problem, who do they call?
Oh, they're gonna call me, because I'm managing the property as well. So if there's any issues,
explain that to me.
Explain that to you?
Explain that to me.
Okay.
How is it that the management company is taking 10% off the top and you're still involved in management? How's that work?
Well, they're the ones marketing the property. They're the ones collecting. They're the ones getting the tenant. They're the ones doing all the booking.
Yeah.
Okay. But you got to have somebody to maintain the property. So I could pay someone to do that, but under the circumstances, I do that myself. Which there's
yeah, but under traditional, if I own an apartment building, I hire a property manager, I'm going to pay that property manager 5 to 7% of the gross, not 10%, right?
I would assume.
And that property manager is going to do everything. And I'm not going to get a single phone call from anybody other than the property manager to say, hey, Sherman, somebody died in the building and we need your authorization to call the insurance company to get it cleaned up. Short of that, that property manager is never going to call me. And they're charging me, and they're charging me 7%. You got a management company that's charging you 10% and you still got to work. How does that become passive income ever?
Well, you make a valid point, but I don't know of an Airbnb model that's any different unless I'm doing all the management myself, unless I'm doing all my booking myself, unless I'm
you're going in the wrong direction, my friend. You said you said you wanted residual income, you wanted to slow down, you want to enjoy life. Now, you use the word residual income, I use the word passive income, but we're talking about the same thing. How do you get to a point where you're not involved in anything that's involved day to day with regard to your Airbnb property? How do you get there?
Well, basically, you got to have somebody doing it all for you.
Okay, so tell me how you get there.
Well, you presented a problem that it poses an issue. I don't know how you get there unless I pay someone else to do what I'm doing. That's how I get there. So
this management company that's charging you 10% will not deal with the day-to-day stuff. You still got to deal with the day-to-day stuff.
The hosting company, no, they're not doing that unless I can do some research and find out something different. But no, they're not doing that. I still have to do that.
Let's call it what it is. It's not a management company. It's a booking company. They're just simply booking your units and collecting the money.
Okay, well, let's call it. I call it a hosting company. They're doing the hosting. And
hosting what?
They're hosting my property.
What do you mean by hosting?
Well, they're the ones that are finding the guests, booking the guests, taking care of providing the guests with the assurance or insurance if there's any damage. They're providing all that. All I'm doing is providing the property. I'm the only. I guess you could say I'm the host. And
they're not hosting anything. All they're doing is marketing and booking.
Yeah.
And for the most part, aren't they marketing it on already established websites like VRBO and Airbnb?
They're hosting it on their website, their platform, as well as a number of others. Airbnb, Booking.com, Expedia.
And where are most of your customers coming from?
I don't know which platform they're coming from.
And the reason why you don't know is because they don't want you to know.
Well, I probably do have access to that. Whether they book through Airbnb. Yeah, this company is a new company, so I'm not sure. But the previous one that I was with, I could tell if they booked through Airbnb.
I would imagine that most of the bookings that are coming to your property are not coming from their website.
Okay.
They're probably coming from the websites you mentioned, Expedia, right? Is this company that you're using based in Tulsa?
No.
Do they have any special relationship with American Airlines?
No.
Then your bookings are not coming from their website. Your bookings are coming from Expedia and Airbnb and Booking.com, et cetera, et cetera.
Probably.
Which for the most part, you could do yourself and not pay them 10% off the top.
Well, that's a possibility.
Well, I think it should be a probability given the fact that they're charging you 10%, which as you said, as an experienced real estate investor, did you ever in your past, when you had multiple properties, hire a property management company?
No, I did not.
Okay. So you pretty much have always managed your own properties yourself.
I've pretty much done that back in the day. There's
Okay.
a problem, I dealt with it.
Yeah, which only leads to burnout, by the way. I don't know if you experienced that. Yeah,
I did.
So here's the deal. In the world of traditional real estate, traditional buy hold, multifamily, commercial, hotel, whatever, you pay a property manager, and the property manager traditionally takes care of everything. There's nothing left undone by that property manager. And in the world of traditional real estate, a 10% management fee would be viewed as a premium, not a discount. Wow. Okay. Most property managers charge between 5 and 10%. If it's a war zone, maybe 12. If it's a really, really difficult property, maybe 12. But most property managers are typically charged between 5 and 7%. So to be paying 10% in the world of traditional real estate is a premium. See where I'm coming from?
Yes, sir.
And they do everything. And I mean everything. But the only thing I did not let my property manager do is enter into any expenditure above 1 month's rent. Okay. So if there's some kind of a charge, it's going to be $2,000, $3,000. They're not authorized to do that without talking to me first. But otherwise, they take care of everything. And I don't hear anything, and I don't deal with anything. And that's what keeps you from getting burned out. Got it?
Right.
So now let's go into the world of Airbnb and the relationship that you got. First question I would ask is there anybody else out there who can do the booking stuff, which quite frankly is easy? All they're doing is putting your stuff on somebody else's website, Expedia, Booking.com, Airbnb.com. So that you could probably pay a virtual assistant in the Philippines $5 an hour. And I seriously doubt it would probably take more than 10 hours a month. Right? So take the example you got of you're paying somebody you're collecting 6,000, but you're paying them 600, right? 10% of 6,000 is 600, right?
That's correct.
You're paying them $600 for something that a virtual assistant in the Philippines could probably do for $50. And you're still doing all the work. I think the first question you got to ask is why, not me and not you, but first thing you got to do is ask them, why are you doing that? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I got to get some gas in the car, so hang on. I'm not going anywhere. I'll be right back.
Objective opinions. It always makes you think, doesn't it? Get other people's ideas.
Yes, it does. That's why I like talking. I like these meetings.
It's always good to have a different perspective.
Absolutely.
You always look at the bottom line when you say Airbnb, you're like, wow, that's an easy way to get rich, but you don't realize how much the cost is for not having all the information.
Yeah. And I guess it's all relative too. You know, it just depends on your objective. For me, it's been relatively problem free. Not to say it will stay that way. You know what I'm saying?
Motion detected.
I'm sorry. What are you talking about? What are you saying?
Hang on a second. Excuse me.
Oh, sugar. That's the other thing I've got. So we are gonna have to switch iPads because we're about to lose battery on this one. Yeah, is it still running? Okay. Mickey, you there? We need to step out. Sorry.
Would you recommend virtual assistant for newbies?
I recommend virtual assistant for everything. The question is, Are you ready for a virtual assistant? Have the income. You have to know what to tell them what to do. Because if you hire somebody, you don't know what to tell them what to do. Guess what you do? You just throw the money down the toilet.
Hey, Sherry, thank you.
The average price you pay for virtual assistants. You hired a virtual assistant for $100, it's $500. What are you spending $500 on right now?
Okay.
Do you go to Starbucks?
Thank you.
Okay. What happens every time you go in and out of Starbucks? You go Chick-fil-A? Whatever.
I have Chick-fil-A every day.
So hiring a virtual assistant is without a doubt one of the most.
Hey, I talked to fire today. The guy who wrote the offer letter, he passed it to the next person that was going to tweak it, and they gave it to the chief. It's been busy. The chief is busy. They're just waiting for his signature.
Hey, Alan? Alan? Are you talking to me? All right, Mickey, you back?
I am. I apologize.
No apology necessary. We're just getting some gas and I'm going to hit the road. But here's my point. If you truly want a business that has passive income, then you need to structure it as a business with passive income. You with me?
Uh-huh.
And you don't have passive income from Airbnb. Got it?
Yes, sir.
And as you said earlier, you've been a real estate investor. You made a few mistakes and you want to avoid those mistakes. Did I hear that correctly?
That is correct.
Well, the first mistake that you're making with Airbnb, which is the same mistake you made with your other properties, is you being your own property manager and you doing everything. Because the more properties you buy, the more stressed you're going to get. And it's going to get to the point it's going to burn you out, no matter how much money that you make. You with me?
Yes, sir. I'm
You a
following
Bible
you.
reading man? You a Bible reading man, Mickey?
Am I what?
A Bible reading man.
Absolutely.
Matthew 24. What does it do to inherit the whole world and lose your soul? Following me?
Yeah.
Adding more properties, adding more income where you have to do the day-to-day work is only going to make you lose your soul, brother. You got me?
Yes, sir.
So before you scale up, before you add more to the mix, the first thing I would challenge you to fix is turning this into passive income when you have a business that's generating $6,000 a month as opposed to a business generating $60,000 a month. Because if you go from a business that generates $6,000 a month to a business that generates $60,000 a month, and you're still the person who's in the middle of it, you are going to die of a heart attack in the next 24 months. You hear me?
Yeah, we don't need to be dying of no heart attack. So yes.
So you want to talk about how we fix this? Thank you, sir.
Yes.
We start off by redesigning the whole business process so that as soon as you possibly can, you bring somebody else in to do the day-to-day. Now, I would argue with you that just based on what you've told me so far, and you haven't told me everything, and there may be some details missing, but just based on what you've told me so far, you got a company that is booking people into your space, and they're charging you $600 a month, and you could very easily find somebody else to do the same level of work for $50 a month. That means every single month, $550 is going out your business that could be used to pay for other things. You with me?
Well, yes, sir. That makes sense. If I can find someone to do it.
Again, we can have this conversation on Saturday, late Saturday, or I'm sorry, you're not going to be here Sunday. So we're on this conversation now. If we were to have this conversation on Sunday, I'd probably ask you a couple more questions, a couple more details. We'd have a better internet connection. I'd want you to show me some documents and stuff. But I'm going to take you at your word, and I'm going to take you at your word and saying, hey, you got a third-party company, and basically they provide two things. They put your property into all these other third-party booking sites, because I guarantee you, you actually saw the numbers, you'd be shocked to see how little to none of the bookings you're getting is coming from their website. And if you put up your own website, the story would be the same. Ain't nobody booking stuff off your website. They're booking it off of booking.com, expedia.com, airbnb.com. Like that's where people are searching for rooms in Tulsa. In addition to which, the one place that you're not going to now that you need to be going to is directly to American Airlines and say, hey, we're noticing that a whole lot of the folks who are renting our space are coming from your shop. What can we do for you?
We lost you. Can't hear you, Sherman.
We can get the cost down. You with me?
Well, no.
Can you hear me now? That's what I would have told him if you were actually.
I can hear you now.
It becomes complicated when we make it up. Okay, so listen, Mickey, I'm gonna talk to the guys in the car and I'm gonna tell them what I would have told you, and hopefully it's recording and you can come back and watch the recordings later on, okay? Because I don't want to stop talking just because we lose connection. So business is really simple, right? It only becomes complicated if we made it complicated. The number one rule of business is get customers. The number two rule of business is to keep customers. And the number three rule of business is to scale. And the only way you scale is by bringing other people in. And you hear me talk about it over and over again. You want to get to the place where you can pay somebody else 10% of your profits to do 90% of the work. If you are doing 90% of the work and paying somebody else 90% of your profits, you are not going to stay in business very long. Does that make sense? Yes. And the business that you build will become a business that you hate. Because you realize that every single time you get a new property, a new customer, a new whatever, you are the one who's doing 90% of the work. Got it? Correct. That is not passive income. It's the opposite of passive income. And unfortunately, what Mickey has created for himself is a situation where he's giving up $550 every month to somebody else that he could be paying $50 to basically put people in his spot, in his place. Every time he puts people in his place, guess what he creates for himself? Work. So how do we do that? Well, number one, if instead of paying this booking company $600 a month, 10% of his gross, he pays a virtual assistant $50 to do the same thing. Now he's got $550. Now he's got $550 that he didn't have last month. What does he do with it? He pays a cleaning crew to clean his place so he doesn't have to. Take the $200 and just pay somebody. Now you got $550, which means you got enough money to clean the place almost 3 times. Absolutely. And he has control over whether or not these are short-term rentals, 2-day rentals, or 30-day rentals. He may want to just flat out say, hey, we don't do any rentals for less than 15 days. Right. All right. That's like just doing that one thing. It doesn't necessarily put more money in his pocket, but you know what it does? It buys him back more time. And he's now creating a business model where every time he adds another property, he uses the same model, which means he's not on the road to burnout. Does that make sense? Yeah. Second thing that would be smart to do is to not be so completely dependent on one source for your booking. So not only would I have my virtual assistant and I would have an instruction sheet, right? Here's how you put it on booking.com. Here's how you put it on airbnb.com. Here's how you put it on whatever.com, right? So if his virtual assistant quits, what does he do? The next virtual assistant, he's like, okay, here's the manual. Here's how you do it. Then he's never beholden to anybody who decides they want to go rogue or quit on it. What happens if this booking company he's using now decides they want to start playing games with him and playing games with his money? He's completely dependent upon it, right? Next thing, once you get it to the point you got a virtual assistant doing it as opposed to a booking company doing it, right? Go directly to American Airlines. He's in Tulsa. They're in Tulsa. Go find somebody who's responsible for bringing people in and out. I got to believe with the number of people they're probably bringing in and out of Tulsa, there's probably one person in the HR department or what designated department whose sole job is to help find these executives temporary housing. He wants to go find the temporary housing person and say, hey, listen, I got this beautiful property and we're currently making it available. Is there some kind of a list that we can get on to be one of these preferred providers? Worst case scenario is somebody says no, but there's a high probability somebody says yes. You ever deal with the military?
Yes.
You ever deal with the military?
Yes.
I know you deal with the military.
Absolutely.
Doesn't the military have an office at every base that deals with temporary housing?
Absolutely.
If you're a housing provider, why would you not want to be known to them? Okay, especially as he increases the number of units that he has.
Now we become a brand.
Right now, third and last thing, and I would only do this after you do the other two, because again, adding more properties, adding more headaches only leads to burnout and stress, which ultimately leads to heart attacks. Okay. Third thing I would do is say, okay, based on my model, and now that I've restructured my model so that I have somebody else doing 90% of the work, how do I add more properties into the mix? And I think what he's going to find when he really breaks it down, he's already given us his numbers, by the way, if you're paying attention. Yeah. By the way, the number one thing about this business is pay attention. Correct. He said on a good month, he can rent it out for $6,000, right? Correct. He's paying the booking company 10%. He's doing all the work, but what did he say his mortgage payment was? He said it. On the month the house sits empty, he gets what? And I asked, what's that, your mortgage payment? He said, yes. He told us the number. He's got to be alert.
2,000 or 800.
$800. Now here's his problem. How long has he owned this house?
Yeah, over 20 years.
Is he going to be able to find a house with an $800 a month mortgage payment?
No.
So when he goes back in the marketplace to buy more houses, he's going to suddenly realize the mortgage payments on houses that he likes, he needs, it's probably $2-3 grand a month. Got it?
Got it.
Unless he does what?
Wholesale by.
I wouldn't spend an ounce of his time teaching that wholesale. He needs to fix the system he's got and then go out immediately start buying more properties. What is a good way in this market to buy properties with low mortgage payments? What was everybody doing 5 years ago that nobody's doing today? What was going on 5 years ago? 4 years ago? 3 years ago? 2 years ago? What was everybody doing 2 to 3 years ago that they're not doing now?
Foreclosures?
No, nobody was doing foreclosures 2 or 3 years ago. Oh, you guys can hear me now.
Getting business funding.
Let me be more specific. In the real estate space, what was everybody doing 2 to 3 years ago that they're not doing now? First of all, what was 2 to 3 years ago?
Oh, refinancing.
Refinancing.
Because the interest rates are so high versus that.
They were buying houses and refinancing houses, what? At 2.5% to 3% to 4% loans. Ain't nobody got no 2 to 3 to 4% loans today. Got it?
Got it.
So if he wants more houses in Tulsa, Oklahoma, where he can make that spread between the $6,000 for his Airbnb versus $800, which he's not going to get to, he needs to get really, really good at buying properties subject to the existing mortgage.
Wow.
And taking over houses that have low interest rate loans. Does that make sense to you guys?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
He doesn't have time for doing wholesaling.
No, he don't.
He doesn't have time for doing anything else other than what he's doing. He just needs to get better at what he's doing. And as soon as he gets himself out of his own way, which is the number one thing that we all do as entrepreneurs, if you got a business that is 100% dependent upon you doing something every single day, it ain't going to get done.
Right. Yeah.
Can we just be honest? We're entrepreneurs. We're lazy. We get distracted, right? Yeah. So we get sick, right? So he's got to set up a system that doesn't include him. Every piece of his business, like, okay, does this include me? All right, if it does, how do I get the hell out of here and turn this over to somebody else?
That makes sense.
Him cleaning his own business, cleaning his own property makes no sense whatsoever. Him putting his own properties onto Airbnb, et cetera, makes no sense. However, him paying 10% for something that should cost him $50 and he's paying $600 makes no sense either, right? But as soon as he's got a system that works on his first property that does not include him, the next thing he wants to do is scale it up. Yeah. And the way he will make more money is step one, get the hell out of his own way. Step two, stop paying people for stuff that you really don't need to be paying them for. And then step three, go buy more properties. And the best way for him to find more properties at low interest rate loans is to get really, really good at subject to. So rather than spending any time, energy, learning how to wholesale or getting better as a wholesaler, he should be spending all of his time, all of his energy, getting this crap off his plate and focusing on a technique that he may not understand, which is called sub two. And then secondarily, raising money. If I can raise money, private investors to close whatever gap that is, and I can get really, really good at taking over property subject to, I can pretty much buy any property, buy properties that I want. Go ahead and hit, what's your choice? Cancel, yeah. And then we'll switch to this other iPad in a second. Okay. Does everybody see how that works? That's what he should be doing. If that makes sense to you guys. Mickey, did you hear any?
It makes sense to me.
Okay. And you, my friend, are the only person that matters. All right. That is your blueprint. That's your plan. And if I can help you in any way to get there, let me know. Okay. And by the way, the only thing we would have done differently on Sunday as part of this is I might have asked to see some documents. I might have asked to see the website. But for the most part, if you heard what I said, as much of it as possible, that's what you should be focused on in the next 6 months to a year, because that's the thing that's going to take you from $6,000 a month to $60,000 a month. Okay? Without you dropping dead of a heart attack. Did you hear that last part? What? Without you dropping dead of a heart attack.
I like that part.
Me too. Listen, my friend, I sold a 12-unit apartment building last year. I made $500,000 on it. I sold it for $1.2 million. Got it? And I would have loved to have kept that apartment building for the next 20, 30 years, refied and pull out $500,000 cash. But the problem was I went through 3 different property managers. Every one of them was ripping me off, left, right, and Sunday. Because the neighborhood wasn't a great neighborhood. And every property manager I got to come into that neighborhood basically used it as an advantage against me. I tried to hire 2 or 3 other property managers, couldn't do it. So finally, I'm like, to hell with it. And it was a point in time where there was a whole bunch of investors coming out of New York and New Jersey with more cash than brains. So you know what I did? I took it, sold it, and specifically said, hey, I want to focus my time and attention on a better part of town where I'm not going to have the stress level, because I can hire good property management on this part of town, whereas I'm struggling to find good property management on the other side of town. Having somebody to run your business is the #1 key to being able to sleep at night and go live your life. And if you're going to do real estate, it needs to be about you being able to sleep at night, okay? Yeah. At some point in time, when you're ready to buy hold, it's got to be about 100% passive income. Now, I get it. When I was a younger dude and it was all about wholesaling and putting deals together, I get it. There is a certain amount of hustle. But as you get older in life, just trust me on this, you don't want to be out there hustling the same way at 60 as you were at 40. And you don't want to be out there hustling the same way at 50 as you did at 30, okay?
Right. I can't do it.
At a certain point, it's got to be about lifestyle. And what kind of a life do you want to architect? And you have to design that and build towards it. It doesn't happen by accident, okay?
Right.
Mickey, I don't know how old you are, but you're probably closer to my age than Navaja's age. You with me? Whatever amount of time you got left, I want you to love it and enjoy it and not hate every day of your life because you're out there scrubbing some damn toilet for a $200 fee.
Well, I tell you, I'm 68 this year.
All right, you looking good, my friend. Hey. You looking real good.
And 49 years of marriage.
All right. You're doing something right. You're doing it right. Happy wife, happy life.
She just joined me on the other side of the computer here. She's at the table now, so she's.
But listen, Mickey, I want you and your wife to enjoy the beaches of the world, not the toilets of your Airbnb. Okay? You with me, my friend?
I'm with you.
All right. You gonna be here tomorrow?
I'll be here tomorrow. Yes.
I'll make sure we talk some more about this tomorrow, okay? Because I promise you, and I promise everybody else who's here this weekend, you're gonna walk out of here. You're gonna walk in here excited and a little confused, but you're gonna walk out of here knowing exactly what you should be doing. And what Mickey should be doing is different from what Valerie should be doing. What Valerie should be doing is different from what Shirley should be doing. What Shirley should be doing is different from what Navaz should be doing. But each and every person who's here this next 3 days or 2 days, if you only got 2 days, you're gonna walk out of here, if you participate, having a complete step-by-step, what should I be doing next? Mickey, did I give you a step-by-step in terms of what you should be doing next?
You did. You gave me some real value that I can sink my teeth into. I appreciate that.
Awesome. And like I said, if I can be of any help actually implementing it, let me know. Because it's one thing to know what to do. It's something completely different to get out there and actually do it. When you start actually getting out there to do it, then your life is going to change.
Right. Okay? Knowledge is power only if you apply it.
There you go, my friend. That's exactly right. That's exactly right.
Yeah.
All right. Who else wants to go next? Anybody else want a step-by-step plan for we get out of here?
Yeah, one thing I know is in the university page. Could you just go over the subject 2 again real quickly? How to implement it and move.
Nope. No. We got an iPad we're having to switch out in the next couple of minutes because of the battery. And I got connectivity issues as I'm driving. You think I'm gonna teach you how to do sub 2? And you only gonna hear every other word out of my mouth? Ain't gonna happen today. But I'll tell you what we can do, Alan. If you remind me, Sunday morning we're talking about how to buy properties, nothing down, creative financing. If you remind me on Sunday, I will make sure that we talk about that topic on Sunday when I'm talking from my desktop, not my iPad. Okay?
All right, you got a deal.
Fair enough. And you are correct. There is stuff in Real Investors U on how to do sub 2. But I'll point out all that stuff and walk you through some examples on Sunday.
Sweet.
You're welcome. Anybody else? We're gonna be on the road for about a half an hour. So once we get to our destination, I'm gonna just focus my attention on the destination at hand. Who's got questions? Who's got comments? Anybody else have an aha moment?
Well, I had one of my biggest aha moments was to look around the areas, and if you see any rehab being developed, then those are good areas that you may want to consider to purchase in. And it actually validated what I was doing now, because before joining the 21-day challenge, I had been on a hunt for my first investment property. And initially I was looking in high demand areas in Philadelphia, because I'm born and raised in Philadelphia, although I live in New Jersey, but I know that area inside and out. And then I switched it, and my real estate agent at that time was pretty disappointed because I was thinking, I want to go to the Cobbs Creek area where it's urban, but the homes are selling for like $300K now versus like $90K, 10 years ago. So that aha moment for me was a big deal because it just confirmed that I think I'm on the right track somewhat.
Cool. So is that Shirley? Was that Shirley talking?
Yep, that was Shirley. Mm-hmm.
All right. So Shirley, let me share a little secret with you. This is just for you, nobody else. You ready?
Mm-hmm.
To be successful in real estate, you only need 3 things. To be successful in real estate, you only need 3 things. Okay.
I'm listening.
Money, money, money.
Now, it's not money, 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 and it's not location. There's been
deals.
Well, it doesn't hurt. No, to be successful, you only need 3 things. You need the right system. Okay. Every part of your real estate business is going to require a system. You with me?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
You need the right one. So just like I was saying to Mickey, hey, Mickey, you need somebody putting your property on the various websites, he needs a system to do that. He doesn't need a $600 a month system. He needs a $50 a month system. Got it?
Mm-hmm.
He then needs a system to do the day-to-day operations that doesn't include him. And he needs a system to go out and buy more properties and add them into the mix. So that's 3 different systems. Got it? Does that make sense?
Yep, it makes a lot of sense.
Okay. So to do what you want to do, what do you want to focus on right now for the next 12 to 18 months?
Buy and hold.
Buy and hold? Okay. Then
Yeah.
you need a system to acquire properties. You need a system to manage properties, and you need a system to raise money to get more properties. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
You need 3 different systems. Which do you think comes first?
The raising money.
Nope.
Okay. Acquire property.
Bam. Because if you don't have a system to acquire properties, what good is the money going to do for you? If you don't have a system to acquire properties, what good is the management do for you? You don't need a system to manage what you don't have. Make sense?
Yep.
Now, do you want commercial properties or do you want residential properties?
I want both.
Which do you want to start with?
Residential.
Okay. In the world of residential, there's only 2 ways to find your residential properties. Do you know what they are?
The MLS and the for sale by owner.
Correct. That's it. So you need a system to find. You need a system to find and acquire properties in the MLS, and you need a system to find and acquire properties that are FSBOs. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So if your end goal is to buy, hold property, and your end goal, your starting point is to buy, hold residential, and then move into commercial, then the first place you start is putting in place systems.
Mm-hmm.
We lost you, Sherman. I think the battery went dead.
We probably hit the hang up button by accident.
Can he hold the meeting while you switch tablets and keep it open?
Oh, goodness.
I didn't think I was going to be able to check in today, but the day turned out right. I'm so glad I did. Like I said, I was dropping in and out because I was at work and stuff was coming in. But
all right, guys.
Everything I did to hear helped.
So, Shirley, what was the last thing you heard me say?
That I need a system to acquire property first, and just the order of things.
All right, so you need a system to acquire property. If we're going to start with residential, we need a system to acquire residential property first. And there's only 2 ways to find properties. So we need a system to acquire properties in the MLS, and we need a system to acquire properties that are FSBOs. Got it?
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense to you?
It makes a lot of sense.
All right, which one comes first?
The system to acquire property.
Which one comes first?
MLS.
Oh, the MLS.
Why?
Because 80% of the homes that are being sold are going to the MLS.
Correct. What's another good reason?
See, I just started day 8, so I didn't get through it all. I know you mentioned that the for sale by owner are usually people who are afraid of like real estate agents or they have some type of fear.
So let me tell you what the other reason why we start with MLS deals. You ready?
Yes.
It's the easier one to put on autopilot.
Okay.
In other words, you can set it up, put it on autopilot, and now start going after FSBOs. Okay. And even though FSBOs can be more lucrative, especially for wholesalers, the simple reality is there are lots of little subsystems you're going to have to put in place to go after FSBOs. Okay. The easiest way to get started, the easiest way to make money, the easiest way to get cash flow going, and the easiest thing to put on autopilot is hacking the MLS. That's why we start there. And that's why in all of my training, I will generally refer to hacking the MLS or the 21-day course as quote unquote phase one. Clear indicator that that's where you start. And you want to get to the place that you can hire a virtual assistant, pay that virtual assistant $5 an hour, and that virtual assistant is doing 90% of the work, but you're keeping 90% of the cash. Make sense?
Yeah.
And after you got that virtual assistant on board, then you start going full on, full press towards going after FSBOs. Got it?
Yes.
All right. Now, once you got deal flow coming in, you're not going to buy every deal that you see. Would you agree with me on that?
Yes.
Not every deal that you see is one that you necessarily want to buy and keep. So what do you do with the deals that look good but don't match your criteria? What do you do with them?
Wholesale them?
Wholesale them, structure them, bird dog them. In other words, something is worth something, get paid. Nobody ever went broke taking a profit. You got that? So what will typically happen is for every 10 deals that you see that you potentially could put under contract, 8 of them you're not going to want to keep. So wholesale the 8 and keep the 2. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay. And as long as you're not doing 90% of the work, but have other people doing 90% of the work, then you can do that all day long. Got it?
Yep.
All right. So the first system we need to put in place is an acquisition system. Now, once we start getting properties, owning properties, then we got to put in place a property management system. That's where Mickey is right now. And the simple fact of the matter is you may have to do your own property management to start before you can outsource that to somebody else. Does that make sense?
It does. And I actually just interviewed a property manager because I already knew from the door that that was not my calling. So
yeah. Can I tell you a simple, heartbreaking truth? You never know what somebody's capable of until you hire them.
Okay.
You never know what a property manager is capable of until you give them a property to manage, and you never know what an employee is capable of until you hire them and give them an assignment. Okay? I don't tend to waste a lot of time pre-screening applicants. I don't tend to waste a lot of time doing all kinds of crazy background checks, and there's a lot of people that are really into these sort of cognitive tests before they hire somebody. I don't do any of that crap. You want to know why?
Why?
Because I can figure out within the first 2 weeks to 3 weeks whether or not they're capable of doing the job or they're going to do the job. And if they're not capable of doing the job, you know what I do very quickly?
Replace them?
I fire them.
Okay.
Okay? The only way you will ever know if somebody is truly capable of doing a job or coming into a job and rising to the occasion is to hire them and watch them do what they do. Okay? So while it's great that you have a property management company identified, you're not really going to know whether or not they're any good until you do what?
Hire them.
Give them a property to manage. Okay? And you'll be able to tell the good ones from the bad ones really quick. That doesn't mean you don't do any kind of screening. That doesn't mean that you don't do some kind of background checks. That doesn't mean that you don't get references. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying don't overthink bringing somebody on board. Bring them on board, coach them, teach them, mentor them. But if they're not cutting it, get rid of them. Okay?
Okay.
You have to, quite frankly, at some point get downright ruthless about how you run your business. Okay. Now,
Mm-hmm.
you heard me say to Mickey, you're paying somebody $600 that you only need to be paying $50. You heard me say that. You heard that conversation with Mickey, right?
Yep. Uh-huh.
But you know what? It's better for Mickey to have somebody he's paying $600 to than him doing that job himself. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes that's how you fix your business and how you fix your systems. You hire somebody and then you realize there's a better way to do this. And as you start doing it better, when you know better, you do better, and you start changing things, tweaking things.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
One of my favorite authors is Maya Angelou. You ever read anything by Maya Angelou?
Yes.
And one of my favorite Maya Angelou expressions, a Maya Angelouism, is do the best you can. And when you know better, do better. You know what that means to me as an entrepreneur?
What?
Hire the people you can, work with the people you can. And when you find better, you do better. And you will oftentimes hear me say things like, run your business like it's a professional sports team. Got it?
Got it. Yep.
Do you like sports at all?
I'm a diehard Eagles fan. Diehard
There you
Sixers
go,
fan.
fly, Eagles fly.
Exactly.
Go Birds.
Well, you
Go
know
Birds.
what? I am a diehard Ravens fan. And
Okay.
right now, all the conversation is about the fact that we picked up Derrick Henry and let go of Gus Edwards. Right? Now, I'm sure Derrick Henry is a very, very, very fine running back. What gets lost in the sauce is that Gus Edwards was one of the most productive running backs the Ravens have ever had. And Gus Edwards had more yards last year than most of the top 10 running backs, despite the fact he had some injuries, didn't play every single game. But here's the point. I got to believe that Eric DeCosta, the general manager of the Ravens, knows what he's doing by picking up Derrick Henry and letting go of Gus Edwards. Does that make sense?
Makes sense. Mm-hmm.
It is better to have a running back on your team than no running back. You with me?
Yep.
But if you can get the best running back available and replace what you got, guess what you should do?
Same.
Huh?
What?
Get the best running back available. Okay?
Yes.
But run your business like a professional sports team. Okay? You're gonna have some key, you're gonna have some key systems, some key players, and you want to support them. But by the same token, if something better comes along, you ought to be looking at it. Does that make sense?
It makes a lot of sense.
Okay. So I said you only need 3 things to be successful. You need the right system, and the truth of the matter is you need systems. Okay? You need the first main system is an acquisition system. Take what you're learning from real investors, put in place an acquisition system, right? Put in place the best system that we can give you and be prepared to tweak it along the way. Does that make sense?
Yes.
After you start buying properties, the next step is to start managing the property. So you're going to need a property management system. Does that make sense?
Makes a lot of sense.
And then once you got those 2 things in play and you start really looking at your business and, okay, how do I really start to scale this up? Then you're going to want to have a money raising system. Okay. And typically what's going to happen for you is you're going to have 2 main sources of money, 3 really. You're going to have your hard money lenders, you're going to have your private investors, and you're going to have your own money. Which one of those 3 do you think I do not want you to use?
My own money.
Right. Now, you're going to have to use some of your own money to begin with, but you want to very quickly get out of the business of using your own money and replace that with money that you borrow and money that you get from private investors, otherwise known as equity. Okay. So yes, you will need a system for raising money, but you don't necessarily need that first. You definitely need us to have a system for acquiring properties. That needs to come right up front. You may choose to work on your money raising skills right alongside your property acquisition skills and defer the property management. And that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. But at some point, you're going to need all three things in place, and you need to be prepared as the business owner to make tweaks along the way. Do what you can with what you got, and be prepared to make it better, just like a professional sports. Who owns the Eagles?
Jeff Lurie.
You want to be Lady Lori, okay?
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Makes a lot of sense.
Great point.
This is good. Amen.
Good. So again, first step, we got to get that property acquisition, and understand, you're not going to buy every property you see. If you're doing it correctly, you should see 4 properties for every one that you buy. 5 came across your desk. I resold 4. I wholesaled 4. I took that cash, reinvested in my business. I kept 1. Got it?
Yep.
And that property we saw, Alpine Street, is kind of an example of that. Alpine Street did not fit my buy box. That doesn't mean it wasn't a good deal. It just wasn't my deal. So what did I do? I wholesaled it to somebody else for a quick $20,000. Not a bad day's work. What could I do with $20,000? Reinvest it right back in my business to get more deal flow. Does that make sense? Yeah.
Makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
And as I have been out here, again, we skipped over a couple of properties just because of traffic and everything. One of the properties that we skipped over was my very first assisted living deal. Now, I'm going to go into greater depth on this on Sunday, but let me share a little bit of my story right now, because I know some of the folks in the car were asking about this. About 5 years ago, just before the pandemic broke out, so this probably was 2017, 2018, people really started talking about residential assisted living in a big way. And I have 2 friends that were really on the forefront about talking about residential assisted living. A guy by the name of Robert King, who's down in Orlando, and a guy by the name of Gene Garino, who was in Phoenix, Arizona. And Gene and Robert both were in the assisted living business, and they realized that it was really a growth industry 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago. And they started teaching other people how to do residential assisted living. And Gene took that information and created a trade association. Robert, on the other hand, decided to just sort of teach people small groups. And I got to talking to Robert, and he agreed to come to our training facility and teach our folks how to do residential assisted living. So we flew him in from Orlando. He did an all-day workshop. Everybody loved it. And then he mentioned that he was going to be doing a 5-day training down in Orlando, Florida, and invited members of our group to go down to Orlando, Florida for a more intense training session. 10 of us went there, and very, very good session. However, every time he would teach a concept, he kept on saying the same thing over and over again. What he said was, this is how we do it in Florida. You want to check to be sure that the way that they do it in your state is either the same or different. Is probably different. Well, Florida being a red state, Maryland being a blue state, he was absolutely positively correct. How we do assisted living in Maryland is very different than how they do it in Florida. Very different. Starting with the fact that in Florida, the agency or the group that oversees assisted living is the same agency that oversees rental housing. In Maryland, being a deep blue state, the agency that oversees assisted living operators is the same agency that oversees hospitals. Okay, it's a whole different standard of what you do, what you can do, what you can't do. So, long story short, turns out my next door neighbor owns and runs an assisted living facility because my next door neighbor's husband is a disabled vet. He no longer has the use of his legs. He has prosthetic devices and oftentimes is in a wheelchair. So the house that they live in now has an elevator, and the house that they used to live in also has an elevator. When they moved to the new house, they decided to rent the house or let some family members live in the house, and it was a complete disaster. So when they took the house back from them, it was the middle of the 2009-2010 recession. So what they did was, because the house had an elevator, she decided to rent it out as an assisted living property. And she went through the whole process of learning how to run an assisted living facility. So interesting thing is, group of us go to Florida. We're listening to Robert King talk, teach. He keeps on saying the way we do it in Florida may be different than the way that you do it. Check with your own state local. And just before the group of us went to Orlando, in between the time he came and the group of us went, I was having a party at the house. Many of my students were at the house. My next door neighbor came over and we got to talking about assisted living. And that's how I found out that she had one. So she invited me to stop by and see her property. So quite literally, I'm coming back from Orlando, Florida. And before I get on the plane, I call her because I want to say, hey, you know, I just went through this training and the guy says they may do stuff different in Maryland. And she says, well, would you like to come by and see the property? And I said, sure, at some point. She says, well, I'm here this weekend because I just got through firing my manager. And unfortunately, I fired my manager and the assistant manager got sick. So I'm here managing the facility today. If you want, you can stop by this weekend. Well, literally, the plane touches down at BWI, and instead of me going home, I go straight to see her facility, right? And so she's explaining the whole business to me, explains the fact that in Maryland, you have to go through this 120-hour certification program. Only certain people are certified to teach the certification program. You can't even think about owning or operating unless you go through the certification program. So I go online, I do my homework. Turns out there are 10 instructors in the entire state of Maryland who are certified to teach this course. Wow. 12 instructors. 8 of them are community colleges, 4 are individuals. One of the individuals happened to be a registered nurse who lived in Bowie. Wow. So I called her up and I said, hey, I got a 10,000 square foot training campus. A lot of our folks are interested in assisted living. 10 of us just went down to Florida. The guy did a great job, but he kept on saying stuff is different in Florida than it is probably in Maryland. She's like, he got that right. So I said, would you be interested in coming over and let's talk? So she came over to the facility a couple of days later. She saw our facility. She fell in love. And we created a joint program where she started teaching her class at our facility. All right. Now, I went through her training program. And the very first thing I realized, and it was a combination of going to see my neighbor when my neighbor was, quote unquote, babysitting her facility and going through the training from Lucy, I determined very, very quickly, I don't want to be anywhere near anybody's mama. Right. I do not want to be anywhere near the day-to-day, exactly. I don't want to be anywhere near the day-to-day operations of a residential assisted living. It's way beyond my core dependence, right? Yeah, and again, the main thing is just the reality. Yeah. Like there's the brochureware that says, okay, we're assisted living, and they show all these people in their 50s, right, and they're playing pickleball. When you are going into assisted living, it is end of life care. You probably at the point you're going into assisted living, you probably got 5, maybe 7 good years left. Okay. Wow. That's where the next thing after assisted living for many folks is either hospice, or some kind of like congregate care where you have like nurses and doctors looking over you all day long. So that was number one. But the second big aha moment for me was I looked around the room and saw all the people that were going through the program. Now, granted, we had our 10 people who were very, very interested. However, Lucy had a certain number of her students coming through. And as I began to ask questions and get to know them, here's the number one thing that stood out, okay? Number one, overwhelming majority of people who want to be licensed as assisted living operators, owners, are women of color in their 40s and 50s. Really? Who are nurses or nursing assistant by training, and they're in the business. Got it. They are caregivers through and through. That is their core constitution. That is the very makeup, the essence of their soul. They love people. They love taking care of people, right? And I like to call them so like Miss Cleo, right? Right? And they just love people, and they want to take it to the next step because they're generally getting paid just above minimum wage, right? And they want to take that next step and go from being an employee to an operator. I get it. But here's the thing. They love people. They love being around people. They love serving people. They know everything about the business. They are overqualified to take the Maryland class because they've been living it every day. But the one thing they don't know is real estate. So that's when I said, well, you know what? Why, rather than me becoming an assisted living operator,
Right.
why don't I service this clientele, which is, again, women of color, many of whom from the islands or overseas, right? First generation American, right? And in some cases, they haven't even become naturalized citizens yet. Some of them cases, they're still on a green card, right? But they can still become an owner operator who know everything about the business, love the people, but they know nothing about, why don't I become of service to them, helping them in the big piece of their missing puzzle, which is how do I actually get one of these houses and turn it into assisted living?
Wow.
And once I made that little bitty shift and started talking to Lucy about, hey, you don't have, you're teaching all the people all the things they need to know to comply with the law and pass the exam and get the certification. But you're not teaching them anything about real estate. She says, I know, because I don't know anything about real estate. And neither do any of the other 12 instructors who are certified by the state, because we're coming at this from we're teaching a certification program that's administered by the same administration, the same agency that oversees hospitals. There's nothing in there that talks about the real estate component. So what I bring to the table is the knowledge of how to get your hands on a property, the ability to buy properties and fix properties even before they get there, knock out walls. So I understand their business model almost as well as they do, right? And I know what they need, whereas a lot of investors don't know what they need. And there's certain kinds of houses that have to be configured in a certain kind of way. But the other piece of the puzzle is they're only interested in certain zip codes because certain zip codes pay $5,000, $6,000, $7,000 per bed. Right. And other zip codes pay $3,000, $3,500 per bed. So getting back to your question of, will I only look at certain zip? Yes, I will look at the zip codes that my customers say we can make money off of this. All right, so this is the neighborhood where I recently sold an apartment building. All right, I'll flip it around. This is literally just 2 blocks.
You guys can see
right?
online.
There's 2 blocks, and this is Lakeview Avenue. Right in front of us, you can barely see it, but right in front of us is the hill that is the Baltimore Reservoir. So the drinking water supply for the entire city of Baltimore is at the top of that hill. There's a big old reservoir there.
So it's up there.
And when we came down this street almost 20 years ago, this building was just finished construction.
Over here.
That building was still had recently been sold. And this building here with the fence around it was also recently recently been rehabbed. Okay. And the building that you see what the new buyer did with all of the fancy tile and stuff. Yeah. That building needed repair. Okay. And so we bought that building for, like I said, about $200,000. Quickly proceeded to put about another $300,000 or $400,000 into it. Yes. Mm-hmm. Okay. It's called St. Clair, named after my wife, because my wife's a saint. She out of the $200,000 we needed to buy it, she gave me $100,000. Wow. And the rest came from properties that I'd rehabbed and sold. We skipped over one street, but I was rehabbing houses about 4 or 5 blocks from here, and I basically rolled my profits into this deal. Do you guys feel like you need to stretch your legs?
I'm fine.
Okay. All right. And this neighborhood is 100 times better than when we bought. Most of these row houses on this side of the street were all tore up from the floor up. And you could see the drug dealers doing their trade in the middle of the street. And so we, like I said, bought it for 200, put about 400 into it, entered for 6, kept it for almost 15 years. Let's see, we put it 13 years, sold it last year. So it went live. We bought it like 2008. We finished the work in 2010, started bringing it up in 2010, and then sold it in 2023. And along the way, the city owns this big lot here. They asked me if I wanted to buy it. They were willing to give it to me for $1. I said no, because the more I really got to know this neighborhood, the more I realized it was just sort of up and down, up and down, up and down. It may be on its way up now, But like I said, the first chance I had to get out of the neighborhood and get top dollar, I was very, very firm about the fact that I was not going to sell it for less than $1.2 million. And I hired a real estate agent. I hired a real estate broker because, quite frankly, in Baltimore, there is a real estate broker who specializes in these small apartment buildings. His name is Ben Frederick. Okay. And I wanted to hire somebody who, like, this was their thing, right?
Yeah.
Sherman could sort of play at it on the weekends, but like, this is this guy's bread and butter business. So Ben put one of his top agents on it. The top agent tried to convince me that the building was only worth about $900,000. I'm like, nope. And you keep on saying that, I'm gonna take the listing away from you. So it was on the market for 8 months, and I helped him as much as I could. But finally, he was able to find a buyer coming out of New Jersey who had way more cash than he probably should have, and he bought it from us. And we closed in I want to say October maybe. But in any event, sold it, took the money, gave my wife back her 100 G's plus interest, and redeployed the capital back into the business and also back into a couple of the projects.
Nice.
But this is kind of like where you're oftentimes going to have to go to get that very first multifamily deal.
Yes.
And if you're not afraid to come into neighborhoods like this, right, then you can probably find deals like that. So now I'm going to take you to where our newest project is, and we will park the car, but we will stretch our legs, and I'll give you some plans and walk you guys through it. But I had a chance to acquire more property in this neighborhood. And like I said earlier, the one thing, and look, it's got some beautiful spots. I mean, look at this. Sorry. Sorry about that, guys. Sorry, guys. But I mean, look at this.
That's beautiful right there.
It's like, and this is the thing about Baltimore City and older. It's block by block, guys. It's literally block by block. And you can have $1 million houses sandwiched right up against $200,000, $300,000 houses. And you can have these beautiful, well-maintained right up next to the open air drug market. But that's Baltimore.
You guys can see on there.
And when I say it's Baltimore, it's not just Baltimore, but any major American city. Newark, right? Philadelphia, right? It's block by block. Way different than the suburbs. Okay. This is Micah, Maryland Institute College of Art. I'll never forget, I was riding on an airplane maybe about 20 years ago. I can't remember. I think I may be coming back from San Diego. In any event, I was sitting first class, and I sat next to this guy, and he says, well, I'm not real chatty, but I at least like to be a little sociable. And I said to the guy, are you going home or are you visiting? He says, what do you mean? I said, you're going to Baltimore, right? He says, yeah. He says, are you going home or visiting? He says, oh, I'm visiting. My daughter, who's sitting back in the economy section, is looking at colleges. And one of the colleges on our list is Micah. Now, at the time, I knew nothing about the Maryland Institute College of Art. And I said to him, well, what other schools is she looking at? And he said, Harvard School of Design, Rhode Island School of Design, and Micah. And I said to him, oh, I bet you hope she picks Micah so you can save some money. He looks at me, he's like, are you kidding me? It's the most expensive of the three. I'm like, what? In Baltimore? What? And so, like I say, you learn something new every day. I had no clue. Well, turns out that for almost 20 years, Micah, Maryland Institute College of Art, had a president who was originally from China. And he established a transfer program in China years ago where Micah became one of the schools for elite Chinese nationals that wanted to send their kids to America. And the appeal of Micah was you're fairly close to Washington, D.C. So if you had any children that had any design aptitude, and again, we think about America and American colleges as sort of being somewhat democratic, but overseas, most countries, including China, you're either very rich or you're very poor. And so paying $120,000 a year for tuition wow. for a private design school in Baltimore, or I'm sorry, not 100, it was $70,000 or $80,000 a year. And again, this is 10 years ago. I don't know what it is now. And so you had a whole lot of Chinese nationals who were basically coming to America to go to MICA, but the allure was not only was it a top tier design school, but it also put you right in the middle of the DC metro. And so a lot of the kids would come here, stay here, and then on the weekends would go down to DC, right? Sorry. So long short of it is MICA is an anchoring institution for that part of Baltimore. And when I talk about Baltimore, especially when I talk to investors coming out of DC like Navaj, I talk about my 5 rules for coming to Baltimore. So if you are from DC, if you are from Philadelphia, if you are from New York, if you're from Atlanta, Austin, whatever, chances are anything you buy, if you hang on to it long enough, will probably double or triple in value. Got it?
Got it.
Baltimore doesn't work that way. There are literally investors who come up here from DC, buy a property that they think is a steal, and lose their shirt. Okay? Oh, look, I found a house. It's a townhouse. It's only $30,000. Yes, but it's going to cost you $80,000 to fix it up. And by the time you get through fixing it up, it's still only going to be worth $80,000. And you see it time after time after time after time. Oh, it's so cheap. This was my feeling towards the guy who's like, okay, I'll pay you $1.2 million for your apartment. Like, okay, great. I'll take it. Right? So here's the deal. Rule number 1.
Okay.
If it's walking distance to the water, it's gold.
Okay.
And I mean, I don't mean can you see the water? Because there's a whole lot of little places here and there in Baltimore you can see the water, but you're going to get mugged 3 times before you actually get there. Okay? So it's not enough to see it. I got to be able to walk to it, feel comfortable walking to it, and know that I'm going to get there, get back, and everything's going to be okay.
Yes, sir.
So if it's walking distance to the water, you're gold. Okay? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Rule number 1, Baltimore is not DC. Because again, you buy anything in DC, it's going to double in value if you hold on for a couple of years, right?
Okay.
Rule number 2, don't forget rule number 1.
Gotcha.
And I've seen a lot of people from DC come up here and go, okay, well, it's not DC, but it's close. No, it's not. Not even, right? So rule number 1 is not DC. Rule number 2, don't forget rule number 1. Rule number 3, if it's walking distance to the water, it's gold.
Okay.
And there are some properties on the waterfront, like you see these big old tall buildings. There are some, by the way, they're on the water. Like that Marriott Hotel is on the water.
You guys see it?
That's the harbor. In fact, that's called Harbor East. We'll drive down there. I'll tell you the story behind that. Okay. If it's walking distance to the water, it's gold. Okay. Rule number 2, if it's not walking distance to the water, it needs to be walking distance to what's known as an anchoring institution. So what's an anchoring institution? A Johns Hopkins Hospital, a Johns Hopkins University, a MICA. Okay. Because those institutions create employment. That's what we mean by anchor. Like they're there, they're not going anywhere. They've been there for 40, 50, 100 years. They'll be there for another 40, 50, 100 years. Anchoring institutions.
Okay.
Rule number 1, Baltimore and DC. Rule number 2, don't forget rule number 1. Rule number 3, is it walking distance to water? Rule number 4, is it walking distance to an anchoring institution? Rule number 5, if it's none of the above, leave it alone.
Wow.
Just leave it the hell alone because you will get burned. Okay? All right, this neighborhood here that we're going into now is called Jonestown. Jonestown. Jonestown is the oldest neighborhood in Baltimore. It was created by a man by the name of Jones. He basically had a mill right around here somewhere. And so basically everything coming out of Baltimore County came down the Jones Falls River, or Jones Fall, actually more like a Jones Fall Canal. And then he would put the stuff on barges and ship it out. Mr. Jones was probably also a slave trader because that would have been consistent with what was going on at the time. Okay. Ships leaving Baltimore with dry goods going to Liverpool, right? Because that was sort of the next stop as part of the transatlantic. Go to Liverpool, pick up stuff in Liverpool, head down to Africa, the Horn of Africa, come back to Charleston, or come back to Baltimore. Or Brazil. And so Baltimore was part of that whole transatlantic slave trade. Wow. Up until the time of the emancipation. Yeah. So this is our property right here. We'll go ahead and get out. All right. You got the plans? If you want to bring those with you. Please be careful to get out on this side. Okay. All right. Turn you guys around.
Oh man, I gotta get some light in here. I'm gonna go to sleep.
Can you guys hear me okay? You guys hear me okay?
Yeah, we hear you.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Don't need those. All right, so this project is what we call Jonestown Muse. Jonestown Muse. We are in the Jonestown neighborhood. As I oftentimes say to my friends, if you like Baltimore, you know Baltimore. The next neighborhood to the south of us is called Little Italy. Go have lunch in Little Italy, and when you come back, and when you finish lunch, walk north. And when you run out of restaurants, you're in Jonestown, right? So there really aren't any restaurants here. However, let me point out a couple things. First of all, you see the tall building right there? That's downtown Baltimore. Is downtown Baltimore an anchoring institution? Lots of times, right?
Yes.
Then notice right here, I don't know if you can see it on the side here, Navaj.
Okay.
This is the National Aquarium. This is specifically what they call the National Aquarium Animal Rescue. This is the fish hospital for all the fish that are in the National Aquarium. So when the fish at National Aquarium, which is on the water, get sick, they bring them over here. And just before they opened up, they had a tour of the property. There are over 3,000 fish tanks in that facility, ranging in size from hundreds of feet to just little itty bitty things. And so when the fish get sick, they bring them over here, rehabilitate them, and then they take them back over to the hospital. And by the way, it's not just fish, it's also reptiles. Anything that's on display at National Aquarium, they bring over here. I think they told me once they have something like 40, 50 employees in here, many of whom are veterinarians or somehow involved in veterinary science, because this is what they basically do, rehabilitate the animals. This building right here is actually a co-work space, kind of like we work on a smaller Baltimore scale. And then up here, unfortunately, we'll drive by that on the way out. That was a historic building that a builder or developer was going to redevelop. He was going to sort of wrap 300 brand new apartment buildings around this historic building. And unfortunately, he ran out of money. And as a direct result of that, that building is going to actually come down. And the building across the street, that tall building across the street, is a men's homeless shelter. It's called the Helping Up Mission. I'll talk about that more when we get in the car. Very, very unique. They have agreed to buy the property across the street. They're going to tear it down and build a park. So there'll be a park there. This building right here, this sort of gray and red brick, this building right here is the Baltimore City Health Department. And not a lot of people working in the building now post-COVID, but right around the corner from that building is a 300-space garage that has never been fully utilized. Wow. We have no parking on our site, but they've agreed to rent us whatever amount of parking spaces that we need. Most of the projects up and down the street right here are either involved with health services, homeless, and this building right here directly behind us is privately owned, but they rent it to the Helping Out Mission. And basically, it's a homeless story and then coming out of substance abuse. So real quick, let me show you this. Okay. This is what the buildings looked like when we first bought them. We bought this building here in a private transaction, and then we came along and bought this building. This drawing right here is not in that set of plans. I got two different sets of plans. So this is what was here before. Okay. And this is the condition they were in when we bought them. Pretty dilapidated. Here's another view of the condition that the buildings were in before we bought them. We literally closed on this building Friday afternoon. Monday, code enforcement is knocking on our door saying, "Hey, when are you going to fix up that building?" And we're like, "We just bought the building, and oh, by the way, we bought it from the city of Baltimore." They're like, "We know. Who do you think gave us your name?" All right. So one side of the city basically coming after us because the other side of the city says, "Oh, it's not our problem anymore; it's their problem." Right. So what happened was, if you notice, sort of very carefully, I'll talk more about this on Sunday when we talk about commercial real estate. Do you guys see how there's a difference in the window line here versus this building? This building here was built in the 1800s. This building here was built in the early 1900s. So this is like 1880 something. This is like 1920 something, right? There was a 4.5 foot difference in floor height.
Okay.
Think about that, 4.5 feet. Now, if it was like 2.5 feet, okay, 2 steps down, you got to sunk it. No, 4.5 feet. So there was nothing we could do to connect the 2 buildings together. On top of which, you see this wall right here? This wall right here had been built about 2 or 3 years before. That wall right there is basically holding up the whole building. The city hired a contractor to build this wall to keep the front of the building from falling away and falling into the street. So at the end of the day, we had spent 100 grand, 120 grand to knock down this building, and that's why we have this fence here today. Originally, we hired an architect, and he designed a project that sort of mimicked what was there before. And for several years, we had sort of been going after this design. And then we got caught up in some stuff with the pandemic. Coming out of the pandemic, we go to contractors and say, hey, price this out. And the prices just made no sense. There's a lot of like indenture here, and they've got a mansard roof and the windows and all this crazy sort of storefront. And basically, and they had these little, what they call Juliet balconies. And so basically every contractor we talked to said, hey man, that's going to be a very, very, very expensive building to build. So we went back to the well, hired a new architect, and this is the design that we have now. And we just went before the Historic Preservation Commission. They told us to come back and represent, but this is what the design looks like now.
Oh, wow.
Much more like a sort of traditional warehouse, right? Much simpler, much easier to build. It's like page. A simpler, much more straightforward design, easier to get done, easier to build.
So your bottom floor is going to be a storefront?
Sorry?
Your bottom floor is going to be a storefront?
There's a further refinement on this, but there probably will be some kind of a storefront. Basically because what happened on the site, which was not historic, don't pay attention to the crazy people. What happened on the site was that there was a deli here, and we want to recreate some part of this element here because Sussman and Lev. So this is a very interesting neighborhood. Baltimore was one of the most segregated cities in America and had been for decades. Jonestown is unique because Jonestown was the only neighborhood in Baltimore that had free blacks, Jews, and other immigrants. And over time, it was sort of a mixture of the Jewish community and free blacks. And Sussman and Lev, which was here, was famous because in the 1940s, 1950s, at the end of World War II, when they were reforming the state of Israel, Golda Meir came here to raise money and get support. And the place where they met was at Sussman and Lev. And so we want to respect that part of the heritage without necessarily rebuilding the whole thing the way it was. So the plan right now is we're currently approved for 21 units. We are probably going to go back in the city and ask for 30 units. And the reason why is because several of our units are 2-bedroom units, and this is not really a 2-bedroom neighborhood. This is really more of a, hey, I just got out of rehab and I need a place to live. And so, yeah, studios, 400 square foot studios. It's one building. So it's one building, 5 floors. So currently we have 5 units per floor. It takes up the 2 bedrooms and cut them. So basically get to like 7 units per floor. But except for the ground floor, because the ground floor is going to have your mailboxes, your utility closet, and all that kind of other stuff. So probably only 2 units on the ground floor, and then 6 units for the remaining 4 floors. Something along that lines. So that's where we are. As you can see, with the exception of the occasional crazy person, it's a really good neighborhood. Certainly a different neighborhood than the one we came out of, right? Yeah. So the reason why the lot next door to the building.
I just got here. I just pulled up.
Because I wanted to double down on this neighborhood, and we'll ride around. We'll drive around. I'll show you some other opportunities that we're looking at in this neighborhood. But this is sort of our first project in the relocation to downtown Baltimore versus being up in Rutherford. Make sense?
It says
Yeah.
from 7 p.m.
By the
to
way,
7 a.m.
We had
I
the
am
chicken.
looking for investors for this deal. All right, so we can talk more about that tomorrow and Sunday if you're interested.
Listen, all of these cars, we all had chicken.
And you put the thing in the window?
Alan, can you mute, please? Because we hear everything.
The chicken's
Thank you.
here.
All right, so normally I would walk around, but I think what we'll do, just because we got crazy people in the neighborhood, is he gone? Okay, let's walk.
All right.
It's better to walk.
All right.
Let's walk.
Lock up.
When I bought the first building,
You were saying when you bought the first building?
when I bought the first building, that was there, this building was not there. They had not built that building. This was not the National Aquarium. This building right here was actually a mail house. The main post office for the city of Baltimore is one block over. And this was a mail house. So if somebody wanted stuff mailed out in bulk, they would contract with this company. And it was basically like a print shop, mail shop. That building right there, I honestly don't remember what it was, but I don't think it was an office. This is not the building.
So this wasn't built either.
None of this had been built. None of that had been built. So you remember how Alan was talking about, hey, if I put in a house and I make it a more expensive house, will I change the neighborhood? No. The way you change a neighborhood is what Baltimore City did. This was a public housing project called Flag House. I don't know if you guys remember the TV show Good Times. Yes. Do you remember the building that they lived in the TV show Good Times? And the superintendent Booker? Right? It was based off of a very real public housing project in Chicago called Cabrini Green. And if you get some time tonight and you want to do a little homework, Google Cabrini Green. It started off as this really beautiful project. It became a notorious drug den. Same thing happened with Flag House. And so when Clinton was president, he put forward a program called Hope 6, where basically cities were given money to tear down their public housing projects. And the only requirement was when they rebuilt, they had to rebuild it as mixed income housing. So as you look along, you'll see that certain properties have brick front. Yes. The ones that have brick front are privately owned. Now they're probably worth about 400. Anybody got their app on them? All right, they're privately owned. I think they're probably in the mid 4s now. When they first came on the market, they were upper 2s. Now they're about mid 4s.
Wow.
And the ones that have vinyl siding are public housing. So the ones that have vinyl siding are owned by the housing authority and are provided for. So those were the replacement units for everybody who had public housing. 6 and 8. But the difference is not Section 8 voucher, but Section 8 project. So those houses that are siding will always be owned by the housing authority. Whereas the ones that have brick are privately owned and the private ones can sell. This is also an apartment building. So this was one of the replacement units, which was a low density apartment building that's also Section 8. Okay.
Good.
This is our property.
Property right here.
You only see a quarter.
Oh wow. Get to see it from the roots.
So you can see the depth of the lot.
Okay.
And the lot comes all the way back to here.
Okay. It's okay to walk in here, safe?
Yeah, it's safe.
All right.
I wouldn't go too far to the edge though.
Okay.
And there are some little pockets here and there.
All right.
But
Yes,
you can see the depth of the property.
Yeah.
So
Stay right here. Can you guys see it online? Thumbs up.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Cheryl. You said 7, 8 years? 7? Okay. Wow.
All right.
All right. Step out. Ooh, that's just. All right.
Baltimore. Real estate.
Script. that
Now,
should have
is
made
this,
you guys
is
smile.
this walking distance to a, what did he call it, a anchored area?
Yeah, is this walking distance from the water?
We are about 7 blocks from the water.
7 blocks from the water? So you're 7 blocks away from the water, Al.
We're 7 blocks from the water. We're 3 blocks from downtown.
3 blocks from downtown.
So again,
Okay, so that makes it an anchor then.
brick, private ownership, siding, public housing.
Okay.
And if I didn't point that out,
Y'all caught that? Brick, siding, public housing, siding, bricks, private owners.
That goes to go with it. 905, 907.
Private ownership. Brick. Right. And then there's a bottle of, I don't know if that's champagne.
yeah, let me show this one to you. Real quick.
Okay, yes, sir.
This property here is like an L configuration. Do you see the 2 gray buildings?
Yes, sir.
And then this building, at one point, it was all one property. This is the oldest neighborhood in Baltimore. It dates back to like the 1700s. When this building in its previous configuration was available, that was the main house, a mansion. This was the stable. And they literally would have the horses and everything. Okay. Architect bought it, subdivided those 2 houses there, cut the yard off somewhere around in here. I don't know what it is on the other side.
Can you guys see?
Sold each of those houses for $800,000.
All right.
Made enough money to turn this into his house.
Yes, you see.
This is his.
Okay.
At the time he did it, those 2 houses were probably worth about $250,000, $280,000. $280,000, $800,000. See what I mean? Block by block.
280.
Literally block by block. And that's the thing you got to deal with when you're dealing in urban environments. Really determining. Like, so in the suburbs, one subdivision is a neighborhood, another subdivision. In the city, 1 block. That's a neighborhood. This is almost a completely different neighborhood, block by block. Got it? So when you hear investors say, no, I ain't gonna give you that much, it's block by, this is what they mean. All right. As we go around the corner, you'll see the difference. Like, look at the depth of that house, right? And then look at the depth and the width of these houses.
The depth of this house and the depth of these.
Yeah. This house is probably another 8 feet long than that house over there.
Okay.
All right. These are the 2 houses. This house, it's 6 to 8 feet deep for 3 or 4 feet. Obviously,
You guys can see it? The difference in depth?
Yeah.
Okay. Great.
now, anybody want to guess why I decided to focus on this neighborhood versus the other neighborhood?
It's safer.
And if you're going to hold a property long term, these are the kind of things you got to think, because I can't change the underlying neighborhood. Alan was asking me if I simply build another house in the neighborhood, will I change? No, the neighborhood will change you. So interesting enough, part of the reason why I was going to school on Mickey. I was going to school on you, Mickey. It's because one of the things we're thinking about is probably taking one of the floors of our apartment building and doing an Airbnb thing and comparing, do we get more rent but doing nightly, weekly, monthly rentals versus your traditional. And that's another reason why we're looking at probably carving up some of the units, making them a little smaller. Because again, our units, unlike a hotel room, will have a full kitchen, full refrigerator. So essentially, like that, right? Yeah. If I go to the state and get a voucher, which I still might do, my voucher is probably going to be $1,500 a month. If I do Airbnb and I look at what the nightly rental is for a hotel, it's in the $200 range. Alan said. But Mickey. If I get $200 a night times 30 nights, that's $6,000, as opposed to $1,500 a month.
So they would only give you $1,500 because when they give out the vouchers for people who displaced, right? Yeah. They stay weeks at a time.
Yeah.
So we only give you $1,500.
They're going to give whatever the standard Section 8 voucher is. They're not going to pay above. And a standard Section 8 voucher for a one bedroom in Baltimore, I think, is about $18. It's about $1,500.
Wow.
Hello.
I didn't know it was based on it.
Yeah. It's Section 8 vouchers. We'll talk more about this tomorrow. Section 8 vouchers are based on federal standards. And if the city or the county wants to go above the federal standard, they can, but that money comes out of their pocket. So what happens is the federal government says, oh, you're Baltimore City, you're Anne Arundel County, you're Howard County, you're all a part of the same geographic area. Here's the standards and here's the check. If you want to offer X number of vouchers, we will give you, the city, $1,500 per voucher holder. But if you want to offer 18, guess what the other 300? And that never happened. It could be. Still going to be based off the section. I mean, I hear what you're saying, and I'm going to check into it.
If it was based on, even if that.
Oh, they're not going to pay $200. Right? They're not going to pay the same thing as hotel rooms. Now, if I go across the street and I go to one of these hotels over here, they're probably going to be charging me $200 a night plus another 15, 18%, whatever, taxes. Right? And if I go to a hotel over there, 2 blocks over, what am I doing? A 300 square foot room, no refrigerator, maybe a coffee maker. But if I come over here, what's Sherman giving me? Right? A full-size refrigerator, a furnished unit, an extra 100 square feet. It feels a little more luxurious, right? For the same $200 a night, plus expenses. But now what does my income look like? If I get you in there, if I keep you in there like Mickey's doing for a full 30 days, that's 6 G's, not 1,500. Okay?
Yeah, I understand. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah. So, but if what you were saying were true, I'd be renting them out to those guys all day long. I just don't think that's the case. That doesn't mean I won't check into it. I just don't think it's the case. Okay. All right, everybody got a good idea of why?
Yes, sir.
Sherman said, let's go over here. You got over there? Okay.
Yes, yeah, it feels so.
Do a full circle for you guys so you can see it. Catch up.
Baltimore looks a lot like Philadelphia.
It, I promise you. Look just like.
Nikki, I was thinking the same thing. It's very
Hey, Sherman,
identical.
they said Baltimore looked like Philadelphia.
It does.
Yep.
Yep. Walk away. Just around the corner from this building is the Shot Tower Metro. Go one stop that direction, you're downtown Baltimore. Go one stop that direction, you're at Johns Hopkins Hospital. So, nice block. A nice block, got a nice rhythm, right? listen, and if you go, again, if you're going to hold a property long term, the one thing you can't change is the neighborhood. So I'm either believing in Baltimore or I'm not. If I'm not believing in Baltimore, why hold it at all, right?
Right.
It's not that I don't believe in Baltimore. I didn't believe that neighborhood I came out of. Because I was in that neighborhood for almost 12 years.
Wow.
It was always up and down, up and down, up and down. It get better, then it get worse.
You guys can hear online?
Drug dealers felt like, okay, we need to take.
Not good.
Okay, great.
But you know what? There ain't no drug dealers taking control of this neighborhood. By the way, let me point something out to you.
Okay.
Next block over. See what says carry out? Next block over, right? On the corner is the Silver Bit Diner. 2 stores in is something called a cop shop. You know what they do with the cop shop?
The cops come and
you need ammo. You need a new baton. You need some new handcuffs. Cops in and out of there all day long.
Wow.
There ain't no corner boy stupid enough to take these corners. Right? They know this is not safe turf for them. That's why I said, you know what? All of Baltimore pretty much put a hell in a handbasket. This will probably be the last block standing.
Wow.
Got it?
Yep.
So that's why I said, okay, give up that other stuff and come on. All right, listen on that.
Wow.
Cop shop. There's a homeless guy. It's been down around the corner. Now, the city recently sold this. Took a look at it. Decided not to go for it because we kind of got a hand to it. But there's a homeless guy.
You're still screaming live on YouTube.
Okay, guys, but you're back in.
Can I have a piece?
Yes, I love it.
Just cake.
Any questions from the folks online?
No, it's interesting tour.
So again, I'll go into more detail on this particular property and how we got here and how we took the money from the sale of another apartment building to put into this building. I'll go into more of that on Sunday, but I just want to get you guys familiar with some of these properties before we start getting into the case studies over the weekend and talking about, because when I talk about, okay, going out and doing apartment buildings, people are like, well, where will I find them? Here's where you find them, right? That's the whole point, to show you what we're doing.
Sherman. So you're going to take that property.
All right, so I did not point out this GBMC, which is the Greater Baltimore Medical Center. That is, so there's a 24/7 hospital right here. Okay. So in our block, we got 24/7 healthcare, GBMC Health Partners.
Right down in there.
Right there.
Can y'all see it?
Yeah. All right. Everything pretty much on the rest of this block is part of the Helping Up mission, a very, very, very unique homeless program. I'll talk about that in a second. But this is the Helping Up mission, and for years they've run a men's homeless shelter. Over here is the Baltimore City Health Department. That's that garage I was telling you about. There's 300 parking spaces. We can have as many as we want.
Okay.
Here is what's called the Himmler, what was called the Himmler Creamery. This is all coming down, and that's going to become a park. Okay. For years, the Helping Up mission was asked, okay, can you do anything for women? They're like, it's not safe to put women and children at the men's homeless shelter. So 4 years ago, they built this building over here, not the one that says love, but the one behind it. And that is the Women and Children's Homeless Shelter run by the same organization. So they separate the men, they separate the men from the women and children. And then here behind this building, and by the way, this is one of the oldest, most historic buildings, the McKim House, so it's never going to come down. But behind it is the Ronald McDonald House. And I don't know if you guys know the story behind the Ronald McDonald House. We'll go by it real quick. The Ronald McDonald House was one of the first charities that McDonald's franchisees really got behind. And what happens is children with really, really, really serious health issues, their families can stay here for free for as long as they need.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
There it is, guys.
Yeah, and again, this whole block, this fiasco called Himmler, that's coming down in about another month or so, and that will become a park.
That's a park.
Yeah. All right, so we're going to turn down here and make a couple of right turns. This is Fayette Street. Fayette Street runs parallel to Baltimore Street, which is what we just came off of. Over there is the U.S. Post Office for the city of Baltimore. It's huge, it's massive. And the owner, he actually rents it to the post office. The post office doesn't own it. The owner of that facility told the post office that he's not going to renew their lease. So he's going to redevelop that property coming up. All right, you see that massive project in front of us? That is the $1 billion expansion for Johns Hopkins Hospital.
But I don't want to be seen.
All that in front of us, all that in front of us and to the left. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and turn back because I want you guys to see where we are. You guys are asking me about walking distance to the water. Okay. But is Johns Hopkins Hospital an anchoring institution?
Yes.
That is the world famous. That is the world famous Johns Hopkins, and again, their $1 billion expansion. I'm going to turn down Central Avenue. Central Avenue divides Jonestown on this side from what's called Perkins Homes, which is kind of an interesting name, but I'll explain that in a second. So Perkins Homes is on that side, Jonestown is on this side, and then this is all Jonestown going down here. Okay, we're over here on East Baltimore Street, and the next dividing line as we are heading south is Pratt, and Pratt Street divides Jonestown from Little Italy. Most people know Little Italy, especially Baltimore's Little Italy, because it's where you get all the great Italian food. Lombard Street, another street that runs parallel to Baltimore Street, is where a lot of delis were in the 1800s, 1900s. There are still 3 remaining delis. The most famous, of course, is Atman's. If you're ever here in Baltimore, and I'm not going to do it today, and you are in dire need of a really thick deli-style sandwich, Atman's down here 2 blocks over is your place to go. Okay? Jonestown, Perkins Homes, Jonestown, Perkins Homes. You can see the city of Baltimore spending a lot of money to fix up Central Avenue. It's meant to be a major corridor now. They're doing a lot of stuff to fix it up. They're actually raising height limits. This project right here is about to go under renovation. It's called Carhart. And this is Pratt Street. So everything from here on is Little Italy. Okay. And that's where all the great Italian restaurants are. If you see that crane over there, you see that gray building, those are on the waterfront. Okay. So that's our distance to the waterfront. I say it's probably about 7 blocks walking distance. And again, city's plans is to see major redevelopment. So Perkins Homes, let's talk about Perkins Homes for a second. I'm gonna turn down for a second. Perkins Homes was a public housing project that was built during World War II and was meant to be temporary housing for the war effort, World War II. Baltimore was a huge port. Fort Meade, which is about 15, 20 miles south of here, was the place where the Army was trying out new tanks, testing new tanks. And they were building tanks in Baltimore, then they converted the Ford Motor Plant into a tank manufacturing. And so they needed a lot of housing during World War II for these workers who were coming to Baltimore to help support the war effort. So they built this massive, it was a massive public housing project. And as soon as the war was over, guess what they turned it into? Projects.
Yeah.
And these buildings, literally, which were only designed for like a useful life of maybe 5 years, had stood here since the 1940s.
Wow.
And so interesting enough, during the Trump administration, go ahead and run that stop sign. Yeah, thank you. During the Trump administration, while Ben Carson was a Secretary of HUD who told Trump straight up, I'm not qualified to be Secretary of HUD because I don't know anything about housing. He was able to secure $1 billion grant for the city of Baltimore. So he did some good to basically tear down Perkins Homes, and now they're replacing it with these market rate. Now, interesting enough, they're all apartment buildings. There's none of the stuff is going to be for sale. It's all going to be for rent. So all of this sort of low income housing and almost instantly after they tore it down, crime dropped in this area like a rock. And so nobody's moved in yet, but they'll be moving in soon. But this is all going to be for rent housing, which is certainly only making the neighborhood better. So to answer, I don't know if you're getting any of this on the video. To answer Alan's question of how do you turn around a neighborhood, you get $1 billion from the federal government and tear stuff down. That's how you improve a neighborhood. Okay. Short of that, you doing one house and trying to sell it for 20% more than the rest of the neighborhood is not going to change the neighborhood. Does that make sense?
Yes.
But when you're looking at things like, okay, and again, when you guys are brand new in the business and you're just looking to put some money in the bank account, I get it. I've been there, right? You don't really think about these kinds of things. But when you're ready to park money, you got to think about these kinds of things, right? Because the one thing you cannot change is the neighborhood. The neighborhoods have got to already be changing. And this is the kind of stuff that brings about neighborhood change. So this is why we got out of Reservoir Hill and decided to focus our time, attention, and efforts back down here. Make sense?
Yes.
Okay. I'll see if I can find those pictures of what this stuff looked like before they tore it down. It was really hideous. Really hideous.
On the wire. Wasn't that part of the wire?
It may have been. Perkins Homes? Probably. Yes, it was. Yeah. McCullough Homes on the west side and Perkins Homes on the east side. Yeah, probably was. I don't know if I was smart or stupid, but I didn't watch The Wire until after I had been investing in Baltimore. If I had watched The Wire before, I don't know if I would have come down here in the first place.
I've never seen it.
It's pretty true to life. It's pretty true to life. So you can see how massive this project is. I mean, it's
huge.
It's huge. It's freaking huge.
Wow.
When is it supposed to be completed?
Sorry?
When is it supposed to be completed?
In the next 2 years. All right, next neighborhood over. This is called Fells Point. And there's a reason why they call Baltimore Charm City. There's lots of little charming places here and there. This is Broadway. And Broadway goes to Johns Hopkins Hospital and then all the way down to the waterfront. We're going to go all the way down the waterfront because we're sort of snaking around the water, heading over to Hudson Street, and then we'll get out of town after we hit Hudson Street. I want to show you a couple things on Hudson Street in the neighborhood called Canton. So this is what they call Upper Fells Point. We're heading to a quote unquote Lower Fells Point. I've never had anybody tell me exactly what's the dividing line between upper and lower. This is Bank Street.
Market.
Yeah. So Baltimore is also kind of famous for these markets. And these markets are kind of interesting. It's a combination of butcher shop, flower shop, prepared food, and shops. And so this one's called the Broadway Market. Baltimore has about 10 of these markets. The most famous one, of course, is Lexington Market, which fortunately was recently rebuilt. Lexington Market became very, very famous just before the pandemic because somebody had a rat running around in the case with the pastries. That's the old Lexington Market that subsequently has been torn down and they built a new one, moved all the tenants in starting last year. But Baltimore has been going through and upgrading all of their markets. They're very, very important to sort of the vibe of Baltimore. But if you think about it, you live in an urban environment. You don't necessarily have a car. You don't want a car, but you want to go get some fresh food. You want to get some fresh meat. You want to get some fresh flowers. You can come to your local market. Philadelphia has a couple. I think Philadelphia is probably the most famous one is Market Street. On Market Street, there's a market. But again, it's sort of that strange combination of fresh foods, prepared foods, some cases shops like, cobbler shop. And then many of them, like this one, have a restaurant. So this one also has a restaurant attached to it. But this is the market for Fells Point. So we're now kind of squarely in Lower Fells Point.
And the alligator in there?
And sort of that restaurant. And so it sort of gets divided up by some of these cross streets.
Alan, what'd you say?
Do they sell alligator in that market?
An alligator?
Oh, the food. cooked alligator. I'm assuming.
No, when I say prepared food, like going to Whole Foods and getting chicken salad that's already made, so you can go home. You don't have to like do a lot of prep work. That's what I mean by prepared foods, not exotic foods. Exactly. I don't think alligator is kind of indigenous to Maryland. You could probably get some steamed crab cakes or crab cake sandwiches to go. Okay. All right, this is Lower Fells Point. And every time I bring people down here, they're like, this is Baltimore? This looks like Boston.
It looks totally different.
Exactly.
Even the road is.
But this is one of the reasons. This is one of the reasons why people call this place Charm City, because there is lots of little charming places here and there that most people have never even seen or never even heard of. They think Baltimore's just all West Baltimore people shooting at each other.
Right. So there's the water.
Right, and there's your water. This building right here, interesting enough, was also in a TV series. What was it called? Homicide. They never actually filmed anything in the building, but it was an old city pier. And Kevin Plank, who owns Under Armour, got the then mayor of Baltimore, Stephanie Rawlings Blake, to sell him this building sell him the pier for $1. And he proceeded to put a hotel on it. It is the only 5-star hotel in Maryland. Wow. Even the Ritz-Carltons are not true 5-star. So it's called the Pendry Hotel, run by an outfit out of San Francisco, I think. And beautiful, beautiful hotel. If you're ever looking for a place to do like a weekend kind of thing, great restaurant, highly recommend it. Really, really, really nice.
We have to check it out.
And you never even know you're in Baltimore, because you can like literally come down here, park the car, walk around a couple blocks, and you never even feel like you're in Baltimore. It feels more like Back Bay, Boston. But highly, highly, highly recommend.
It looks like Boston. Look.
Exactly.
Wow.
Exactly. So, anyway, we're sort of making our way along the waterfront, and where we're heading next is into a neighborhood called Canton. Baltimore has sort of like 2 or 3 really sort of high-end neighborhoods. Harbor East, Fells Point, Federal Hill, and Canton are sort of the high-end neighborhoods. These railroad yards, by the way, they're not cable cars. This was all warehouse district. So these were all the places where the railroad cars would come in and get loaded up, because these are all a bunch of former warehouses for the most part. Wow. So this is Henderson's Wharf, another sort of very famous. You can see the docks. Hard to believe you're in Baltimore, right?
Hey.
Just a very different vibe versus the rest of the city.
The Navy oil tenders over there.
Yeah. So like I said, for years, Baltimore had this, and DC didn't have anything like it. Now, of course, DC has the wharf. Yeah. So it's starting to get some stuff to sort of rival, but very, very expensive properties down here have always held value. Anything in close proximity is going to be very, very, very valuable. And there are still opportunities here and there that you can find stuff. And when you find stuff, you like jump all over it. Don't think twice.
The National Harbor. Now they got the National Harbor down
there. Yeah. But even National Harbor doesn't come close to this, because most of the stuff on the water is not housing. Here you got literally housing right on the water. That's true. Most of the stuff in National Harbor is like hotels and shops on the waterfront, and then all the housing is up the hill.
That's true.
Whereas the wharf down by where, Channel Inn Phillips used to be, that's all housing now, right on the water.
Do you find that in these type of areas, you're seeing here in Tulsa, they're taking these big buildings, used to be warehouses, and they're turning them into lofts, and
you don't see, Baltimore is not really a loft market. You don't see that so much, but they're definitely Baltimore has definitely been turning office buildings and warehouses into residential for decades. For decades, Baltimore has had a pretty low office vacancy market, and it's not because there's been a lot of office uses coming into Baltimore. It's usually because they've been taking these old office buildings and converting them into hotels and residential, multifamily.
Gotcha. Okay.
But again, what makes this, to me, what makes this so special is that you don't tend to see townhouses right in walking distance to the water. There's a little bit of that in DC, but not much. But Baltimore, you can still get a house and be on the water. This is rare.
Wow.
You literally have a lot here that's not built on. You literally have a parking lot over here and it's on the water. That's extremely rare. Those are all townhouses on the water. That's extremely rare.
And extremely.
And they're probably not that expensive, you think?
They're going to rival what you pay in DC. Those are going to be $600,000, $700,000 townhouses. Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Those are going to be million, but they're not going to be New York. They're not going to be crazy New York prices.
Okay.
And quite frankly, they'll probably have a little more charm than what you're going to find in
New York.
All right, this is Fleet? No, this is Boston Street. So this is Boston Street. We are now entering the area called Canton.
Canton Market.
Yep.
Green and black, Minnie Cooper.
And we did a project here about 15 years ago. We were looking to sell them 2007, 2008. We got a little bit delayed. We didn't get them finished until mid to late 2008. Anybody here remember what happened in 2008, October 2008?
Yeah, the market crashed.
The housing market completely collapsed. So instead of selling these townhouses for $400,000 a piece, we wound up turning them into rentals and rented them out until about 2 years ago, then sold them 2 years ago for $400,000 a piece.
Wow.
So, as the man says, timing is everything.
Yeah. That's true.
Timing. So people talk about, infill housing, how you do infill housing. So I'll give you guys an example. So this is Hudson Street. This is a big old, what was a can factory, pretty much converted 100% into commercial,
Okay.
And on the back side of this, they built a brand new Safeway. It's around here somewhere. So there's a Safeway. There it is. Yeah. But in Canton, for the most part, the houses are mostly like this, 2-story. You see a lot of rooftop decks. You see all these rooftop decks everywhere. That's a big part of sort of living in Canton. Everybody's favorite things come out in summertime and just go up to your rooftop deck and just chill, right?
Mm-hmm.
Another thing that sort of makes Canton is every once in a while somebody will take a house and just convert it into like a restaurant. So like literally right in the middle of a residential neighborhood, you'll have a restaurant. And that's kind of cool, if you're into that thing. If you're not into that, like if you do not want a restaurant next door to you, then you probably don't want to live in Canton. But if you don't mind, there's a barbershop right there. This is the famous Canton Oyster House. You'll notice how somebody took a single family house, converted it into a restaurant, and it's totally tricked out.
Oh,
and as you can imagine, it rocks and rolls in the summertime, right?
I can imagine. Wow, that was nice.
Yeah, and I get into that urban thing.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna like Canton a whole lot. If you're not into that urban thing, you're like, get me the hell out of here.
It looks totally different than your traditional Baltimore.
Oh yeah.
It really looks like
And here are the two side-by-side townhouses that we did, 3033, 3035 Hudson Street. And you'll notice that what's different about it is a couple things. Number one, do you notice the elevated first floor?
Yes.
Most of the houses in this neighborhood, I don't know if you can see it real quick. We'll pull it a little bit. Let's see if these guys can bias. Most of the houses in this neighborhood, the basement is about 6.5 foot tall. And so the first thing we did when we got control of these is we hired an architect, got permission, and we basically bulldozed what was there and designed it so that we raised up the basement so that it's got a 7.5 foot basement, which meant that we could put a bedroom down in the basement.
Wow.
Notice that in addition to raising it up, notice that our property is 3 stories tall. Everything else on the block is 2 stories tall.
Yeah.
And then we put a rooftop deck on top of it, which means from that rooftop deck, you get a 360-degree, completely unimpeded view of the entire city, which is really, really impressive when you're on the top. Now, again, we bought them, bulldozed them. The intent was to rebuild. So this is what's called. You could either call it infill housing, you can call it a pop-up, call it whatever you want. But basically, we tore down the houses that were there and built from the ground up. And each house cost us about $200,000 a piece to build. The land cost us about $60,000, so $30,000. And our plan was to sell them each for $450,000 and make stupid money. And as they say, man plans, God laughs. The market completely collapsed on us. We couldn't even sell them for what we had into them, so we just turned them into rentals and made pretty good money. We made about $1,000 a month each.
Wow.
For several years, and then it was just like, okay, time to get out, time to move on.
Now, how many bedrooms are those?
They were 4 bedrooms each.
4 bedrooms each. Wow.
Mm-hmm. And then somebody else had the idea. There was a church here, and they were going to build some townhouses, but they've since been stalled. I think it's because of the rise in interest rates. But the thing I really want to point out to you that made those properties so special. All right, so let me make a quick turn. So our property was the 3000, 3033, 3035. So the 3000 block of Baltimore Street. So Hudson Street. So we just came down 1 block, right? I don't know what this guy's doing. Must be something happening.
Wrong work. Somebody.
Yeah, probably a crew working.
Mm-hmm. Flaggers.
Look at that rooftop deck. I don't see it right now. People just love the rooftop decks here in Canada.
Yeah, you see he got his little chair up there.
Mm-hmm.
Can you guys see it online?
Love seat.
On top of that rooftop. I don't know if they can see it.
No, we don't. I don't see it.
It's right up there, and then it's a chair on top of it. Or
Oh, okay. That's it. Yeah.
They got their own little setup on top of the roof. Like everyone has it.
Everybody
Got a deck on top of the deck.
Yeah. The deck on top of the deck.
Wow. So yeah, we did wind up putting a really nice rooftop deck. But again, because our 2 houses were a story taller, again, most of these are 2-story, we were 3-story. You were like, nobody was blocking your view. All right, so we've come down 2 blocks. Oh, no smoking gas venting. All right. And remember, we're in the 3000 block, right? So if you were living in that house, right, you are 2 blocks from where we are right about here. Okay. Walking, right? So this is the 3100 block. This is the 3000. So if you were in that house, you were quite literally 2 blocks from this. And this is what makes Canton, Canton. And this is what people are talking about when they call Baltimore Charm City. This is what's called Canton Square.
Okay.
All right. So some places you're next to the mall. If you're in Georgetown, you're near Georgetown Park. But if you're in Canton, The thing that makes your day is coming down here, getting yourself a cup of coffee and a donut, or come down here and having dinner at night. This Canton Square is sort of the vibe, the central focus of everything Canton.
Wow. No, that's what urban living is all about right there, right?
Exactly. If you're into urban living,
That's
you're going
it.
to love it here. And that was one of the things we were thinking about when we bought those properties and said, hey, you know, you're kind of in the middle of nowhere. Should we do this? And, you know, once I saw this Canton Square, I'm like, oh, yeah. Well, I said to myself, we'll sell these easy. But it became, okay, if we can't sell them, we'll at least have no problems renting them. And we never had a problem. They never sat in. They never sat in because of this. This is what people want when we talk about urban living. All right. All right. We're going to head out of town now. But I wanted you guys to sort of get a feel for you know, where do opportunities lie? And again, we'll talk more about all of these projects tomorrow and Sunday. But I also want you guys to get a feel for what these projects look like and the neighbors that look like when we get into, okay, well, let's roll up our sleeves and talk about it. So again, walking distance to the water. Here we got lots of residential. What's in front of us? Boats. This is what I mean when I say walking distance to the water. Not, I can see it. Like you can't even see it, but you know it's here. But most people would have no problems whatsoever walking to this waterfront. That's what I'm talking about. If you're going to come to Baltimore, you want to be about 4 or 5 blocks away from this. Not much more. Wow. Okie doke. That's what gives these houses value. That's what gives those houses value. That's what gives Canton Square its value, is this close proximity to the water. And one last thing I'll show you guys before you get on the highway and head on back. We're actually getting out of here early today. When we first came to Canton, at this point, it would have been almost 20 years ago. That didn't exist. That's for sure. So there's a Future Care, but it's basically Final Care. I guess Future Care sounds better than Final Care. But that's next step beyond assisted living. Like, you know, you got a nurse with you 24 hours a day. And there is a really nice, almost suburban style shopping center right up here. That was just rail yards when we first came here, almost 20 years ago. And this shopping center opened up about 7, 8 years ago. And there's just been all kinds of development and activity happening, especially after these guys opened up. But what this shopping center did and does is it gives suburban shopping to urban dwellers. If you have a car, you can drive over here. If you don't have a car, you can take the bus, you can take an Uber. But like everything here, you'd see like out in the burbs, right? Target, Old Navy, Five Below. And I got to give credit to the person who put this together. There's not a whole lot of people that say, hey, look, we can take some old rail yards in the city, put in a Harris Teeter, a Michaels, and all the stuff that you traditionally have to drive all the way out the suburbs to get right here in Baltimore. Wow.
At a Harris Teeter in Baltimore.
Exactly.
Wow.
How long ago you said they built this?
It opened just before the pandemic. So call it 2016, 17, 18. I think it opened like 2018. It had like one good year before the pandemic hit. Nordstrom Rack. All your faves. J. Crew Factory Outlet. Bath Body Works. Yeah, just run that.
Stop, slow down.
Yeah, that's it. Oh, they don't have one. That's what it is. They don't have one. We do. They don't. That's why it's kind of crazy. Vitamin Shop. I mean, this is like suburban city, right?
Yeah.
Green Turtle.
It looked like a Napa saloon.
Yeah.
Someone.
So what's made really all this possible is two things: taking old rail yards, cleaning them up, and then second, and I'll point it out when we get up here, close proximity to I-95.
Yeah.
So who's coming up here buying stuff? People that basically have jobs outside of Baltimore.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing that's appealing is relatively low cost housing versus Columbia or Howard County or Washington, D.C., but the ability to jump on 95 in the morning and be in Washington, D.C. in 45 minutes.
Yeah.
And the jobs in the D.C. area at 45 minutes.
Yeah, that's true. Because save a lot of money by living out this way.
Absolutely. And you can park your car on the weekends and walk to the water and just enjoy all that waterfront living has to offer.
They got a train that comes through here too.
They do, and a lot of people take it. A lot of people take it, but a lot of people still jump in the car. Everybody's going downtown. We're not. So all that stuff over there is brand new.
Farm market.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can you guys see that? Wow. All this is new. Wow, this just looks so different.
Here's 95.
It doesn't even take 2 minutes to get 95.
Yep.
What is there?
So that's sort of the magic of Canton, is the sort of easy in, easy out access to Washington, D.C.
And it makes sense because you can't bring tractor trailers through here. So it keeps this area.
Can't bring tractor trailers through.
Not through, but they can turn here to this yard.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, this is still very industrial. Trust me on that. There's still railroads, trains coming through here all hours of the day, all hours of the night. But that whole sort of rail car access and rail car yards, that's all sort of gone away, and it's now been replaced.
You drive tractor trailer? Yeah. I used to drive too.
Yeah, I drive high shots there for myself.
Okay, you high shot? That's really nice.
Not out of the semis.
I can understand it.
Too much stress?
For somebody else, man. Man of freedom.
Yeah, same here.
Gotcha.
Wow, Sherman, this was so insightful, man. I'm from Maryland, and you educated me on so much. It's like I can't wait to get home and talk to my kids. Now, did you know? Oh man,
You gotta live up everything.
yeah,
I'm telling you.
Yeah.
this is.
Oh boy. Did you understand?
Well, it's kind of like you could start in the, from what I got, riding along. It's kind of like you can start in the Capitol Heights area to do wholesaling and then work your way up to, doing some apartment buildings here.
Well, I mean, that's what I did. I don't necessarily think that's the way that everybody should do it, but
right.
It is one of the good parts of the DC market is the fact that you have DC and Baltimore
right there,
sandbox to play in.
Wow.
It's a proven plan.
Right. And if you're the kind of person that does want to come to Baltimore, and again, you got to come here and learn it. You can't just come here and go, oh, everything's so cheap. Those are the guys that always get burned.
Yeah.
Right. But if you say, hey, I'm going to take a little time, I'm follow Sherman's 5 rules, then yeah, if you pick the right neighborhoods, there are good neighborhoods to park your money in Baltimore. there are good neighborhoods to make money in Baltimore, but don't expect Baltimore to behave like DC. And one of the things I talk about in the 21-day course, how important it is to have 3 exit strategies, right? If the only way we were going to make money off those Hudson Street properties was to sell them for $400,000, we would have been completely screwed when the market turned down on us. But because we did not overpay, we were still able to turn them into rentals and make really good money off of them as rentals for several years. So.
And that's so important. Exit strategies.
Yeah. See how easy it is to hop on a beltway, get yourself down to, or 95, get yourself down to DC?
Really simple.
This is what makes Canton so popular as far as Baltimore is. It's easy. So you can have the best of Baltimore, but you can get higher incomes and not have a crazy commute going down to DC. And more, the job activity is not even DC. Job activity is Fort Meade with what's happening over at NSA and some of the other agencies that are over centered around Fort Meade area. Questions? We'll head on back home. We're going to take us about 45 minutes to an hour to get back. So we are in our rolling university. Who's got questions? Anybody?
Is that the 95 that runs all the way down into Florida?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Yeah. I spent a few days on that.
Yeah. Hopefully we won't lose you when we go into the Harbor Tunnel. I think at AT&T inside. I'm an AT&T user. So any questions from you guys?
Well, that was an interesting tour. You know, I had thought about. I have a son that's in Philly, and I had thought about moving there and buying a place that we can move in together as a family. You know, his family and my family. We're getting old now, and he and his wife. Look like we could, buy something like what that building that you just did, and units right there together, rehab them. So I was contemplating something like that. But he was also showing me a lot of
opportunities in Philly.
What?
My daughter lives in Philly. That's a lot of good opportunities in Philly. Funny thing is, my daughter bought a house in a neighborhood called Brewers Hill. You remember the Rocky movie? And the steps?
Yeah.
So the neighborhood directly behind the museum is called Brewers Hill. And it's almost completely gentrified now. My daughter bought a house about 12 years ago. She got to talking to the guys who sold her the house. Turns out the guys who rehabbed her house and sold it to her were a couple of my former students.
Oh.
And they decided to take what they learned. They went to Baltimore for a few years and then decided when Philly started getting hot, decided to take their skill set up to Philly and they've done very, very well fixing and flipping houses in Philly.
Ah, cool.
But it just shows you how small the world is, right?
Yeah. But you're right. Philly got a lot of those neighborhoods, just like what you were showing us,
Philly and Baltimore are very similar, except Philly is its own thing. Baltimore tends to be sort of a suburb of DC, whereas Philly really is sort of its own thing. And it's about 5, 6 times the city of Baltimore. A lot of universities in Philly. Philly's got 2 waterfronts. They got the Schuylkill and the Delaware River. So a lot of good things happening in Philly. A lot of good things.
Yeah.
What's that?
I was telling her about Delaware, how Wilmington and traction. Job. Yeah, a lot of people a few years back that moved to Lower Delaware.
Gotcha.
To get away from this city.
Got it. Now they're moving back.
Ever since Biden got in the office,
Okay.
building up. So everybody's trying to move back now on the jobs.
Well, Wilmington was a huge lost opportunity for Maryland. For the longest time, Delaware and Wilmington was just DuPont. It was a DuPont town, right?
Yes.
And then Maryland passed some laws, I want to say it was in the late, that the banks did not like. And some consumer protection laws. So all the banks that were in Baltimore moved to Wilmington.
Get that credit.
Mm-hmm. And that was really the start of the Renaissance for Wilmington, was when all the Maryland-based banks said, screw you, Maryland. And so that's why a lot of credit card companies are based in Delaware, yeah.
Besides the credit card company, Delaware's retirement state.
Mm. There's no sales tax, right?
Right.
Yeah.
I was telling her about we do Wilmington, they haven't truly finished building it. Everything is in the new houses are in the middle of the hood.
Right.
It's still a war zone. So.
Gotcha. Sooner or later they turn.
Yeah.
So if you look at all the banks in Wilmington, they still got buildings in Baltimore with their names on them, but they've all been converted into condos. It's literally all the banks got up one day and said, screw you, and moved to Wilmington. So any other comments, any other questions online? We're just going to be driving for the next 40 minutes or so. It's probably about the fastest we ever got out of Baltimore. we cut out like 3 or 4 properties on our way here. We didn't spend much time at the office. So we're sort of, I'm not used to this, beating the rush hour to get out of here. Sometimes I'm fighting. It's out of here for now. Especially when we do this in the summertime and everybody's trying to head out to the Eastern Shore. Say what? Yeah, so probably more people want to be in the city drinking green beer and eating corned beef and potatoes. Corned beef and cabbage.
Unknown caller.
Well, I really enjoyed this tour. I am even more motivated, and I feel like you shared a wealth of wisdom. So thank you for that.
Oh, my pleasure. My pleasure. So again, those of you who've been with us, I think there's one more property I want to show you guys just before we drop everybody off. So if you can hang in there with us for another 40 minutes, that'd be great. If you got to go, I fully understand it. But the main reason why I do this property tour is so that when we start talking about how deals come together tomorrow and Sunday, you have at least some familiarity. So when I say things like, yeah, we did that. Remember that Hudson Street property we visited? Or yeah, we're doing that. Remember that property at White House? You've got some basis and some context for the conversation. So it's not all sort of very strange and disconnected. So that's why I do that. That's why I like doing these Friday property tours. And another thing you guys will hear me talk about, I'll talk about my 5-step process for creating a 7-figure income. I don't know, any of you guys want to create a 7-figure income from real estate?
Absolutely.
So you'll hear me talk about, and again, I'm going to go through it very, very quickly. Step 1, do the thing, right? There's 13, I've gone through the 21-day course, there's 13 different ways to make money in real estate. Just pick one and do it. Don't try to do all 13. Don't make the classic mistake of, I want to spend the next 13 years figuring out which one of these ones I want to do. And then no, don't do that. Pick one, because you can always transition into another one later on. But the second you start doing it, people are going to start asking you, how did you do that? How do you do that? Step 2, look over my shoulder. Does anybody ever heard me say something about a look over my shoulder?
Yeah. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And what do I say is the first kind of look over your shoulder you should do? Anybody? Huh?
Like do a deal with you, like partner?
Look over your shoulder, LOS.
Do the thing. Get someone. Bring somebody with you.
Put 4 people in your car and show them what you're doing. Anybody ever seen anything like that? Yeah, we only got 3. This is a look over the shoulder, right? When I talk about this is it. Now, you can get fancier. You can live stream, in which case now it's not 4 people. How many people get online? 9, 10?
We got a total of 10.
10. So now we got 14 people looking over my shoulder through the beauty of technology. Of course, that means you got to have somebody sitting shotgun.
That's right.
Right?
Shotgun.
Or you could rent a bus. And there at times past, when we were doing our training programs and the majority of people were in town, not out of town, we get a bus and we put 30, 40 people on a bus, right? Now, because most of our folks are coming from out of town, most of the time we're doing this, right? But this is an example of a look over the shoulder. It's not complicated, and it doesn't have to be complicated. Make sense?
Yeah.
Step 3, what's next? And you guys will experience that this weekend. At the end of this weekend, some of you guys are going to be going, thank you very much, Sherman. I got what I need. I'm good to go. I've seen how you do this thing. I'll focus on the 21-day course. I'm fine. And some of you have already been asking me, okay, what else you got? I want to learn more about that training program you have on raising money. I want to learn more about that training program you have on doing commercial deals. I want to learn more about that training program you got on fixing and flipping houses. What's next? Make sense?
Yes.
And so over the course of the weekend, I'll share with you some other classes that we have to offer if you're interested in taking them to learn what's next. Step 4, anybody remember that? Joint ventures. And I pointed out a joint venture today. What did I say about the deal I was doing with Bob and Doreen?
Yeah.
I flipped them the house for $20,000. They said, hey, Sherman, can you stay in the deal to help us get better rates? Can you stay in the deal to give us some advice and make sure we don't screw up? And I said, I'll do it, but I don't do it for free. And we came to terms and said, okay, in addition to my $20,000 wholesale fee, I get 30% on the back end. That's what I mean by joint venture. So that one transaction, I got 2 bites of the apple. That one transaction is worth $50,000 to me. And I don't have to pick up a hammer. I don't have to put any nails in my mouth. I don't have to sign anything. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Joint venture. And then, of course, what's step 4? Private investors. Did anybody hear me say I'm looking for private investors for my apartment deal? Did anybody hear me say, hey, I'm putting together a team of people and I'm going to be raising money just to focus on doing assisted living? Say over and over again, I teach what I do and I do what I teach. And that's important. If somebody wants to learn from you, be coached by you, by mentored by you, they need to know that you're doing what you're teaching. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So what I'm doing, guys, is I'm showing you how to build a 7-figure income by showing you how I build a 7-figure income. And being completely open, being completely transparent, and showing you exactly what I do to build a 7-figure income. And then encouraging you guys to get out there and do the same thing. And it all starts with step 1, figuring out what it is that you want to focus on. Now, some of you guys, that's an easy answer. Yeah. Right? Is Mike still here?
Mike, you there?
Mike, you still here?
Mickey?
I'm sorry, Mickey. Sorry, Mickey, you still here?
Yeah, I'm still with you.
Do you have a pretty good feel for what your thing should be?
I do. I got some. Yeah. Clear direction.
You already do. You don't need to reinvent the wheel. You don't need to get out there and start holding. Just do what you're doing, but do it better. Does that make sense?
That makes sense.
So Mickey's gonna walk out of here. He's already walking out of here today with his program. Yeah, right?
That's right.
Wow. Navaz, you're already helping vets. If we can figure out how to help vets without having their head pop off and spin across the floor, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And every one of you guys is like, okay, I'm already kind of doing something, and I'm either enjoying it or I'm not enjoying it. I want to do more of it, or I want to find something else. As soon as you figure out which of those 13 different ways to make money is the one that really clicks for you, that's what you want to focus on. And get to the point that you're making $100,000 a year, because when you start making $100,000 a year, guess what? People start paying attention. You with me?
Yeah.
So don't waste your time trying to go, okay, there's 13 different ways to make money. I want to spend the next 2 years figuring it. Don't do that. That will hurt you. Pick one, do it to the best of your ability. If you don't like it, switch to something else. Don't take 2-3 years to figure it out. Take 2-3 months to figure that out. And as you are doing it, it's okay to start off as a wholesaler and switch to a rehabber. If you have a real estate license, it's okay to start off as a bird dog and then switch to wholesale. But the most important thing is pick one, do it to the best of your ability, share with the rest of the world that you're doing it, and let people come look over your shoulder. I got news for you. There are going to be people who want to come to Delaware and learn from you and never step foot in Maryland. You with me? Wow. So why are you here? Why are you here? Give me the number one reason why you're sitting in this rental car with me right here now. Because there's nobody in Delaware doing it. If there was, guess what? You wouldn't be here, would you? If there was somebody like me in Wilmington, would you be here? So why don't you be the one in Wilmington? With me? Why don't you two be the one? And then people be like, well, I don't need to come to Bowie, Maryland. We got folks right here in Wilmington. Why need to jump in the car and drive 2 hours to come to DC? You don't. When I first got started in this business, there was nobody in the DC area. I know that sounds crazy. Now it's like you swing a dead cat, you're gonna hit 15 different real estate gurus, right? And the guy I met in Baltimore, Steve Cook, who's not in Baltimore anymore, I had to go to Atlanta to meet him.
I've seen the commercial about your hair.
With me? No. Each and every one of you guys, and each and every one of you guys has the ability to be the go-to person in your market. And chances are you're listening to me because you have not found that person in your market. You should become that person in your market. Does that make sense? That's step one. And when people begin to recognize you as the go-to person in your market, then you do step two. And as people come and look over your shoulder and learn what you're doing, naturally, some people are going to be, thanks, I got what I needed, I'm good. Yeah, but tell me more about this raise money thing. They're going to ask you. Certain people are going to come and say, hey, I already have some skill set. I just need somebody to look over my shoulder and make sure I don't screw it up. They become your JV partners because they're going to do all the work and you're going to get a piece of the profit. And then some folks are going to be like, hey, I love what you do, but I don't have time to do that. I'm enjoying every minute of this, but I don't have time to do that. Can I be a private investor? Can I live my real estate life through what you do? That's your 5 steps of creating a 7-figure income. Step 1, do the thing. That's worth $100 grand. Step 2, create a look over my shoulder. That's worth a second $100 grand. Step 3, what's next? Okay, let me do a deep dive and show you how we do this thing in Wilmington. That's worth another $100 grand. Step 4, joint ventures. What did I say? I'm making up Bob Doreen in my JV? 50. Like, how many of those do I need to do to make $200,000? Step 4, JVs worth $200,000. Step 5, if I put 4 people in my car every single week, if I get 20 people in the car and online once every month, if I put 40 people on a bus once every couple of months, I'm going to wind up talking to somewhere around 50 people who are going to say to me, hey, how do I become one of those private investors? See how that works? Question, any of you guys online, anybody interested in being a private investor in my deal? If you are, give me a thumbs up real quick. Count the thumbs.
Yes.
Give me a thumbs up. I get 1. Any more?
Can't see anybody. I see 1 thumb.
1 thumb. All right, I'll talk to you privately. Nobody else is interested. Any of you guys in the car interested?
Yeah.
All
You're
right.
good.
Oh no, got 2.
All right. So guess what, guys? Today alone, I got 5 people who want to learn more about being a private investor with me. You see how that works? You see how that works? Now, if all I did was give you the information and ask you for $10,000 and you agree to put $10,000 in my deal, that would make this a $50,000 day. Do you see how that works?
Yes.
Got it? How many $50,000 days do you need to have before you raise $500,000? 10.
Yeah.
If all you did was what I'm doing 10 times in the course of a year and raise $50,000 in a day, you'd raise $500,000 in 10 days. Does that make sense?
Wow. Yeah.
Now, by the way, I learned a long time ago, don't ask for 10. the kind of person who puts up $10,000 is very different than the kind of person who puts up $100,000. All right. The person who puts up 10 is calling you every single week. Hey, where's my money? Where's my monthly report? Right? The person who puts up 100,000 reads the documents and they don't call you into whatever the document says. If the document says it's a 12-month deal, they won't call you to the 12-month. Trust me on that. Now, what if instead of 10,000, you do what I currently do, which is I will not take an investor on unless they put up 25,000. 25 is my minimum, right? You guys okay with that? Yeah. What is 25,000 times 5?
150K.
125. This is 125,000.
125K.
Yeah, this is $125,000 day for me. You understand that? If I go back to all 5 of you guys who raised your hand and said, "Yeah, I want to be a private investor," and I said to you, 25,000 is the minimum investment to be in my my assisted living deal, or 25,000 to be in my apartment deal, and you guys agreed to do it after I gave you the paperwork. This would be $125,000 day for me. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, and what would be the return that you would offer on something like that to a private investor?
I never put a private investor into a deal until we have that conversation, and we'll talk more about that on Sunday.
Okay.
But just from just the sheer concept, do you know the number one reason why people don't have private investors in their deals?
What?
Huh?
What would that be?
They don't know how to ask.
Uh-huh.
Did I just show you how to ask? Did I?
Yes.
What I did today, could you do this on your own after some practice and maybe some coaching from me? Of course.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
And this is why I say to my students, to my proteges, to my partners, step 1, do the thing. Once you start doing the thing, you should have a look over my shoulder. Why? If for no other reason, by the time you finish up the day, if you tell people, hey, I've taken on private investors, I'm doing this, this, and this, chances are a good percentage of the people in the car with you going to ask, okay, how do I get in on that deal? And that's how you ask. Got it? So what do most investors do? Well, I gotta have a website, right? Did anybody see my website today that says private investors? No. You don't need a website. You just need to get out there and show people what you're doing and let them realize you're real. Got it? Got it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sounds like you all had a good day.
I have a question. Can someone
let me get you in a second. Hold that thought for a second. Mickey, okay. I know you're not going to be here on Sunday. On Sunday, we're going to talk about how to raise money. You with me?
Yes.
But Mickey, the number one thing that you can be doing right now is restructuring your business to get you the hell out of it, and then inviting people to look over your shoulder to see what you do.
Wow.
And I'm telling you, a certain percentage of people, whether they physically get in a car with you or you do webinars online from Tulsa, they're going to want to hear more about why Airbnb is so popular in Tulsa. What you told me today, if you put that into a webinar and talk about, hey, most investors, when they think Airbnb, they think about Washington, D.C., Rio de Janeiro, and New York. And here's why you need to be thinking Tulsa. Got it?
Yeah, gotcha.
And what you said to me, and I don't know if you realize this or not, what you said to me in like 2 minutes, right? Tulsa's growing. Tulsa is a major hub for American Airlines. We got people coming in and out, going through training programs here on contracts, and we don't necessarily have enough hotel space. This is why this is such a hot Airbnb market. You put that into a webinar presentation, I'm telling you, people are going to be listening to you, and people are going to be saying, okay, how soon can I sign up to be a private investor in your next deal? Mickey, how much money do you need to be able to go out and get another half dozen properties? How much money do you need?
Get another half a dozen properties?
Yeah. Do you want a half dozen properties? Maybe you don't want that many. I don't want to scare you.
500,000 would. I think I can make that work.
Okay, Mickey, do for your private investors what I did for you.
Just ask.
We went out.
Huh? Because I know
Well,
we're going to a bad cell zone. Maybe you don't hear me. I get it.
yeah, I hear you. I'm processing.
I get it.
I'm processing.
Mickey, including you, how much money did I raise today?
What, 125,000?
500,000 divided by 125,000 is.
That's only what? You say 500,000 divided by
125,000.
Well, that's what, about three times?
Okay. You learn how to do what I
Times.
just did, and you do it 4 times, you'll have your 500,000. Do you understand that?
I think I'm conceptualizing what you're saying, you know, but if I go to people,
okay.
If I go to my investors, you know, I got to have the people to go to, right? So I have to be able to bring those people into my circle to be able to offer them.
Yeah.
You know,
Mickey, how did I bring you into my circle?
Well, you know, I was laying in bed sick and watched the video. I had COVID last week, you know. I'm sitting there doing nothing, so I saw your face.
Okay, so why couldn't you do exactly what I did, right? Shoot a short little video of you in Tulsa, Oklahoma, in front of your Airbnb, right? What kind of house is it? Is it like a townhouse, a single family house?
No, it's a single family ranch style.
Okay. Couldn't you stand in front of your house and say, hey, this property right here produces $72,000 a year for me. Anybody here like to learn how to do that? Yes? Yeah. Didn't you say earlier? Didn't you say earlier $6,000 a month?
Yeah.
Isn't $6,000 a month $72,000 a year?
Yeah.
You don't need to fight me on this, Mickey. Just go with the flow, baby. Go with the flow.
I'm hanging in there with you.
All right. So
you know, it's easy for you to say, you know, you do it and you do it well, you know, but can I do it? That's where I second guess myself. Do I want to be in front of the camera and do what you do? You know?
Okay, well, put your wife in front of the camera. Is your wife still in the room?
That ain't never happen. But what I can do is I can find somebody that don't mind being in front of the camera.
Well, listen, it's always more authentic if you're selling what you're doing. And if you think about all the great commercials in the history of commercials, right? You remember the dude, I can't remember his name right now, but you remember the dude who was Remington Shavers? I think he wound up owning the New England Patriots. It was before Robert Kraft. But the guy's pitch was, I like the razor so much I bought the company. You remember that?
Yeah.
And time after time after time, Lee Iacocca talking about Chrysler cars, right? Time after time, and before he did that, no automobile president ever stood in front of the camera talking about his cars, right? But if you think about it, some of the greatest commercials ever, the most simple, most basic, are when somebody who creates the product stands in front of the camera and tells people, hey, I created this product, just try it out.
Yeah.
I'm telling you something. You want to know what the most powerful marketing organization in the world is? Girl Scouts. Have you ever bought a $15 box of cookies?
Well,
I couldn't do it. You do know Girl Scout cookies like $12 to $15 a box. And somehow they
No,
figured out
I
to
just
raise
love
the price and lower how many they put in there. I swear to God, Samoas used to be more than 12 to a box. That's like $1 a cookie, right? But you put them little girls in that uniform and put them in front of the Safeway, and everybody's lining up to buy 2 and 3 of those things. You with me?
Wow.
Yeah, I just bought a box.
Huh? What?
I just bought a box coming out of Lowe's.
I'm telling you, man, it is some of the most authentic marketing that you'll ever see. Somebody just standing there going, try my product. Right? Colonel Harlan Sanders. He was 65 years old when he started Kentucky Fried Chicken. He literally went around to restaurant to restaurant to restaurant holding a bucket saying, please try my chicken. It works. Trust me, it works. Okay. Right? So I know you're feeling like, well, gee, you know, Sherman, you can do it big time. You can do it. Yeah. When you first do anything, you're going to be terrible. Are you willing to be terrible for a while until you get good?
That's what it's all about, right?
The first, like, here's the deal. You know what you're doing. You with me? You are already doing the thing. Now, could you do it better? Of course you could. We can always do what we're doing better. But you're already doing it. You don't need to spend another 2 years trying to figure out what is your thing. You're already doing the thing. All you need to do is clean it up a little bit to make it a little more attractive and make it more fun for you. And then you need to be inviting people into your world. Hey, you interested in Airbnb? I bet you didn't think you could do Airbnb in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Maybe you live in a city like Tulsa, Oklahoma. You think like, should I do it? Let me give you a little secret about how to do Airbnb. My 3 top tips for doing Airbnb, even if you're in a city like Tulsa, Oklahoma. You don't think people interested in Airbnb wouldn't want to download that, wouldn't want to sit through your seminar, wouldn't want to come to your training?
I tell you what, with you in my corner, I think I can do it.
Well, I would be more than happy to give you some coaching, teaching, mentoring on how to do it. But the thing I want to just stress to you, whether I see you tomorrow, I don't see you tomorrow, I see you again or don't see you again, you're already doing the thing. You're already doing it. You just need to do it better. Okay?
Yeah.
And
yeah.
invite people to look over your shoulder. And even if you don't decide you want to do a what's next or a JV, do you understand that just simply inviting people to watch you do what you do and spending a half day with them is already setting you up to raise over $500,000 in the next 6 months?
Yeah, I can see that.
And you don't need a website. You just need people to have a chance to look over your shoulder and hear your story. It will sell itself. You got me convinced. Where do I send my check?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll send you the link.
I swear to God, Mickey, I swear to God, when you opened your mouth and you said I'm doing Airbnb in Tulsa, Oklahoma, I go, what the hell? Tulsa, Oklahoma? What? and then you began to explain it. I'm like, okay, that makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
That makes perfect sense.
He's already the subject matter expert, sure.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
Nobody said you money and you don't even know it.
Yeah. Well, I tell you, this could be a very hard market to do exactly what you're encouraging.
I want you to check out a guy. You got a pencil and paper, Mickey?
Yeah.
I want you to check out a guy named Darren, D-A-R-I-N, I think it is, D-A-R-I-N, Garmin, like Garmin, the GPS, G-A-R-M-I-N, Darren Garmin. Check this guy out. This guy used to do full-page ads in Investors Business Daily talking about the merits of investing in Iowa, apartment buildings in Iowa. And he started off like, you're probably wondering why in the world would I do a full-page ad talking about investing in Iowa? But I'm telling you, people from the Midwest are honest and hardworking, and they don't rip off their landlords. And he went on to talk about comparing a tenant in Iowa versus a tenant in New York. He said, you're probably seeing opportunities to invest in New York or DC or these other major cities. I'm telling you, those guys have much higher eviction rates, much higher collection rates. And I just invest in the Midwest because Midwestern people have Midwestern values and they pay their bills. That's it. That was his whole pitch.
Wow.
And I'm like, you know what? He's right. This guy raised millions of dollars advertising, getting investors who would read his full page ad, Investors Business Day. And his whole pitch was, you may think that Iowa doesn't have high appreciation, and you're correct, but our people pay their bills.
Wow.
And at the end of the day, if you're going to own an apartment building, it's better to have an apartment building that doesn't have a whole lot of appreciation, but you collect 100% of your rent every single month. I'm like, you can't argue with that.
Yeah, that's right.
And in a similar sort of way, you may want to go to school on some of his advertising and marketing and incorporate some of his same themes when you're talking about Tulsa, Oklahoma. Because most people, I'll be very honest with you, most people discount Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Yeah.
Only thing Black people know about Tulsa, Oklahoma is Tulsa.
Yeah.
And nothing more. Got it?
Yeah.
And you can tell this story of American Airlines, an underserved hotel market, people coming in here getting per diems, and this is why this is the and low cost properties. This is the reason why this is the perfect market. Now, I'm not inviting you to come to Tulsa, Oklahoma and compete with me, but if you live in a city like fill in the blank, like for every New York, there's a Buffalo, right? And there's probably people in Buffalo going, I don't know if I can do Airbnb in Buffalo. Nobody wants to come to Buffalo. Well, last time I checked, there are major employers in Buffalo probably got something similar to what's going on in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Yeah. Makes sense?
Yeah. Makes sense.
You're already doing the thing. You just need to incorporate steps 2, 3, 4, and 5. Dude, I'm telling you, if all you did was tweak your program a little bit to get you the hell out of it, right? And turn more over to people who you know and trust and can pay to do this stuff. And then focus your time and attention on raising money by doing a look over my shoulder program too. You'd easily raise a couple $1 million in the next 12 months. Easily.
Well, you don't know how bad I need to do that. So last year was a very bad year for investment for me. So I need to do something.
Okay. Well, again, I want to give you as much as possible because a lot of the stuff that we would be talking about with regards to your business, we'd probably talk about on Sunday, and we're still going to talk about on Sunday, but I know you're not coming on Sunday. So I want to give you as much as you can possibly get today. So that if you come tomorrow, that'd be great. But I know you're going to miss Sunday. These are the kinds of things we would be talking about on Sunday.
Sounds
putting
good.
Putting a five-step process in action, tweaking your business so that your business is paying you, you're not paying your business, and building a business that you love instead of building a business that you hate. Got it?
Got it.
Cool
My
beans.
wife sitting on the other end of the table just shaking her head. He's like, I like this guy.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate you.
Shout out to Mickey's wife.
All right, guys, we got about another 15 minutes. Then we're going to be getting out of the car. Does anybody else have any aha moments you want to share, questions you want to ask? So far, our reception's been pretty good. It's better going home than it was going up. So let's take advantage of it. If anybody's got any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them as we go along. And by the way, if I didn't say so, tomorrow we're going to start at 10 o'clock. Tomorrow we'll start an hour later. Sleep in a little bit. And it's all online. There's no in-person stuff tomorrow. Same link.
Like it is.
Say that again, sorry.
I said 10 o'clock it is. That sounds good to me.
All right.
Because I'm an hour behind you guys.
Exactly. All right, anybody else have any aha moments? Anybody else have any questions? You said Shirley has a question?
Yeah, Shirley has an aha moment, but she's trying to reconnect.
Oh, okay.
Shirley, let us know when you reconnect. I know you had an aha moment or a question.
Hey, sorry about that.
No worries.
I wanted to know for first-time investors, do you or have you been in a scenario where they may take out like a HELOC from their current property to start the investment property?
I generally do not recommend that for first-time investors or new investors.
Okay.
I do not recommend that you take out a lot of loans. I don't recommend that you go into a lot of debt. If you don't know what you're doing, and by definition, as a first-time investor, you don't know what you're doing, and you wind up taking out a HELOC and the deal goes south, not only do you lose whatever money you would have lost in the deal that went south, now you potentially lose your own home. Don't do that.
Okay.
There are times and places that HELOCs and other things make sense. As I mentioned to you guys before, I don't know if you heard me or not, when we went to the office building just before we went to lunch, I talked about the fact that we bought that office building and I used a very specific type of loan. I used what's called an SBA 504 loan. Well, the SBA 504 loan is specifically a loan for business owners, and it allows you to buy the property for your business, and you only have to put 10% down. So my down payment to buy that office building was $50,000. And in that particular case, we used something that was equivalent to a HELOC to come up with a down payment to buy the property. And then the other $500,000 came from the SBA loan. So, but I had been in the business for about 5 years, 4 years, 5 years before I did that. Everything else I did, I either did with no money or with somebody else's money. And that's why I recommend go use somebody else's money. A lot of people say hard money lenders are expensive. No, they're not. Hard money lenders loan money to people who really, quite frankly, couldn't get money from their own mama. And if you're gonna be out there early on in the game and potentially screwing stuff up, go screw it up with somebody else's money, not your own. Got it?
Yes, absolutely. Thanks for that. So my next question to this is, do hard money lenders, and I've just been doing some research, and what I've come across is that you usually have like a deadline or something to pay a hard money lender back?
We're going to have a hard money lender come and speak to you guys tomorrow. You're going to have my hard money lender come and speak to you tomorrow. You can ask him that question when you see him. Okay?
Sounds good.
You're welcome.
That's awesome, Sherman.
Other comments, other questions?
You know, when I first got started in real estate, I bought my first property with no money down. I actually was in the real estate business, and I just got tired of hauling these people around and decided to, this one property I want to list, I decided to see if the owner would allow me to basically take ownership of the property and pay him what he wanted out of the property later, you know? So basically, I took title to the property and rehabbed the property and refinanced the property. That was back in the day, in the 90s. And pull the money out. And then I convinced him to letting me use that money to buy another property.
Mm-hmm.
So I did the same thing again, and then I was able to give him his money back. But after that, it was hard money lenders. You know, whenever I needed a property, I developed a relationship with a local guy here, and all he needed to do is see the property, because he knew I know how to buy a property.
Right.
And so hard money lenders are good, you know, gotta have in your back pocket.
Absolutely.
If you want to move.
Well, for the most part, for most folks when they're first getting started, it's the only way they're going to get a deal done.
Yeah.
And it's really learning how to use that combination of private investors and hard money lenders to start, and then moving into a space where using private investors and what I would call specialty lenders. Specialty lenders are the kind of lenders that oftentimes look like hard money, but they give you better terms based on the number of loans you do with them. So typically, they're going to give you a better rate than a hard money lender will if you have experience or if you have done several loans. The more loans you do, the lower the rate, the lower the fees. And then ultimately getting to the point where you have specialty private investors and low interest bank loans or low interest lines of credit. That's my model for doing stuff. Now, when you first get started, you may or may not be able to get private investors in the deal. You, Mickey, will have no problem getting private investors in the deal because you've already done the thing. But when you go to somebody and say, hey, I want you to be a private investor, and oh, by the way, I've never done this, not even once, and I don't even know what to expect, you're not going to get too many private investors jumping up and down for that program. But by the time you've done one deal or two deals or three deals, and you know what to expect, you know what the pitfalls are, you know what the problems are, the challenges are, then you've got some street cred, and private investors will start to come along with you. And what you want to slowly do is get to the point where you're using little to none of your own money. And there are lots of ways to do nothing down deals besides your traditional sort of subject to lease option, assignment, that kind of stuff. You literally can even go out and get new loans where it makes sense combine with private investors and create a scenario that's really sort of a nothing down deal for you. And quite frankly, that's where you should be.
Sounds good.
So, all right.
Plus, Mickey has a niche market.
Absolutely.
There's nobody doing what he's doing where he's at. So, I mean, not looking over the shoulder. You have people doing Airbnb where he's at, but no one's doing that. He's going to set a new brand and trend.
Well, he's doing Airbnbs in an off market. Like, there's lots of people like, okay, I can do Airbnb in DC. All I got to do is just run down DC, buy an expensive property, and turn it into a mini hotel.
Yes, sir.
He's in Tulsa, Oklahoma, for crying out loud. Most people can't even tell where Tulsa, Oklahoma is on a map. Right?
That's interesting.
So that's how you do it. You can do it in Tulsa. You can do it in El Paso. You can do it in Westminster, Maryland. Like these little towns that nobody's ever heard of. That like I'm not even thinking about. Okay, is there something? Is there something going on in your market? Is there something special, like a major? Do you have a Tesla opening up a battery factory? Right? Like Reno, Nevada. I would not think of Reno, Nevada as any kind of a hot market, but when Tesla opened up their battery factory, and so one of the things that happens, I don't know if you guys know this or not, but if you buy a Tesla, Tesla actually gives you a tour of the battery factory in Reno, Nevada, which means all of a sudden you got a whole influx of new tourists coming. All these Tesla owners are like, oh yeah, I want to go to Tesla. Right now, I think they're now moving it to Austin, Texas. Right? Right?
Yeah.
Because they moved the company from California to Texas. But again, any place where you have a major employer, especially a major employer in an off-market town like a Tulsa, like an El Paso, right? You got an opportunity to do an Airbnb that a lot of people just don't think traditionally, and people like that. That's sort of like it's like that underdog story. Tulsa, oh yeah. Another way you could spin it, and I tell people this all the time. People be like, "Well, Sherman, I can't compete with you. You're not competing with me. You only compete with yourself."
Right.
How creative? How much outside the box can you think? I was reading a story in the Wall Street Journal today. I don't know if you guys Journal was talking about how Hilton Hotel Company is paying like $1 billion to buy this company that's only been around for like 4 or 5 years. But in the past 4 or 5 years, they've built like 60 hotels that only cater to college town markets.
Wow.
And it's like a niche within a niche that Hilton took a look at and said, you know what? This is a pretty good niche. And so they're paying $1 billion for this company. I think, again, it's like something partners, something that Capital Partners, they've only been around for like 4 or 5 years, and they're getting $1 billion check for selling their hotel company to Hilton. So as you will hear me say all week, there's riches and niches. Take what you're doing and now spin it a different.
What?
Losing him.
Yeah. Well. We've lost you. We'll wait patiently. Shirley, where are you located?
I'm in New Jersey, Central Jersey, near Princeton.
Oh, okay.
But I'm from Philly, born and raised. So I'm very familiar with Philly, more familiar than New Jersey.
I have some good friends in Jersey I haven't seen in a long time and haven't been there in a long time.
You know, I have one really, really good friend from Oklahoma. She's the only person that I know from Tulsa.
Now you know 2 people.
And black don't crack, Mr. Mickey, because you don't look like you're going on no 70.
Oh, really? Well, thank you. Yeah, I'm an old man now. I usually put a cap on. It makes me even look a little younger. No, but I raised 4 boys and I have 7 grandchildren and 1 great grand.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah, yeah. I guess I've been living right, halfway right anyway.
Yep.
Push the grid.
Well, when you get get started on your Airbnb business teaching other people in Tulsa, I'm definitely interested. I'll be your first to share with.
Well, that's pretty encouraging. Well, it makes a lot of sense, you know, and it may require stepping outside of the box a bit, but hey, I'm used to doing that. I'm not the average guy, so. But I do have a background in training and helping people to build businesses. I have a network marketing background, so I've taught people and trained a lot of people over the years. So I probably can do it. I'm just a little camel shy, you know?
Well, maybe hire somebody to do that part for you.
Yeah, well, that's what I said. And then he put it back on me. Make it original.
Can you guys
So
hear us okay?
we hear you now.
Okay. I just want to point out one last project. We're coming up on it pretty quick. I'll talk about it more in depth on Sunday, but it's coming up here on the right. This is a 24-acre project I did about 15 years ago. Made about $6 million on it. Actually, $4 million. As you can see now, there's a lot of car dealerships around us, but it wasn't always this way. About 10, 12 years ago, the only car dealership that was here was this Honda dealership. And there's a piece of property next door that was owned by a family called the Mills family. Their mother, who had since passed away, bought this 25 acre parcel and divided it amongst the 4 kids. And by the time I came along, the 4 kids were in their 80s. I think they've all since passed away. And so we put this under contract for $2 million, sold this 6 acres to Nissan for a Nissan dealership. And then next door to it is a CVS and a car wash. Sold the other parcels for a car wash. And what was supposed to happen was there were supposed to have been houses on the backside, but the neighborhood next door did not want to be that close to commercial. So the city of Bowie paid us and turned it into a park to create a buffer. So 12 acres on the front, 12 acres on the back. The 12 acres on the front is the car wash and the car dealership. And then this piece of property here was owned by one of the sisters separately. She negotiated the deal with CVS and they put the CVS there. But there's a guy in here named Mr. Mills. And Mr. Mills used to have a fruit and vegetable stand right about here. And I just got to talking to him one day and he said, told him I was in the real estate business. He said, we think you'd want to buy my property. And that's what started everything.
Wow.
Talking about cruising for cash.
That's cruising.
I was just trying to support a local farmer. Didn't even know the whole backstory till he told me. He was right there. He used to be right there. And he used to have some Silver Queen corn and some nice tomatoes. And I'd come by and see Mr. Mills just about once a week or once every other week during the summertime. And we just got to talking and he sold us the property. Wow. Sometimes it's that easy.
Yeah,
But we'll talk more about that deal on Sunday. Sunday we'll get into commercial and land and all that kind of other good stuff. Okay.
You see that property we just passed by, Sharon?
Mm-hmm.
The empty one?
What empty? Oh yeah, that one's got a problem. It's got a creek that runs through the middle of it. And in Maryland, you can't build on a creek. You can't build on a creek. You can't divert a creek. There used to be a time when Corps of Engineers just relocate everything. You can't do that anymore. And that's why that property's just been sitting here.
Wow. That's so interesting. I just went up on the property, tried to talk to the owner and everything.
In Prince George's County, there's something called PG Atlas. And what they've basically done, which is pretty cool, is they have geocoded every property in the county and then overlaid stuff. So you can bring up almost any property using PG Atlas and see what the zoning is, see if there's any water conditions or easements or any of that kind of stuff. But basically, there's an easement that runs right to the middle of the property. It's completely worthless, unfortunately.
Wow.
All right, guys. Well, appreciate you riding Real Investors Air. We are about 2 minutes out from our final destination. So if anybody does have any questions before we put our trays in a full upright position and lock our tables, here's your chance to ask, because we'll be out of the car in about 3-4 minutes. So any other questions from you guys? If not, 10 o'clock tomorrow. I hope this was helpful. I will be sending you guys links to the recordings because I know we were having some issues. Tomorrow is all about residential. I'm also going to have my hard money lender come in and talk about how you borrow from a hard money lender if you've never done that before. Also going to talk about how to use the tools that we have to find on-market deals as well as off-market deals, and then answer as many questions as possible. If time permits, we'll get into assisted living. Otherwise, Sunday, we'll do a recap. We'll start 10 o'clock Sunday, do a recap, talk about assisted living first, and then we'll get into commercial and finish off the day talking about land development and why I think land development is the most lucrative thing you can possibly do. Mainly because you can typically tie up land without any of your own money. It's very common in the land development business to use letters of credit, which is basically nothing more than a fancy IOU, and tie up a property with a property owner and not have to pay them anything until you find your end user buyer. But oftentimes, if you can do certain things, you can double or triple the value of the property. So,
cool. Well, I wish I was going to be able to be here on Sunday, but maybe I can get to
well, be here for as much as you can tomorrow.
Will do.
And there'll be plenty of opportunity to ask questions. And if you got questions that I say are like commercial oriented, you want to ask them tomorrow, I'll answer them tomorrow if I can. Okay. Get as much as you can out of tomorrow. All right. All right, guys.
All right.
We are back here at the Bowie Library in the Dunkin' Donuts. Thank you guys for spending the day with me. Greatly appreciate you. And we'll see you guys who are online with us at 10 o'clock tomorrow. Okay.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
All right. Have a good one. Have a good evening.
Have a good one.
Bye-bye.